The woman glanced at the candle stick holder before she turned to Nami and asked, "Did you really steal that?" Nami nodded her head before she said, "I wanted to buy some books and new clothes after I sold it." The woman chopped Nami over the head before she said, "Just because we don't have much money doesn't give you the right to steal from others. Now apologize to him." As Nami rubbed her head, she frowned and said, "But he's a pirate." "I said apologize," the woman said as she chopped Nami over the head again. Nami looked like she was about to cry as she said, "I'm sorry I took your stuff, you stupid pirate." The woman nodded in approval before she turned to Marcus and asked, "You have what she stole back and she apologized. Does that work, or do you still want to take her hand?" "Did she really learn a lesson if I don't take her hand?" Marcus asked with a cocked eyebrow. The woman nodded her head as she said, "Fine, you can take my hand instead." "No," both girls screamed at the same time as they grabbed onto the woman while Genzo's eyes widened. As Genzo was about to say something, the woman leaned forward towards Marcus and placed her breasts almost in front of his face as she said in a teasing tone, "Or I could pay you back with my body." Marcus gave her a flat look as he said, "I don't like old women or used goods." The teasing smile fell from her face as she asked in an icy tone, "Used goods?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "You have 2 kids and are probably 4 or 5 times my age. You are practically a grandma compared to me." "You little brat," the woman said as she punched towards Marcus's face. Marcus disappeared from his spot and was over 10 feet away as he shook his head and said, "And violent too. Not ladylike at all and definitely not wife material. I feel bad for your husband." "Get over her, you little brat. I'm gonna teach you some manners," the woman said as she ran towards Marcus, who smirked and said, "I'm good, thanks," before he disappeared again, which left the woman fuming. 71. Talking with a warlord. Marcus arrived back at the ship, and a little while after he settled back into the crow's nest, his den mushy started ringing. Marcus answered it and said, "Hey, Grandpa." "Oh, were you expecting him to call you?" "Dad?" Marcus asked as he looked at the den mushy. "Yeah." Marcus sat up as he asked, "What's going on?" "You were right about Dress Rosa and Doflamingo. He's been making moves in the New World and will probably become a warlord soon." Marcus frowned as he asked, "Did you warn the royal family?" "I did, but they think the world government will step in if something happens." "Idiots," Marcus said as he shook his head. "I thought the same way, so I have a few people stationed there to help if something happens. But they won't be able to stop anything if Doflamingo's whole crew is there. It will be, you should try to rescue the 2 princesses along with Kairos and his daughter. The best time would be when the king makes an announcement about needing to collect money from everyone," Marcus said, and he tried to remember what happened during the island's takeover. Dragon was quiet for a few moments before he said, "Escaping with a few people shouldn't be an issue." "Hopefully everything works out," Marcus said as he laid back in his seat before Dragon said, "Kuma said thank you." Marcus's eyes widened and he sat back up as he asked, "It worked?" "Apparently it was a very close thing. I wasn't there for it, but if the boy with the ope fruit wasn't there, she would have died." Marcus let out a satisfied sigh before he said, "Tell Kuma I'm glad to hear that and to not join the warlords if they offer it to him." "You had another dream." "Yeah, Kuma joins the warlords to help cure Bonnie and act as a spy for you. But they slowly transform him into a cyborg before they completely erase his mind and turn him into a robot." "Cure Bonnie? They already cured her and Ginny," Dragon said with a bit of confusion. "They did? How?" Marcus asked before he started to smile like an idiot. "The ope user was the key. While the boy is still learning to master his skill, he was invaluable in helping remove every trace of the disease. It took Dr. Cureha a couple of months with his help to do it, but it worked," Dragon said before he added, "They still need to recover properly because the process was brutal on their bodies. But they were both given a clean bill of health last week and no longer have to worry about that disease." "Good. What about Bonnie's fruit? Has she shown the ability to use the Toshi no Mi yet? She's a fruit user, but she's not even a year old yet. Marcus didn't want to go into the details, so he said, "No clue. I just saw her turning into an old woman in one of my dreams and learned the fruit name. I'll let Kuma and Ginny know. Also, Kuma will contact you sooner or later. I gave him your number." As Marcus was about to reply, his den mushy started ringing again. Marcus glanced at it as he said, "I think Grandpa is calling me. I need to get this." "Okay, be safe." "You too," Marcus said before he switched to the other line and asked, "Is that you, Grandpa?" "Who else would it be, Brat? You're not the only person with my number, you know that, right? Actually, you should know that since you had to get my number from Dad," Marcus said as he shook his head. "Did that happen? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I found that pirate scum you wanted to talk to." "Jin's there. Can I talk to him?" Marcus asked with a hint of excitement. "I just put it on speaker. Go ahead." Marcus frowned slightly as he asked, "You're not alone, are you?" "Of course I'm not alone. You asked me to find this pirate scum for you." "I mean, it's not just you and Jin in the room, is it?" Marcus asked in an annoyed tone. Garp glanced around the meeting room they were in, which currently had a handful of high-ranking Navy personnel, Jinb, Mihawk, and Crocodile, all of which were looking at him in stunned silence because he just barged into the room and stopped in front of Jinb without a word before he made a call on his den mushy. Marcus took the silence on the other side of the line as confirmation before he said, "I swear it's like you and Luffy don't have a properly functioning brain sometimes." "What exactly is going on?" Jin started to ask before Garp cut him off and said, "Don't call your grandpa stupid." "I didn't call you stupid. I questioned if your brain worked properly. Or maybe you've been hit on the head one too many times." You're just asking for an extra fist of love the next time I see you, aren't you?" Garp asked with narrowed eyes. Marcus started to sweat a little bit as he said, "No, but I'm sure Luffy could use a couple." "No, I think—" "Garp, what are you doing here? You never come to these things," someone said as they cut off Garp. Garp glanced over to Sengoku, who just walked in the room with Rocinante following along. Rocinante now acted as Sengoku's aide and mostly stayed at headquarters for now while getting personal training sessions from Sengoku and Zephyr. After almost being killed by Virgo, he's been pushing himself to the limit to get stronger. Well, he doesn't train with Garp because Sengoku considers that type of training torture. Garp focused on Rocinante for a moment before he said, "Perfect timing. I need to borrow him for a little bit." Sengoku looked towards Rocinante as he asked, "Why? And why are you even here in the first place?" "My grandson wanted to talk with Jinb," Garp said as he waved Rocinante over and added, "Use your power over here." Normally, Rocinante would check with Sengoku in this situation, but it was Garp asking, and he wouldn't be alive today without him. So he moved over to where Garp and Jinb were and created a sound isolation bubble around them. Sengoku started to move towards the bubble to hear what was going on before Garp handed his den mushy to Jinb and said, "You're free to talk to Jinb now. I had Rocinante make a bubble for you." As Garp stepped out of the bubble to stop Sengoku, Marcus asked, "Really? Can he hear me too?" Vice Admiral Garp stepped out of the bubble. "It's only me and Warlord Jinb that can hear you now," Rocinante said as he glanced towards Garp arguing with Sengoku. "Oh, I have some important information to tell Jinb. Can I trust you to keep whatever I say a secret?" Rocinante glanced towards Sengoku again as he hesitated to answer for a few moments before Marcus said, "Did my grandpa ever tell you why he was there to save your life that day?" Rocinante whipped his head back around to look at the den mushy as Marcus said, "I told him you would die that day and asked him to save you." Jinb looked down at the den mushy with skepticism as Rocinante's eyes bulged out of his head and his mouth dropped open. Jinb glanced up to see Rocinante's reaction before he asked, "Did Garp really save your life?" Rocinante nodded his head as he said, "He just showed up at the best possible time and said he was in the area. I saw you die in a dream and told Grandpa about it. It's also the reason I wanted to talk with Jinb. Jinb narrowed his eyes slightly as he asked in a skeptical tone, "You saw me die in one of your dreams." "Not you, someone else, but first I need Rocinante to—" "I won't tell a soul," Rocinante said as he cut off Marcus. "Then you have my thanks." Rocinante shook his head as he said, "No, you and Garp have mine. I would be dead without both of you." Marcus smiled slightly to himself before he asked, "Jinb, do you know who Shiarli is?" "She's famous for being a fortune teller. You can think of me kind of like her, except I have dreams of the future instead of using a crystal ball." Jinb frowned slightly as he asked, "And you saw someone's death that involves me?" "Yes, but before that I would like to ask if Arlong is still on Fishman Island." Jinb's eyes narrowed at Arlong being brought up as he asked, "No, he just left the island with a small crew. Is he the one that's going to die?" "Maybe. I'm not sure yet since I haven't seen what happens to him after he starts terrorizing humans in East Blue." "I'll come stop him if he does that," Jinb said with conviction. "He is going to bribe people so you don't find out, but it's fine. He isn't the reason I wanted to talk with you." "But you said he's going to terrorize humans," Jinb said with a frown. "And I'm already waiting on the island. He's coming to, so don't worry about it." "But he is my responsibility." "Maybe, but you have worse things to worry about. First of all, you need to deal with—" Outside of the bubble, Sengoku was being kept outside by Garp, who said he would knock out anyone who tried to enter. Sengoku frowned slightly as he watched Rocinante and Jinb both go through different ranges of shock over the next 10 minutes before the bubble disappeared. Jinb stared at the den mushy with a concerned look before he stood up and said, "I can't stay for this meeting. I need to go check on something." As Jinb handed the den mushy back to Garp, he said, "You have my thanks for letting me borrow this Vice Admiral Garp." "Bah, I was just doing my grandson a favor." "Why are you leaving? We were just about to start the meeting," Sengoku said as he glanced towards Rocinante. "Unfortunately, something came to my attention that needs to be taken care of immediately," Jinb said with a bow before he added, "I apologize, but I must leave." Jinb quickly left the room as Sengoku focused on Rocinante and asked, "What just happened? What did they talk about?" Rocinante shook his head as he said, "Unless Jinb tells you himself, I promise not to speak on it. As much as this whole thing has been entertaining, I have other things to do. So can we get this meeting underway?" Mihawk asked in a bored tone. Sengoku frowned slightly before he said, "Fine, let's get this meeting underway." Garp started to leave the room as Sengoku said, "Where do you think you are going? Take a seat." Garp waved off the comment as he opened the door and asked, "I'm supposed to be heading towards the New World. You told me to track down that stupid pirate targeting Navy ships, remember?" Before Sengoku could respond, Garp was out the door, which made him sigh before he sat down. He glanced at his documents for a moment before he said, "This meeting is to discuss." Back with Marcus, he leaned back with a smile playing across his face. If Jinb actually followed through with the information Marcus gave him, it had the potential to change a lot of things in the world. As Marcus was relaxing in the crow's nest, someone yelled, "Marcus, are you on the ship?" Marcus glanced over the side of the crow's nest to see Kuina and Zoro with their training swords. He smirked as he grabbed the side of the crow's nest and jumped over the side. Marcus landed with a heavy thud in front of both of them before he said, "Tired of exploring. We want to spar." "All right, let's go to that spot over there so we have room," Marcus said as he pointed to an empty patch of land next to the dock. 72, is that what happened? After the first day on the island, Marcus put everyone into training mode and pushed them to the limit. He wasn't sure how strong Arlong was, but he didn't plan to underestimate the fishmen. With that thought in mind, he pushed everyone to the point of collapse each day. Most of them complained about the new training schedule, but none of them stopped training. Genzo and the other villagers found it strange when they saw everyone training near the beach, but otherwise left them alone and didn't interfere or even really question why they were doing it. A week passed quickly as they trained, and on their rest day, Marcus bought a newspaper. Inside the newspaper, he found information about Arlong and his crew that made him smile. They were apparently spotted near Sabyati Archipelago a few days ago. Within that information in mind, Marcus checked his maps and determined how long it would take Arlong to make it to the island. If Arlong and his crew went through the calm belt, it would take them at least a month and a half before they reached the Konomi Islands. And that was if they went in a straight line and didn't stop anywhere along the way. If they went a different way, it would take even longer. Marcus quickly made the decision to rush towards Logtown once he knew he had a buffer before Arlong arrived. Sure, they would lose a couple weeks of solid training, but if they could get more combat experience against real pirates, it would be better in the long run. With that in mind, Marcus headed into the village to inform everyone about the change in plans. He was able to find about half the crew easily, but Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro were nowhere to be found in the village. Marcus ended up heading towards Bellamir's place to search for them since it was close to the village. When he approached, he found Zoro asleep under a tree, so he kicked his leg and said, "Wake up." Zoro groggily sat up as he asked, what happened? Why were you sleeping under this tree?" Zoro yawned while stretching before he said, "It seemed like a good place to take a nap." "So you got lost again." "I'm not lost," Zoro said as he stood up. "Okay, then point in the direction of the village." Zoro instantly pointed away from the village and deeper into the island. Marcus looked in that direction for only a moment before he looked in the direction he just came from. Behind him down the path he was currently on, houses could easily be seen in the distance. Marcus slowly turned back to Zoro as he asked, "If the village is that way, what are those buildings behind me?" Zoro glanced in that direction and frowned slightly as he said, "I don't know." "Are you sure it's not the village?" "It could be, but I'm positive I came from that direction earlier," Zoro said as he pointed towards Bellamir's farm this time. "Well, head back towards the ship. We are setting sail in a couple of hours." Zoro's eyes lit up as he asked, "Are we going to fight more pirates?" "If we're lucky, so don't get lost again and head to the ship," Marcus said as he started to head up the path again. After a couple of minutes, he arrived at a small house in the middle of an orchard. All around the area were mickin fruit trees that gave the area a pleasant smell. As he was walking up to the house, he heard Luffy as he yelled out, don't hit me." Marcus came around the corner of the house to find Nami punching Luffy over the head, while Usopp was on the ground laughing. A moment later, Bellamir walked out of the house with Nijiko and quickly separated Nami from Luffy before she asked, "What the hell is going on? Why were you hitting him?" "He said Mickens are stupid, and he doesn't like them." Bellamir glanced at Luffy with narrowed eyes as she asked, "You don't like Mickens?" "Who would like Mickens when you can have meat instead?" Luffy asked with a smile. "You little brat," Bellamir said as he started to punch Luffy over the head and was quickly joined by Nami. Don't hit me just because meat is the best," Luffy said as he was being beaten up, while Usopp laughed harder and Nijiko chuckled softly. Once Bellamir and Nami were satisfied and Luffy's head was covered in lumps, Marcus finally stepped forward as he said, "No matter how much you hit Luffy, he'll never change his opinion or get smarter. Trust me, my grandpa has been trying for years." "Marcus," Usopp and Luffy said at the same time. Nami saw Marcus and jumped behind Bellamir, who turned to Marcus with a slight frown on her face. Marcus just smiled at the woman as he said, "The answer is still no." "You little brat," Bellamir said as she cracked her knuckles and started to step towards Marcus. Marcus smirked as he said, "Don't mind me, I just stopped by to find these idiots." Marcus glanced towards Luffy and Usopp as he said, "Be at the ship in 2 hours, we're going to Logtown." "Logtown?" everyone asked at the same time. "Yeah, I wanna offload our loot and hopefully take out some more pirates on the way," Marcus said before he added, "Plus you wanted to see where the Pirate King was executed, and Zoro needs some decent swords." "I need new swords." Marcus's eye twitched as he glanced at Zoro, who was just behind him, and asked, "Didn't you head back to the village?" "Yeah, isn't this part of the village?" This is in the opposite direction of the village, Marcus said before he turned to Usopp and added, "You're in charge of making sure Zoro and Luffy make it back to the ship." "I don't need help," Zoro and Luffy said at the same time that Usopp asked, "Why me?" "Because compared to them, you at least don't get lost." Marcus then turned to Bellemere, who was now almost in front of him, and said, "See you later, Obasan." "Obasan," Bellemere said as she rushed forward to punch Marcus. As her fist passed through his after image, she said, "Don't run away again, you stupid brat." "Sorry, but you're really not my type." Marcus's voice drifted on the wind as Bellemere looked around for him. About an hour later, everyone was on the ship, so Marcus decided to set sail. After an hour, the island disappeared from view, and Marcus double-checked the ship's course before he handed the helm over to Sabo and headed below deck. Marcus went down to the hold to sort through things before they reached Logtown. While most of it was already separated into different groups, Marcus wanted to double-check everything and possibly keep a couple things for himself. As Marcus was going through the assorted goods section that was near the hull's entrance, he heard someone rushing down the stairs. Marcus turned towards the stairs to see Kuina as she missed a step about halfway down and started to fall. Marcus's body froze in place, and his eyes widened as he watched Kuina falling forward. Kuina let go of her sword as she attempted to catch herself on the railing. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and she flipped head first down the stairs. Marcus's body finally started to respond as Kuina was already flipping towards the bottom of the stairs. Instead of trying to stop or catch Kuina as she slammed into the ground, Marcus moved towards the other objects still in the air. Kuina's sword had hit one of the stairs at the perfect angle to somehow launch her sword out of the scabbard. The scabbard clattered to the floor harmlessly as Marcus caught the sword by its blade just before it pierced Kuina's chest. As blood started to run down the blade from his hand, Marcus looked down at Kuina and asked, "Are you okay?" Kuina nodded numbly as she stared with wide eyes at her sword. Marcus grabbed the sword by its hilt with his other hand and placed it on the ground as he asked, "Why the hell were you running down the stairs with your sword?" Marcus pulled off his shirt and wrapped it around his injured hand as Kuina said with relief and a hint of embarrassment, "I was coming to grab my sword cleaning kit." Marcus stared at Kuina for a few moments before he said in a flat tone, "You running around with your sword not properly secured almost got you killed. What would have happened if you died? What would I tell your dad or even Zoro? The poor kid would be heartbroken." Kuina completely missed Marcus's teasing joke as she hung her head and said, "I don't know, but thank you for saving me." Marcus's eyes narrowed as he said, "You don't need to thank me. Just don't do something stupid like that again. Someone might not be around to save you next time." "Okay," Kuina said as she slowly stood up from the floor. "Good, now go clean your sword, and afterwards I want you to go do 5,000 overhead swings while wearing your training harness so you don't forget it," Marcus said as he started for the stairs. Kuina slowly collected her sword and scabbard as Marcus disappeared up the stairs. As Kuina was cleaning her sword, Marcus went to the galley to clean the cut on his palm before he had Zeph stitch it closed. Once his hand was taken care of, he headed back down to the hull to finish what he started. Over the next few days, Marcus made sure to clean his wound properly each day, even with the stitches in place. It didn't affect him much since he could still do most things with one hand, but it was slightly annoying when steering the ship, training, or eating. Kuina was a lot less cheerful over the following week or so after her near-death experience. She also tried to help out Marcus with stuff at first, but he rejected her help and said, "I appreciate the offer, but I'm fine. I consider this to be just another form of training for me." By the end of the week, they were only a day or so away from Logtown and finally ran into a pirate ship. The ship itself was also headed in the direction of Logtown, but when they noticed Marcus's ship, well, they turned around and tried to get some more loot. Everyone made pretty short work of the pirates, and after looting the ship, Marcus had Zoe and the other women take it over. Since they were so close to Logtown, there was no reason not to try and make money by selling the ship, especially since it was in such great shape compared to other pirate ships they normally ran into. Over the next day, both ships stayed close together as Zoe's ship followed behind Marcus. Just before noon the next day, they spotted their destination on the horizon as a black dot, and just before noon they docked in the harbor. Once they were docked, and before people took off, mostly Luffy and whoever he dragged with him, Marcus delegated out tasks that needed to be done while they were on the island. The first one was turning in the pirates and claiming their bounties. The second was selling the ship they just acquired, and last was finding places they could sell off all of their loot. With everything settled, Marcus asked Zeph to watch over the ship until he came back. Then he headed into town with Zoro and Kuina to see if they could find some decent swords for Zoro. 73. A fated meeting. Marcus wasn't in a rush and took his time to enjoy the city as he walked with Zoro and Kuina. Well, they kept Zoro in front of them so he wouldn't disappear and get lost. But Marcus still enjoyed seeing the city up close and in person compared to what he saw in the show. Logtown wasn't done properly in the anime or even the manga for that matter. Besides Logtown being the last stop before the Grand Line, it was also a major trade hub for East Blue. The harbor they docked at was a good example of just how popular it was, since it could easily handle 50 large-sized ships. Apparently it wasn't the only one either, since there were a couple of other smaller harbors that were less visible. As for the city itself, it was a massive, sprawling metropolis of buildings. It was the biggest city he had visited in the world so far, and he was thoroughly impressed with it. Their group stopped a couple times to get directions, and after half an hour they arrived at a small store with weapons displayed in the windows. As they stepped inside, they were unenthusiastically greeted by an older man. He glanced at them only for a moment and ignored them once he saw they were only kids. At first, Zoro and Kuina were looking through the weapons on the racks, but Kuina was disappointed with all of them. Zoro himself didn't really care since he thought the 2 swords he already had were good enough. Marcus, in the meantime, was looking through the bargain bin area hoping to find what he was expecting to be there. Unfortunately, after looking through everything, he couldn't find the sword he thought might be there. Kuina was also finished with her search and went up to the man behind the counter. The man glanced at her for a moment before he went back to his newspaper as he said, "We don't sell weapons for kids here." "That's good because we weren't looking for them. What are the best swords you have here? Do you have any Mado?" Kuina said as she looked at the man. He slowly put his paper down and stared at Kuina as he asked, "Do you have any idea how rare a Mado type of weapon is? Do you think they just grow on trees or something?" Marcus stepped forward and pulled his sheathed sword from his belt to show the man as he said, "I have one right here and she is also carrying a Mado. So no, we don't think they are that rare." The man finally took a better look at Kuina, Marcus, and Zoro for a moment before he glanced at their weapons. At first there was no reaction, but then his eyes practically popped out of his head as he said, "Wado Ikamanji." The man turned to get a better look at Marcus's sword and sucked in a cold breath as he said in a lowered tone, "Eternal rest." Marcus slid his sword back into his belt as he said, "So do you have anything close to a Mado in quality, or should we look somewhere else?" The man shook his head as he said, "I have nothing that good in my store. But I'll gladly buy your swords if you want to sell them," the man said as he eyed their swords with greed in his eyes. Marcus rested his uninjured hand on the hilt of his sword as he said in a flat tone, "We aren't selling our swords to anyone." The man glanced towards Marcus and froze as he noticed the cold expression on the boy's face. It took him a moment to recover, but when he did, he quickly said, "The only place that might have a Mado is the shop near the Marine base. I heard the owner there has a family sword worth a lot of money." "Where is it exactly?" The man grabbed something from under the counter and quickly pulled out a piece of paper and a pencil. He sketched a map really fast with easy-to-understand directions on how to get to the shop. Once finished, he handed the paper to Marcus as he said, "This will help you find it." Marcus took the paper and glanced at it before he smiled at the man and said, "Thanks." After they left the place, they started to walk towards the Marine base so the map would be useful. It only took 10 minutes to reach the Marine base before Marcus stopped to check the paper he was given. When he looked up, Zoro was missing, while Kuina was busy looking at a shop window full of clothes. Marcus looked around the area for a few moments, but his small height combined with the amount of people made it impossible to find Zoro easily. Marcus shook his head slightly before he mumbled to himself, "This is what I get for taking my eyes off of him." Marcus stepped closer to Kuina and asked, "Did you see where Zoro went?" Kuina's head snapped around and she scanned the area quickly as she said, "No, I told him to stay next to you cause I wanted to look at something for a moment." "It's fine, he couldn't have gone far," Marcus said as he glanced at the clothing shop before he asked, "Didn't you buy some clothes not long ago?" "Yeah, but they were the only clothing we could find, and it doesn't fit right. That's why I only bought a couple of things at the time. I was hoping to buy some clothes that are a little more comfortable to wear when we finally got to a big city." Marcus glanced at the clothing store for a moment before he said, "All right. After we get Zoro some swords, I'll give you money to get better clothes, but first let's go find Zoro." Marcus and Kuina split up and searched the area for about 10 minutes with no luck, so they decided to head towards the sword shop they were pointed towards. When they entered the store, they heard a girl as she said, "I told you already, my name is Tashigi, not Kuina." In front of them stood a girl, almost a spitting image of Kuina except she wore red-framed glasses. Sure, there were slight differences, but if someone said they were twins, no one would think twice about it. In front of her stood a shorter boy with green hair who Marcus and Kuina were just looking for. Marcus glanced between Tashigi and Kuina to find Kuina with her mouth hanging open and eyes widened. Marcus smiled slightly before he pushed Kuina's mouth closed and said, "Finally found you, and you're talking to a different girl than your crush." Zoro and Tashigi both turned to look at Marcus, and each had very different reactions. Tashigi almost mirrored Kuina in shock, while Zoro blushed slightly before he said, "It's not a crush. We promised to become the world's best swordsman." "Yeah, I'm sure that's all it is." Kuina finally recovered from seeing her doppelganger and asked, "Why do you look like me?" No way," Tashigi said as she shook her head before she said, "You're the one who looks like me." "How old are you?" Kuina asked. "I'm 12. Kuina narrowed her eyes as she said, "I'm also 12. I turn 13 in a couple weeks." Kuina clicked her tongue as she said, "Looks like you win this one. My birthday was a few days ago." "What?" both Zoro and Marcus asked at the same time. "What's with all the yelling? I told you 5 minutes and I'll be done with your sword." A man's voice came from the back of the shop. "Your birthday was a few days ago and you didn't say anything," Marcus asked as Zoro nodded in agreement. Kuina shrugged helplessly as she said, "We were on the ship and besides it's just a birthday." "We celebrate everyone's birthday. Why do you think we wouldn't do the same for you?" "We were on an island for all of them. Mine happened while we were at sea and like I said, it's just a birthday," Kuina said with another shrug. Marcus shook his head as he said, "It's not just a birthday, it's your birthday. You should enjoy it and have fun with everyone during it." Before anyone else could respond, a man with black wing-like hair on the sides of his head walked out of the back and froze in place. He glanced between Tashigi and Kuina for a few moments before he asked, "Why are there two Tashigis?" Tashigi pouted cutely with puffed-out cheeks as she said, "There's only one Tashigi." Kuina nodded in agreement as she said, "I'm Kuina." The man glanced between the two girls before he handed the sword in his hands to Tashigi and said, "Here's your sword." Tashigi took the sword as she said, "Thank you, Ipponmatsu-san." The man nodded slightly before he asked, "Who are your friends?" "Friends?" Tashigi asked as she looked at the others for a moment before she said, "I don't know them." Tashigi pointed at Zoro and said in an annoyed tone, "And this boy was following me around calling me Kuina." Marcus nodded in understanding as he said, "Now it all makes sense. He must have followed you thinking you were Kuina, even though you're in different clothes and wear glasses. Then again, he's an idiot who only really cares about sword fighting," Marcus said as Kuina nodded in agreement. Ipponmatsu glanced over everyone before he asked, "Well, what do you kids need? Want me to?" Ippenmatsu's eyes widened as he noticed the swords on Marcus and Kuina's waist before he asked, "Where did you two get those swords?" Marcus placed a hand on the hilt of his sword as he said, "It's a family heirloom from my late mother. This was a gift from my father." Ippenmatsu frowned slightly at their answers before he asked, "Did you come to get them cleaned and sharpened?" Marcus pointed at Zoro as he said, "We came to find him some good swords, a couple of Mados if possible." "A Mado? Do you think they are easy to find because you already have some?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "No, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Plus some other shop said you would be the best place to find decent swords." Ippenmatsu waved towards some swords on display behind the counter as he said, "Those are the best ones I have, but they aren't cheap." Marcus glanced towards Kuina as he said, "Help Zoro check them out, I'm gonna look around." Tashigi studied Kuina and her sword before she moved over towards Marcus, who was looking through the rest of the shop. She looked at his sword for a few moments before she asked, "How long have you practiced swordsmanship?" Marcus glanced up from the swords in front of him before he asked, 5 years. What about you?" Tashigi patted her sword as she asked, "Almost 7 years. It's rare to find kids my age who train in swordsmanship. Do you want to spar against me?" Marcus pointed to Kuina and Zoro as he said, "You have to beat both of them before I'll even think about it." "What, why?" Tashigi asked as she stomped her foot down and puffed out her cheeks. Marcus turned towards the bargain bin section of swords as he said, "Because both of them together can't beat me." Tashigi glanced from Kuina and Zoro to Marcus before she asked with a tone of disbelief, "Both of them can't beat you?" "Nope, not even when I'm one-handed," Marcus said as he showed her his still healing palm. "Well, I'll fight them, and after I win, you'll have to fight me. Deal?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "If you beat them, I said I'll think about it. Now if you beat either of my older brothers, I'll gladly fight you." Marcus glanced towards Tashigi and studied her for a few moments before he said, "But that won't happen. You're too weak compared to them." "I'm not weak," Tashigi said as she went to stomp her foot again, only to trip over herself and almost fall over. Marcus was able to catch her in time before he chuckled as he said, "Weak and clumsy, not a good combo." Tashigi blushed slightly as she stood back up before she said, "I'm not weak. I've fought with pirates before and I train at the Marine base a few times each week." Marcus's hand reached for a sword hilt wrapped in a deep, almost blood-red-colored cord as he asked, "You've fought pirates? What's the biggest bounty you've claimed?" As Marcus's hand wrapped around the hilt of the sword, he felt something his sword would do sometimes. He felt the sword and its thirst for blood, which was very potent. Marcus grinned slightly as he pulled the sword from the barrel as Tashigi said, "I've never claimed a bounty. I've only fought pirates while training with the Marines." Marcus raised an eyebrow at that as he asked, "You plan to be a Marine when you grow up?" Tashigi nodded her head and unconsciously rubbed the hilt of her sword as she said, "It's the best way to help me achieve my dream." "What's your dream?" "My dream is to liberate all of the Mados of the world from evil people so they can't be used to hurt any more innocents," Tashigi said with a wishful look on her face. As Marcus studied the sword in his hand that was radiating blood lust like crazy, he said, "You'll need to get a lot stronger if you want to accomplish something like that." "I will," Tashigi said with conviction. Marcus nodded in response before he held the sword up and said, "Zoro, I found something good." Ippenmatsu glanced up and his eyes widened as he said, "Absolutely not. I'll not sell that sword to a child." 74. How to Tame Your Sword. Everyone turned to look at Ippenmatsu, who said, "That sword is dangerous and I won't sell it to a kid." Marcus raised an eyebrow as he said, "All swords are dangerous." Ippenmatsu shook his head as he said, "That sword is cursed. All of the previous owners died because of it." "Cursed?" Zoro said as he approached Marcus along with Kuina. "It's not cursed, it's just temperamental. This sword wants a proper swordsman to wield it," Marcus said as he handed the sword to Zoro. Zoro took the sword and frowned before he said, "I can feel something coming from the sword." It's bloodlust. Ippenmatsu's eyes widened again as he said, "Both of you can sense the sword." Zoro and Marcus nodded at the same time before he patted his sword and said, "My sword does the same thing around most pirates." Zoro nodded as he said, "Yeah, I can definitely feel it now. This sword wants to cut something. Which is why I won't sell it to a kid. Grown men can't control that sword. You have absolutely no chance against it." "No chance?" Zoro asked with a feral grin before he said, "Those other people couldn't control this sword because they lacked conviction. I don't." Lacked conviction? Zoro stepped away from everyone else before he said, "I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman one day." Zoro drew the sword from its sheath and looked at the distinct blue Hammond that had the appearance of flames along the blade for a moment before he asked it. "I can feel it. You want to cut something and draw blood, don't you?" Everyone watched as Zoro stared at the sword and asked, "I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. Do you want to reach the top of the world with me?" "Just because you want to be the world's best swordsman doesn't mean I'll sell you that sword, kid. I won't let it kill you, no matter how confident you might be," Ippenmatsu said with a frown. "Fine, let's see if this sword wants to stay here and be sold to someone unworthy, or come with me and conquer the world," Zoro said while he took the sword and tossed it into the air before he calmly stuck his arm out to the side as he closed his eyes. Everyone froze in place at Zoro's actions as Marcus narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the sword spin in the air. Ippenmatsu recovered first as he said, "Are you crazy? You're going to lose your arm, kid." Kuina's eyes widened as Tashigi covered her mouth as she gasped in shock. Marcus moved his hand to his sword as Sandai Kaitsu dropped towards Zoro's arm. When he noticed the blade would flip around Zoro's arm with the flat back edge of the blade, instead of the razor-sharp blade itself, he released his hand from his sword and started to smirk. After passing by Zoro's arm without touching it, the sword buried itself into the floor up to the hilt. As everyone stared in shock, a feral grin played across Zoro's face as he said, "I'll take it." Both Ippenmatsu and Tashigi collapsed to the ground as Kuina's eyes narrowed. She stomped towards Zoro before she punched him in the back of the head, and as he hit the ground she asked, "You idiot! What if you lost your arm?" Zoro rubbed the growing bruise on his head as he asked, "If I can't even control a sword like this, then what gives me the right to even think about being the world's best swordsman?" Zoro stood up and pulled the sword out of the floor as Marcus said, "He's right. You need to have the ambition and courage to follow your dreams. While I also think that test was a little stupid, if you don't have that type of drive, you'll never achieve your dreams." Both Tashigi and Kuina's eyes lit with a new inner fire at Marcus's words before Zoro said, "Well, that's one sword down. I just need 2 more. Can you find me some more like this one, Marcus?" "2 more?" everyone asked at the same time. "I've been training to use 3 swords. Once I have the basic forms created, it will be my signature way of fighting." Ippenmatsu scrambled up from the floor as he said, "Hold on just a minute." Ippenmatsu disappeared up the stairs as Tashigi stood up from the floor and said, "I still can't believe you did something like that." Marcus glanced towards Tashigi and said with a smirk, "If you think that was stupid, just wait till you meet my younger brother." Ippenmatsu came back down the stairs a few moments later as he carried something under a blue cloth. He placed it on the counter before he said, "If you want other swords, these are the best I've got." He pulled the cloth off of 2 swords, the first of which was a long katana with a black handle. It had a cross-shaped golden guard and a black lacquered sheath. Ippenmatsu pulled the blade from its sheath to show an almost normal blade with a slightly irregular pattern. Ippenmatsu smiled as he said, "This is Yubashiri, a family heirloom and the second best sword I have in the shop besides Sandai Kaitsu." Zoro came over and Ippenmatsu handed him the sword to check out before he showed them the other sword as he said, "This isn't a named sword, but quality-wise it's the 3rd best in the shop and probably in Logtown as a whole." The 3rd sword was in a plain blue sheath and didn't look any different from most swords. Zoro tested Yubashiri for a few moments before he said, "It's light but balanced perfectly." Zoro sheathed it before he examined the last sword for a few moments. As he was doing that, Marcus turned to Ipponmatsu and asked, "How much for all of them?" Ipponmatsu shook his head as he said, "I'll give them to you for free." Zoro turned to Ipponmatsu along with everyone else before he asked, "Why?" "Because I can't remember the last time I've met a true swordsman. You know they say the sword chooses its owner." Ipponmatsu said as he pointed towards Sandaikaitsu and added, "If what I just witnessed between you and that sword wasn't that, well, I don't know what could be." Marcus smiled as he said, "We appreciate your generous offer, but we came with money and will gladly pay for everything." Ipponmatsu shook his head as he said, "No, I won't accept money for those swords." "All right, no money, then how about a trade instead? We have weapons we came to sell, how about we give them to you instead?" Marcus asked. Ipponmatsu was about to refuse again when a sandal flew from the back room and hit him in the head. A moment later, a tall, rotund woman with shoulder-length, curly red hair stepped out of the back with a sandal in her hand. She slapped the sandal against her other hand as she said, "You better not refuse." "But honey," the woman cut him off as she said, "don't you dare start with me. I was gonna let you give those swords away because I know how you feel about true swordsmen." The woman stepped closer to Ipponmatsu and smacked him with the sandal as she said, "But I won't let you turn down a good business opportunity. They have weapons they want to give us, and we will gladly take them." Ipponmatsu was smart and kept silent, which made the woman nod in approval before she turned to Marcus and asked, "Where are the weapons you wish to trade in?" "On our ship down at the dock." The woman slapped Ipponmatsu again as she said, "Go down to the dock and collect whatever they want to give you as trade for the swords, and negotiate for the rest." Her eyes narrowed as she said, "And don't try to overpay just because of the swords. You better be trying to get us the best deal." "Yes, dear." Ipponmatsu turned to Marcus as he said, "Lead the way." After they left the shop with Tashigi and Ipponmatsu, Marcus jokingly said, "It looks like you and your wife have a good relationship." Ipponmatsu smiled softly as he said, "Yeah, Ipponu might have some rough edges, but I wouldn't have it any other way." As they walked towards the main dock, a cannon blast went off in the distance. A moment later, the roof of a building exploded in front of them, and as part of it fell towards an older couple below, Marcus disappeared from view along with the couple. After the debris hit the ground, Marcus reappeared with the older couple a few feet away. He glanced towards the dock where the cannon blast came from and said, "Head towards the docks. I'll meet all of you there." "Some idiot pirates must be attacking again. Just let the Marines handle it," Ipponmatsu said as Marcus faded from view again. As Kuina dragged Zoro towards the dock, Tashigi started to run after them as she asked, "What was that? How did Marcus disappear?" Ipponmatsu glanced at the kids before he shook his head and followed after them as another cannon blast went off. Marcus arrived near the dock to see a large 5-mast ship with pirates pouring out of it. They seemed more concerned with looting the ships docked near them instead of raiding the city itself, as they attacked 3 other ships in dock. Marcus looked towards the pirate ship itself, since they were randomly shooting their cannons into the city as another cannon blast went off. Marcus kicked off the ground and moved at incredible speeds as he passed by people on the dock like a gust of wind. Within half a minute, he was on the pirate ship deck and punched a person in the middle of loading a cannon. The man was lifted off his feet and flew across the deck to slam into the mast. Marcus then turned to another man who was busy loading another cannon and punched him in the head, which dropped him to the ground. The man on the last cannon on the deck aimed towards the city, noticed Marcus and asked, "Who the hell are you, kid? Do you even know who we are?" Marcus used Saru before he kicked the man in the chest, which sent him flying off the ship and to the dock below as he said, "Hopefully worth some money." With the cannons taken care of, Marcus paused for a moment as he glanced around and took in the whole situation. He didn't see any of his brothers or crew, so he decided to take care of the matter himself. He pushed off the deck hard enough to break it as he disappeared from view again. When he reappeared, he was next to a couple of pirates and jumped up to grab their heads before he slammed them together. As the 2 men dropped to the ground, he appeared in front of someone else and hit them in the temple. As that person started to drop, Marcus disappeared and another pirate went flying into a different pirate. Marcus made quick work of all the pirates on the dock before he headed towards the first ship. As he landed on the deck, he sent the first pirate he saw flying into the water before he turned to a group of pirates who were fighting with some sailors. Marcus quickly took out all the pirates before he asked, "Are there any more pirates on the ship?" An older man with a belaying pin shook his head as he said, "We were able to stop them here." "Good," Marcus said as he disappeared from view, and another person went flying from another ship. 5 minutes after Marcus arrived, the rest of the pirates and their captain were running towards their ship as they retreated from him. As they scrambled to get on their ship, Kuina, Zorro, and Tashigi arrived at the dock. Kuina and Zorro seemed fine, but Tashigi was winded, but said as she tried to catch her breath, "We should stop. They're gonna get away." Marcus placed a hand on his sword as he said, "No, they won't." As the pirate ship tried to undock and raise their sails, Tashigi said, "But..." Tashigi was cut off as Marcus stepped forward with his sword drawn and took a stance before he casually swung his sword at an angle. As he sheathed his sword, he said, "All right, you guys go clean up the rest." "But they're gonna..." Tashigi stopped talking as wood groaned before all 5 of the masts collapsed on the ship from a clean angled slice through all of them. Kuina's eyes lit up as she said, "I can't wait till I can do that." Zorro nodded in agreement before he took off towards the ship and said, "I bet I'll beat more pirates than you this time." "No fair," Kuina said, as she charged after him only to start laughing as he started heading towards a different ship. Marcus glanced towards Tashigi, who was wide-eyed with her mouth hanging open. It wasn't just her, though. The handful of people on the dock were doing the same thing. Marcus smirked and said, "Go finish off the pirates. We can talk later if you want." Tashigi nodded numbly before she ran towards the ship that Kuina and surprisingly Zorro made it to. Marcus decided not to babysit them since the crew was so weak and went to collect all the pirates he knocked out. Within 5 minutes, all the pirates were defeated and the Marines finally showed up in force. As the Marines poured into the dock area, Luffy, Ace, and the rest of the crew arrived. Marcus, who was seated on a pile of bodies with his sword resting on his shoulder, waved his brothers and the crew over as he said, "You missed out on a bit of fun." 75, it's only proper. After turning in the pirates to the Marines and sacking their boat for loot much to Tashigi and the Marines' dismay, Marcus led everyone back to the boat along with Ipponmatsu and Tashigi. The first thing he did was tell Zeph to prepare a birthday feast before he headed to the hull and showed Ipponmatsu all the weapons they had in storage. Marcus gave the man a good amount of weapons for the swords Zorro received, but even then, they still had a large amount left over. Ipponmatsu took a bit of time as he looked over everything before he made Marcus an offer for everything. It wasn't a very generous offer, and Marcus knew he could probably haggle for more. In the end, he just agreed and told Ipponmatsu they would remove the weapons from the hold, but he would need to carry them back to his shop. Ipponmatsu quickly found dock workers and rented a couple of carts to load up the goods. After he took them back to the shop, he would come back with the money and pay Marcus in full for everything. Before Ipponmatsu left with all the weapons, Marcus asked him if he knew anyone interested in the other items they had. Ipponmatsu glanced over everything and said he would talk with a couple people he knew before he came back with payment for the weapons. After Ipponmatsu left, Marcus headed down to the galley where he found Luffy and the others bombarding Tashigi with random questions. Tashigi was flustered from all the attention and could barely answer a question before another was asked. Marcus shook his head at the sight before he said over everyone, "Settle down, everyone. We have something important to discuss." "Is it meat?" Luffy asked in a serious tone. Marcus slipped something onto his hand before he disappeared from view, and Luffy hit the deck a moment later as Marcus said over his body, "It's not about meat, you idiot." "Oh, why does it hurt so much?" Marcus showed Luffy the sea stone knuckles that covered his hand as he said, "I had them made just for you as a birthday present." Luffy rubbed the lump forming on top of his head as he asked, "If they're a birthday present for me, why do you have them?" "What are you talking about? I just gave them to you a moment ago. They are a gift that just keeps on giving," Marcus said with a grin as he pounded one fist into the other. Luffy pouted and rubbed his head as Marcus turned to everyone else and said, "Like I was saying, we have something important to discuss." Marcus pointed at Kuina as he said, "Apparently it was her birthday the other day and she didn't tell us." "What?" almost everyone asked at the same time. "We missed out on a party and cake?" Luffy asked in horror. Marcus waved off the comments as he said, "We did, but I asked Zeph to prepare a birthday feast for Kuina a little while ago. So he went to collect a few things and we will have a party in a couple hours." Everyone started to get excited before Marcus said, "Since we're gonna celebrate Kuina's birthday, I want everyone to take the next hour or so to go get her a present." "You don't have to do that," Kuina said as she waved her hands in front of herself and shook her head. "You're right, we don't," Ace said with a grin before he added, "but we want to." Others nodded in agreement before Marcus said, "All right, everyone is free to go shopping, just be back in a couple hours at most." As everyone started to clear out of the room, Luffy grabbed Tashigi and dragged her along as she said, "What are you doing? I don't need to get a present, I just came to spar." Luffy shook his head as he said matter-of-factly, "Marcus said everyone needed to get a present for Kuina." Marcus chuckled slightly at the exchange before he turned to Kuina and said, "You are on watch duty until Zeph gets back." Kuina nodded slightly as she followed Marcus out of the room and headed towards the main deck to train. Marcus didn't leave the ship just yet and waited for Ipponmatsu to return. Zeph returned with Sanji in tow within 10 minutes or so of waiting, and Ipponmatsu arrived 5 minutes later with a couple of people. Ipponmatsu first handed a bag over to Marcus as he said, "Everything we agreed on is in there." Marcus took the bag with a nod before he said, "Pleasure doing business with you." Ipponmatsu nodded in return before he introduced the two people with him. They were both shop owners like him, but one specialized in luxury goods, jewelry, and accessories, while the other man was focused on normal, more mundane goods. Marcus took them both below deck, and after letting them look through what they had collected as he waited for an offer. Both offers were lower than he expected, so he ended up haggling with each of them for a bit before they each came to another agreement they were both happy with. Afterwards, they went to hire dock workers to transport everything to their respective shops. It took about an hour, but the hull of the ship was finally cleaned out of all the junk they collected, and Marcus made a large amount of money for the trouble. With only 40 minutes or so until the party would start, Marcus headed out himself to get Kuina a present. He wasn't completely sure what to get her, but remembering her talk about wanting comfortable clothes, decided to visit a clothing store and look around. He ended up in the nicer part of town by the Marine base with better-dressed people since he decided to run instead of walking. After he searched around for a while, he found a clothing store that looked pretty decent and decided to head inside. "Greetings and welcome to the Golden Thimble, young man," the pleasant-sounding voice of a woman said from behind the main counter. Marcus politely nodded back as the heavy-set woman behind the counter smiled and asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" Her voice trailed off at the end, as the woman glanced at Marcus's outfit with a hint of disgust and said, "I expect a certain amount of decorum from people who shop here." Marcus glanced down at his outfit and realized it was worn out with rips and cuts in certain places. But the thing the woman was probably disgusted with was the dried blood that was all over it. Marcus gave a helpless smile as he said, "Sorry, I fought some pirates earlier and forgot to change clothes because I was in a hurry." The woman's face softened a little before she said, "I'll let it slide this one time, but if you visit again, you'll be in clean clothes at least, or I'll throw you out." Marcus nodded as the woman asked, "Good, now what can I help you with?" Marcus smiled helplessly as he said, "I was planning to buy a friend of mine an outfit, but I just realized I don't know what size she wears." The woman's eyes lit up with mischief as she asked in a conspiratorial tone, "Is this girl a friend?" The woman raised her hands and made quotation marks as she added with a wink, "Or a girlfriend." A playful smirk played across Marcus's face as he said, Let's just say she's a friend who I get hot and sweaty with at least once a day." The woman looked almost scandalized as she covered her mouth with her hand and gasped. Marcus's smirk turned into a grin as he patted his sword and said, "We train together in swordsmanship every day." The woman's eyes widened as she realized Marcus wasn't talking about what she thought he meant and blushed slightly before she said, "You should have said that in the first place, you little rascal." Marcus tilted his head slightly as he asked in an innocent tone, "What else would we do to get hot and sweaty?" The woman studied Marcus for a few moments before she asked with narrowed eyes, "You, never mind. So is this girl friend of yours with a sword, Tashigi?" Marcus shook his head before his eyes lit up and he said, "No, but she is the same exact size. Another girl is training in swordsmanship besides Tashigi. I wonder why I've never met her or Tashigi even mentioned her." The woman asked as she came out from behind the counter and headed towards a section of clothes. Marcus followed the woman as he said, "We just arrived on the island today and met Tashigi for the first time a couple of hours ago." "Oh, that makes sense. We get a lot of visitors to the island, but rarely are they kids, mostly traders, pirates, and seamen," the woman said as she nodded before she stopped in front of a clothing rack. She turned to Marcus as she asked, "So what does this friend of yours like clothing-wise?" "She likes comfortable clothes that are easy to move in and don't hinder her ability to fight." The woman nodded as she asked, "Color preference?" Marcus thought about her normal clothes before he said, "She likes to wear lighter colors, but I've also seen her wear dark red or blue pants." The woman hummed slightly to herself as she started to look through the clothing on the racks. She quickly selected a couple different pieces which she showed to Marcus before she asked, "What about these?" "Those tops don't look good, but the shorts are fine." Marcus and the woman spent the next 10 minutes going through different combinations of clothing before they settled on an outfit. Marcus nodded at the chosen outfit in satisfaction before he asked, "What are your policies on if it doesn't fit?" "Just bring her back with the outfit and I'll adjust it to fit her, and maybe find you some decent clothes at the same time," the woman said as she glanced at Marcus's outfit again with more disgust. Marcus nodded as he said, "I'll probably be back tomorrow to get clothes then." After he paid, Marcus had the woman place the clothes in a nice-looking gift bag before he headed back to the ship for the party. When he arrived, he found everyone there along with Tashigi, who looked a little awkward at being in the whole situation. She was seated by Luffy and Usopp, while the latter was in the middle of telling her about his first fight against pirates, which he exaggerated about greatly. Marcus placed his present on the table where a pile of presents were before he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Once everyone turned towards him, he said, "Looks like everything is almost ready, but before we begin, I just wanted to say this." Marcus turned towards Kuina as he said, "Even if you don't want to celebrate your birthday or think it isn't a big deal." Marcus waved towards everyone else in the room and the gifts placed on the table as he said, "Everyone else here will easily disagree with you, so speak up next time so we can celebrate it on the actual day." Kuina lowered her head slightly as everyone cheered in agreement. A few moments later, Zeph and Sanji come out of the kitchen carrying food, and within a few minutes the galley tables were covered in a feast and a large cake. Before they could start eating, Marcus led everyone in singing happy birthday to Kuina, and then the party fully kicked off. 76. Who exactly is the brother's mysterious grandpa? The party lasted well into the night, and even though no one was drinking, a few people like Luffy and Usopp passed out in the galley. Tashigi ended up leaving a little after dark, but promised to be back early the next morning so she could spar with everyone. Marcus retired to his room for the night near the end of the night, even though Luffy and some other people were still having fun. How Luffy had this endless desire to party, Marcus had no idea. Maybe it was because of his devil fruit. Marcus shook his head as he laid down in bed, as he remembered Luffy liked to party and just have fun before the devil fruit. If he was being honest, Luffy was kinda lazy, and if it wasn't for the others pushing him to train. Well, Luffy would rather relax, eat food, or have fun with his friends than any type of training. Marcus finally fell asleep to thoughts of increasing Luffy's training when they got back to Nami's island, which made Luffy unconsciously shiver in his sleep. Early the next morning, Marcus awoke to find Tashigi already on the ship as she practiced her swordsmanship. As he approached her, he asked, "When did you get here?" "Not long, maybe 10 minutes. I didn't want to wake up the whole ship, so I waited here." Marcus nodded in understanding before he said, "If it wasn't for the party last night and us currently traveling, we would be doing our warm-up routine right now before breakfast." Marcus started to stretch his body as he said, "Since you're here, you can join me for a run." Tashigi nodded as she placed her training sword off to the side and followed Marcus down to the dock. Once there, Marcus asked, "How far can you run without stopping?" 5 or 6 miles, I think. I normally only run a couple of miles when I train." "Then this is a good opportunity to find out. How far is the execution platform from here?" Marcus asked as he looked towards the middle of the city. "It should be close to 2 miles, maybe a little longer." Marcus started to jog as a warm-up as he said, "Perfect. We will jog there to start and run back and forth after that for at least 5 laps." "5 laps?" Tashigi asked as she kept pace with Marcus. Marcus smiled at her but just kept jogging towards the middle of the city. It didn't take them long to make it to the platform, and as they rounded it, Marcus said, "All right, start running and I'll keep pace with you." Tashigi was still fine and breathing normally as she said, "Are you sure? I can run pretty fast." "You set the pace you are comfortable with, and just keep in mind, we have at least 5 laps to complete." Tashigi nodded slightly before she picked up the pace and started running. It wasn't a full-on sprint, but it was definitely faster than the jogging they were just doing. Marcus kept pace with her just fine, and when they reached the docks ran into Ace, Sabo, Kuina, and Zoro, who noticed them from the ship. Quickly, the others joined them, and they ran the second lap with them as they all followed Tashigi's pace. The next lap, they ended up getting more people from the ship, and on the 4th lap, they had everyone except for Zeph, who was making breakfast. By this point, Tashigi was getting winded, so Marcus had the others set their own pace, which quickly left Marcus and Tashigi alone again. As they started their 5th and final circuit, the other group lapped them and even lapped them again before they finished. Tashigi was completely spent running what amounted to just over 11 miles and was laid out on the deck covered in sweat. Marcus was completely fine since he normally ran farther with a training harness on. Once the other group arrived from their completed run, Marcus said, "We are gonna do some light training and spars after breakfast. After that, everyone is free to explore the town for the day." Tashigi glanced over from her spot on the ground as she asked in a concerned tone, "We're not finished for the day." "This wasn't even our normal warm-up," Marcus said as he reached down and helped Tashigi to stand up. Tashigi paled slightly as she noticed it wasn't a joke, and everyone nodded in agreement to that statement. As they settled down in the galley to eat breakfast, Luffy said excitedly, "I want to visit the Pirate King's execution platform today." Everyone except Marcus, Ace, and Sabo turned to look at Luffy in shock before he started to pick his nose as he asked, "What?" Marcus, who was closest to Luffy, punched him over the head as Head said, "Don't pick your nose at the breakfast table, you idiot." Luffy's head slammed into the table before he popped back up and said, "Grandpa does it." "That doesn't make it right," Marcus said as he punched Luffy again. Luffy rubbed the growing bruise on his head as he said in a sulking tone, "You don't have to hit me every time you tell me something. I only do it when I want to make sure the message gets through your thick skull." A few moments later, Zeph started to bring out food with help from Sanji before Luffy asked, "Who wants to visit the execution platform with me?" Everyone who ran early turned to look at him again before Usopp said, "Remember that tall tower in the middle of the city we ran by?" Luffy nodded quickly before he said, "Yeah, that thing was taller than the buildings around it. Wait a second." Everyone froze as it seemed like Luffy actually figured out what the tower was before he said, "I bet if we climb to the top of it, we can find out where the execution platform is." Everyone collapsed to the floor in shock as Luffy smiled proudly at his idea until Marcus jumped up from the floor and punched him with his sea stone knuckles. Marcus hit Luffy a couple of times as he said, "How are you so stupid?" "Ouch, why are you hitting me so much?" "Because you make people's brains hurt when you talk," Marcus said as half the table nodded in agreement. Marcus turned to Luffy as he said in an exasperated tone, "That tower you want to climb to find the execution platform. It is the execution platform." "Really?" Luffy asked in surprise as he rubbed the lumps that covered his head. Marcus placed both his hands over his face as he mumbled to himself quietly, "Oda-sama, why did you make him like this?" As everyone started to eat breakfast, Luffy asked again, "Who wants to visit the tower with me today? We can climb to the top and see what the Pirate King saw before he died." "You can't climb the execution platform," Tashigi said with a slight frown. "Why not?" Luffy asked as a few others paid more attention to the conversation. "Because it's considered a historical monument, and you would get arrested." Marcus waved off her concern as he said, "It'll be fine. We helped take care of those pirates yesterday. I am sure they'll let it slide if he climbs to the top." Tashigi shook her head as she said, "Just because you helped people yesterday doesn't mean you can break the law today." "Are you sure it's against the law? Because I didn't see a sign or anything like that on or around the platform. Heck, it isn't even guarded," Marcus said with a shrug. "But it's a historical monument, and everyone in town knows not to climb it." Marcus turned to Tashigi with a grin as he said, "Well, we aren't from here." Marcus patted Luffy on the back as he said, "That means you can climb it without worry." "Yash, just wait, tower, I'll climb you after breakfast," Luffy said before he stuffed a big piece of meat into his mouth. "But I just told you you can't." Marcus ignored Tashigi as he picked at his ear and asked, "Did anyone hear something just now?" People around the table shook their heads while Ace said, "No, but I might join Luffy on his climb later." "But," Marcus cut off Tashigi as he said, "I know you're excited to spar. Don't worry, I'll let you spar with my minions after breakfast." "That wasn't..." Marcus cut her off again as he said, "It's fine, just enjoy your breakfast and don't worry about it." Tashigi frowned as she said, "But they are." Marcus cut her off again as he said, "And I said don't worry about it. Worst case scenario, we'll either beat up the Marines or call Grandpa." The other brothers nodded in agreement before Tashigi looked appalled as she said, "You can't fight the Marines. That would make you criminals." Marcus shook his head as he said, "No, Grandpa would fix the issue, well, if we don't take things too far." "He would definitely give us more training, though," Ace said with a slight shiver as the other brothers nodded in agreement. "You guys always talk about your grandpa like he's some kind of monster. Who is he exactly?" Zoe asked in a curious tone. "He's a giant gorilla that always hits me," Luffy said as he rubbed the lumps Marcus gave him earlier. "That's because you mouth off to him," Marcus said as he rolled his eyes. "But he always beats us up." Sabo nodded in agreement before he added, "Grandpa might be a little heavy-handed in how he treats us, but he does it because he cares." Marcus shook his head as he said, "I hate to admit it, but Sabo is right, or we have Stockholm Syndrome from the beatings." Ace started to chuckle before he added, "It's probably both." Marcus and Sabo nodded in agreement before Luffy asked, "What's Stockholm Syndrome?" Marcus waved off the question before he said, "It doesn't matter, just eat breakfast." Others around the table still wanted to know more about the brothers' grandpa who apparently beat them regularly and was a gorilla, but everyone decided to drop it and just eat breakfast instead. After breakfast, Marcus had Tashigi spar with the weakest person on the ship, which was currently a toss-up between Sanji and Usopp. Sanji didn't want to fight a girl, so they went with Usopp, who put up a decent fight, but still lost, since he was only using soft wood pellets. Afterwards, Tashigi fought a few more people until she reached Zoro, who beat her pretty handily within a few minutes. Then he lost just as handily to Kuina a few minutes later, which Marcus found hilarious. As other people sparred together, Marcus decided to spar against Zoro, Kuina, and Tashigi at the same time. While it took them a few minutes to get into sync with each other, their fighting experience helped them come together pretty quickly. Marcus still wasn't pushed that hard by the combo of all three of them fighting him and took the chance to correct them as they fought. Tashigi, not used to this type of teaching, was thrown off for a moment when Marcus slapped her leg with his training sword and said, "You overextended. Your foot should be back slightly, and your sword should be at more of an angle." "What?" Tashigi asked as she froze in place. Marcus slid close and bonked her over the head as he said, "You froze in combat. Never get distracted." It took Tashigi a bit to get used to the training method, but by the time Marcus ended the spar, she felt some improvement in her sword play. As they rested on the deck, Luffy came over with a big smile on his face as he said, "Let's go visit the execution platform." Marcus thought it over for a few moments before he said, "Sure, I kinda wanna check out the view myself." 77. A new crewmate. 4 sets of legs swayed leisurely from the side of a platform as 4 boys took in the view. Marcus let out a sigh as he said, "I gotta admit, the view here is amazing." Before them was the main plaza of the city, and with the gentle slope of the island that led down to the main dock, it made it easy to see almost everything. The others nodded in agreement before Marcus added, "With your dad already being sick, seeing this place packed with people all looking at him just before the end must have been one hell of a sight." Ace frowned a tiny bit but nodded his head as he tried to imagine the scene himself. The entire plaza filled to bursting with people as they waited for that fateful moment. Sabo glanced over the plaza himself as he said, "Gramps said he died with a smile on his face." They fell into a comfortable silence for a while until a bullhorn cracked to life as someone said, "You kids need to get down here right now. You're trespassing on a historical landmark." Marcus and the others glanced down to see a squad of Marines at the base of the execution platform with a lieutenant in front of them. He was the one with the bull horn, and as they looked down at him, he said, "Get down here right now." Marcus glanced at his brothers before he asked, "Wanna run away or comply with his orders?" "Running doesn't sound bad to me. I doubt they could catch us," Ace said with a smirk. Luffy nodded in agreement as he jumped up and said, "The last one back to the ship is a rotten egg." "Wait just a second," Marcus said as he grabbed Luffy's ankle before he could take off, which made him trip. Luffy hit the top of the platform before his rubber body made him bounce back up and over the edge. As he realized what was happening, his eyes popped out of his head, and he stretched to grab onto anything he could, which ended up being Ace and Sabo's legs. It shouldn't have been an issue, but it happened so quickly that Ace and Sabo were pulled off the edge of the platform by Luffy's momentum before they could brace themselves. Marcus himself watched everything happen in wide-eyed wonder before all boys screamed in terror as they fell towards the now panicked Marines below. Marcus knew they wouldn't be that hurt from the fall, but let out a sigh before he pushed off the platform to follow behind them. As he fell, Marcus kicked off the air with his incomplete Jeppo and caught up to the others before he grabbed hold of Luffy. He used Jeppo a few more times with it focused towards the ground to slow their descent before he let go and aimed for Luffy. When they hit the ground a few moments later, the wind was knocked out of all of them except Marcus, who used Luffy as a cushion. The Marines were freaking out as all the boys were laid out on the ground in front of them. Marcus was the first to sit up and pretended to be hurt as he said, "Get a doctor. I think my brothers are dead." The Marines didn't even question it as they all took off in different directions to find a doctor. Even the lieutenant ran off to find a doctor to help. As they took off, Luffy slowly sat up with a large lump already formed on his head. He looked around in confusion, but before he could speak, Marcus covered his mouth and said, "Get ready to run." Marcus glanced towards Ace and Sabo, who were both a little bruised, but sat up themselves as they glared at Luffy. A moment later, they all got up without a word and bolted towards an alleyway and out of sight of the plaza. They ended up running all the way back to the ship before they calmed down and broke into hysterical laughter as they collapsed on the deck. When the laughter finally died down, Ace and Sabo took a moment to discipline Luffy. A few new lumps on his head later, and Luffy was pouting as he said through swollen lips, "It's not my fault you fell. You literally pulled us off the top of the platform," Ace said as he punched Luffy over the head again. Sabo nodded in agreement as he said, "You're made of rubber. You could have fallen and been perfectly fine." Ace rubbed his shoulder that was already turning a nasty purple as he said, "If it wasn't for Marcus, we might have broken some bones. Thanks for the save, by the way." "Yeah, that could have been a lot worse," Sabo said as he rubbed his elbow before he winced a little. Marcus waved them towards the door leading below deck as he said, "Let's get those bruises iced, and then afterwards let's go buy some new clothes." Ace looked down at his worn-out shorts and red shirt that were a little too small for him now before he said, "I guess I could use some new clothes." Marcus nodded as he said, "We all could, and I found a decent shop yesterday that should have anything we could want." After half an hour where Ace, Sabo, and Luffy iced the bruises they had from the fall or beating in Luffy's case, the boys followed Marcus out to the city again and to the clothing shop he visited the other day. The owner was there again, and when she saw Marcus not covered in blood, she asked, "Did they work out?" Marcus nodded as he said, "She wore them today and they fit perfectly." The woman smiled as she looked over everyone and asked, "Great, now what can I do for you boys?" Marcus pulled at the sleeve on his worn shirt, which ripped it as he said, "Full wardrobe for me and my brothers, and they should be something we can grow into slightly." The woman nodded before she waved them to follow her before she headed towards an entryway into another part of the store. This area was filled with clothes for men, and after going to one area she pointed at some racks and said, "These should be around your sizes. Find what you like, and if something doesn't fit, just let me know." Marcus and the others quickly dove into the clothing as the woman headed back to the main area to watch the store. It took about an hour, but the boys all found clothes that matched their personal tastes and ended up buying enough clothes to last a couple weeks without doing laundry. The woman even ended up altering a few items for the boys with help from a couple of workers who were in the back of the shop. Once finished, the boys headed back to the ship and just hung out as they waited for the rest of the crew to come back from exploring the island. Around dinner time, which Tashigi joined them for, Marcus waited for Zeph and Sanji to bring out food before he said, "Tomorrow will be our last day on the island before we leave the following morning. So if you have anything you want to do, make sure you do it." "You're leaving already?" Tashigi asked with a hint of disappointment in her voice. As Zeph and Sanji laid out the dishes, Marcus said, "We need to get back to our regular training, which we can't do here." "Oh," Tashigi said as she glanced down slightly. Marcus shook his head slightly at that since it seemed Tashigi took a liking to everyone already. Marcus thought over something for only a moment before he said, "You could come train with us if you want." Tashigi's eyes widened as her head whipped up and she looked at Marcus. Everyone else around the table didn't have much of a reaction at the off as Tashigi asked, "Really?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "You get along with everyone here and we have the room." Tashigi started to think it over before she shook her head as she said, "I wouldn't be able to leave the island." As people started to eat, Marcus asked, "Why not?" "I'm not part of the Marines yet, but I do live there now since my parents passed away." The table quieted down, with even Luffy somehow being quiet while shoving food into his mouth. Marcus frowned slightly as he said, "Sorry for your loss." Tashigi waved it off as she said, "It happened years ago, but thank you." "So the only reason you can't join us is because you basically live at the Marine base?" Tashigi nodded as she said, "I have a curfew I need to follow, and there is no way the commander would let me leave the island. He was friends with my family, and he is kinda like an uncle to me." Marcus nodded in understanding before he said, "All right, I'll have to ask for you then." Tashiga's eyes widened again as she said, "What? No, you can't do that." "Why not?" Tashigi froze for a few moments as she tried to think of a reason before Marcus waved it off and said, "I'll walk you back to the base after dinner and talk to your uncle. Worst case he says no, best case he says yes." Tashigi couldn't think of a reason to refuse, so she just nodded in reply. Marcus smiled in response before he turned to Zeph and asked, "Are you planning to get your ship commissioned while we're here?" "I was thinking about it. Why?" Zeph asked as Sanji perked up at the topic. "I wanted to invest in your restaurant," Marcus said with a smile. Invest, why? Marcus shrugged as he said, "We've made a ton of money and I don't have a use for my share. Might as well do something productive with it. I'm not gonna say no to some extra money, but I have no idea how long it would take to pay you back. Just feed us for free whenever we show up, and we'll call it even." Zeph nodded slowly before he said, "That could work, but it would depend on how much you gave me. I wouldn't want to lose out on the deal since you boys eat a lot. I have a little over 20 million. Zeph's eyes widened slightly as he said, "That's over double what I have." "You can have my share too if you feed me," Luffy said before he shoved more meat in his mouth. "That will make it closer to 45 million. Deal, Zeph said without a second of hesitation. "What about me? What if I want to pitch in some money too?" Ace asked as Sabo nodded in agreement. "Same deal as your brothers?" Zeph asked. "Sure, not like we can't hunt more bounties if we need more money." After making a deal with the brothers which netted Zeph close to 100 million belly, the rest of dinner was pretty normal. After dinner, Marcus left with Tashigi to go talk with the base commander. Tashigi didn't really talk for most of the walk until they neared the gate and said, "You don't have to do this. I already know he won't agree. He's a little overprotective." Marcus smirked slightly as he said, "It's fine. Like I said, worst case he just says no." "Okay," Tashigi said before she led Marcus into the base and to the tallest building. After they entered the building and walked up a couple flights of stairs, Tashigi moved towards a door and knocked on it. A moment later, a gruff voice said, "Enter." Tashigi opened the door and walked into the room, followed by Marcus. The man inside the room smiled wide as he saw Tashigi, but quickly changed to a frown as he noticed Marcus with her. The frown disappeared just as quickly as it appeared as he turned to Tashigi and asked, "You made a friend?" Tashigi nodded as she said, "Uncle Kohariko, this is Marcus. He's the one who took out that pirate crew yesterday." "Oh, did he want to sign up for the Marines?" Kohariko asked as he gave Marcus a once-over. Marcus shook his head as he said, "No, sir. I wanted to ask if Tashigi could leave the island and come train with me and my brothers." Kohariko's eyes widened as he stood up with both hands on his desk while he said, "Absolutely not." Tashigi nodded as if she expected as much, but before she could say anything, Marcus turned to Tashigi and asked, "Could you give us some privacy? I'd like to talk with your uncle for a bit." Kohariko's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "That's fine with me. I wanted to talk with your friend myself. How about you go back to your room? I'll show your friend out after we're done talking." Tashigi had an apologetic smile on her face before she said, "I'll see you tomorrow for training." "Sounds good to me," Marcus said before Tashigi left the room. Once alone, Kohariko sat back down before he asked in a threatening tone, "What are your intentions with Tashigi?" Marcus raised an eyebrow in response before he realized the man was serious and started to laugh. Kohariko frowned and his eyes started twitching as Marcus bent over laughing. When Marcus finally recovered, he focused on the man as he said, "I should probably introduce myself properly." Marcus gave a theatrical bow as he said, "Monkey D. Marcus, grandson of Monkey D. Garp." Kohariko's eyes widened in recognition as Marcus added, "As for your stupid question, I'm not old enough to care about whatever you were even thinking about." Kohariko frowned slightly before Marcus said, "Tashigi is skilled in swordsmanship, but she's weak. I'm just offering her the chance to get stronger." "You're really Garp's grandson?" Kohariko asked as he studied Marcus a bit more. Marcus reached into his pocket and pulled out a den mushy as he said, "We can call him if you like." Marcus didn't see Tashigi at all the next day, but the day after in the morning as they were getting ready to leave, Tashigi appeared with Kohariko, who was carrying a large duffel bag. When they reached the ship, Kohariko placed the duffel bag down on the ground and said a few things to Tashigi, who nodded seriously. Marcus approached from the gangplank as he heard Kohariko as he said, "You better call me at least once a day." "I will." "Good, be safe, Tashigi," Kohariko said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Tashigi nodded before they both turned to Marcus, and Tashigi saluted as she asked, "Permission to come aboard, Captain." Permission granted, Marcus said with a smile. 78, breaking free. Not even an hour passed after the ship left Logtown's dock before they ran into another ship. Usopp, who was in the crow's nest, spotted the ship first and yelled out, "Ship, port side." Marcus quickly confirmed with his own spyglass before he yelled out, "Everyone get ready for combat." "Why are we getting ready for combat?" Tashigi asked from her spot on the deck. Marcus gave a predatory smile as he said, "In case they're pirates." "Pirates?" Marcus nodded as he said, "Just because they aren't flying a black flag doesn't mean they aren't pirates. Remember, it's always best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best." Marcus had everyone prepare to reef the sails as they waited for the ship to come closer. Both Marcus and Usopp watched the ship as it approached and noticed they changed direction to come closer towards them as they raised a flag of trade. The ship that approached them was massive in size and had to be completely full since its draft was so low in the water. It was so low, in fact, that its cannon port sat just a foot or so above the water line, and Marcus was surprised the ship hadn't sunk yet. It even made the deck of the 5-mast ship, almost even with Marcus's ship, when they pulled alongside it. With the trading flag out, Marcus had everyone reef the sails before he recognized someone from the original story who stood on the deck. Well, he was a little different from the original, since the man was about 11 years younger. He was a large, muscular man, with long, wild purple-gray hair and distinct sideburns that sneered as he glanced over their ship's deck. He wore light purple pants, a navy blue shirt with a brown fur-lined cape and a thick gold linked chain around his neck. After he took in who was on the ship, he said in a dismissive tone, "Take the ship, let's see what kind of loot they have. Try not to rough them up too bad, they won't sell well otherwise." The other men on the deck cheered before they threw out hooks and quickly pulled the ships together. Tashigi was appalled as she asked, "What kind of person waves a trading flag and then attacks someone?" The captain of the other ship heard her comment and yelled out, "What is my #1 rule, men? Anything is fine as long as we win." They all yelled out as they started to cross over to the other ship. Marcus smirked as he yelled out, "Ace, take the captain. Sabo, you and Luffy watch his back." "But I wanted to fight him," Luffy complained as he punched someone in the face. "Shut up and let's go," Ace said, and wasted no time as he knocked out a few fodder along with Sabo and a reluctant Luffy as they charged towards the other ship. The pirate captain sneered as he reached down and picked up a massive spear before he said, "You think you kids can fight me? I'm Don Krieg." Kuina and Zoro started to engage the enemy crew on the deck as Tashigi joined them to help. Sanji quickly joined the melee, kicking people as Zeph watched over him and the others. Marcus glanced over the deck before he turned to watch over Zoe and the other women as Usopp began to pick off people from the crow's nest. Ace landed on the enemy ship a few moments later, followed by Sabo and Luffy, who started fighting in earnest against the pirates. Ace charged Krieg, and a shock wave of air spread out from their first clash of weapons. Krieg's eyes narrowed slightly when he realized he couldn't overpower Ace in their first clash and twisted his spear as he tried to slide it down towards Ace. Ace, used to Marcus doing a similar trick with his sword, quickly rotated his weapon to push the spear away and stepped forward to jab the tip of his weapon into Krieg. Krieg disengaged his attack to dodge as he said, "You're pretty decent for a kid, you should join my crew." "Join a weakling like you? Don't make me laugh," Ace said as he rushed forward to attack again. "Weakling," Krieg said as he parried the attack before he returned one of his own. Ace attacked with an overhead slash as he said, "You raised a trading flag to get us to lower our guard and then attacked us. What else could you be besides a weakling with those types of tactics?" As Ace and Krieg fought, Marcus moved where he could get a better view of the fight and also watch over the rest of the melee. From his new position on the deck, he noticed some else from the show, only he didn't have his distinct armor yet. But he was still dual-wielding shields along with bucklers strapped to his elbows, which he used to great effect to block against Luffy's attacks. With another of Krieg's main men found, Marcus started to scan the rest of the crew for Jin, since he would potentially be a threat. What he found instead made him do a double take as he took in the boy who would one day become the man-demon of the Krieg pirates. Jin was relatively lanky, but instead of the muscular figure of a man, Marcus found the thin frame of a boy who was at the back of the other pirates. A boy who Marcus could see was shaking in fear as they held a belaying pin in their hands. With the amount of people in the crew, it would make sense that not everyone could join the fight immediately. But Marcus watched as Jin, even at the back of the crew, would always maneuver to let other people move forward instead of himself. Marcus smirked slightly to himself as he decided to see what was going on with the guy before he disappeared from where he stood. "Why aren't you rushing forward? Is this your first time fighting?" some asked from behind, which made Jin jump in fright. Jin quickly glanced at the person behind him to find someone younger than himself with the left side of their face covered in a massive scar. He didn't look familiar to Jin, but then again he was new and couldn't possibly know the 100+ members of the crew already. Jin awkwardly smiled as he said, "Yeah. You know, most people normally have experience fighting a little bit before they join a pirate crew. Why exactly did you join?" Jin frowned at the boy as he asked, "Join? I was forcefully conscripted when you guys attacked a ship a couple weeks ago. Did you not pay attention when Krieg killed most of the crew before they surrendered?" The boy shrugged as he asked, "So you were one of the people who surrendered?" "What else was I supposed to do? I didn't want to die." The boy glanced over the people close by as he asked, "How many of these people were also conscripted from the ship?" "Just me, everyone else is dead," Jin said with a saddened tone. "If everyone else died, why are you still alive?" Jin stepped back when he had a chance to rush forward, which made the boy laugh before he said, "Oh, I see now. You're a coward." Jin frowned as he said, "So what? I just want to live." "What will you do when you can't hide behind the rest of your crew and need to fight to live? Or what are you gonna do when Krieg realizes he has a coward on his crew who doesn't fight?" the boy asked with a smirk. Jin swallowed hard, and he shook a little as he glanced towards Krieg, who was locked in battle with a young black-haired boy. The boy studied Jin for a few moments before he said, "If you stay as you are, you'll either die, live in fear of Krieg as long as you are on his crew, or you could force yourself to change." Jin turned to look at the boy, who smiled as he asked, "So what do you want to do? Possibly die as a coward, live in fear under Krieg, or possibly become something more?" Jin didn't hesitate as he said, "I just want to live." His voice firmed a little bit as he added, "But I don't want to do it in fear." "In that case, what are you gonna do about it?" the boy asked in a teasing tone. I don't know," Jin said as his shoulders slumped and he glanced at the ground. "You want a hint?" Jin's eyes lit up as he glanced towards the boy, who gave a devilish smile before he said, "You need to break your shackles." "Shackles?" The boy nodded as he pointed towards the other pirates as he said, "Krieg and his crew are acting as shackles, and the longer you do nothing about it, the harder they will be to remove." Jin glanced at the men in front of him with a hint of fear as he asked, "How would I do that?" "Like anything worth doing in this world, you fight for it." "Fight?" Jin asked with fear in his voice. The boy nodded as he said, "You want to remove your shackles, you'll need to fight to do that." The boy pointed to a man in front of them as he said, "If you really want to change, this is your best chance." Jin stared in fear at the back of the man the boy pointed at before his grip slowly tightened on the belaying pin in his hand. It took a few moments, and his eyes were still filled with fear, but he slowly raised the pin up before he smashed it over the man's head. The man cried out and stumbled forward a bit before he turned around with narrowed eyes and asked in an angry tone, "What the hell was that for, you little shit?" Jin locked up in fear for a moment before he heard the boy as he said, "One hit isn't going to break your shackles." Something snapped in Jin at that moment and he charged at the man in front of him. Marcus watched as Jin got his ass beat, but kept getting back up, which made him smile slightly. Other people took notice of the fight but basically ignored it since it was between crew mates. It took Jin almost 5 minutes before he finally won the fight against the man, and he was barely standing at that point. But the smile on his blooded face made Marcus nod in satisfaction. The rest of the fighting was slowing down as most of the pirates were defeated, with only Krieg and a couple more of the stronger crew still fighting. As Marcus watched the fighting, he glanced at Jin as he asked, "Good job, how do you feel?" "Like shit," Jin said with a big smile. "You should have dodged more." Jin dropped to the deck with a sigh before he asked, "What now?" "Depends on you. Do you want to get stronger and live free of fear? Or go back to whatever your life was like before and possibly get conscripted by pirates again?" 79. Trading with the locals. As Marcus gave Jin time to think over the decision, everyone tied up the pirates before they raided the ship. They only took valuables, money, and a collection of different weapons. Everything else they left on the ship before they started sailing back to Logtown. It took about 2 hours for them to get back with the bigger ship since it was so loaded down with stuff. At the dock, they were greeted by Kohariko and a full contingent of Marines. Before Marcus could even greet the man, he rushed over to Tashigi and checked her over for injuries as his men went to take care of the pirates. Once satisfied she was okay, he turned to Marcus, and the others like nothing happened while Tashigi blushed in embarrassment. Kohariko cleared his throat once before he asked, "I see you ran into pirates not even a day into your journey. Are you sure it's safe to take Tashigi with you?" "Uncle Kohariko," Tashigi said as she stomped one of her feet on top of Kohariko's left foot. Kohariko barely flinched at the action before he said, "Well, I guess it's fine since you beat the pirates in question." As Marcus started to crack a joke, a Marine rushed over as he said in a voice full of disbelief, "Sir, they captured the Krieg pirates." Kohariko's eyes widened slightly as he looked directly at Marcus and asked, "Were you able to capture Krieg also?" Marcus smirked as he said, "Of course we did." Kohariko looked relieved as he said, "You just took out the highest-rated bounty in East Blue." Kohariko placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up as he said, "I was a little nervous letting Tashigi go with you before, but now I have complete faith that you can protect my Tashigi properly." Marcus frowned slightly as he asked, "That's good to know, but could you take the death grip off my shoulder, old man?" Kohariko released Marcus's shoulder before he turned to Tashigi and said, "Stay safe. I'll see you when you come back." Kohariko quickly left to go help his men with Krieg and the rest of his pirates. Marcus then turned towards Ace and Sabo, who had large sacks placed next to them before he asked, "You know where you're going?" Sabo nodded as he said, "It's a block away from that shop we bought our clothes at." "Good, then I expect you back here within an hour. I want to set sail before lunch." Ace and Sabo quickly left to sell off all the good loot while Marcus and the others waited on the ship for the bounty payout. Well, Marcus made the others stay on the ship because he didn't want anyone, especially Luffy, to go exploring. As they waited, Marcus moved over to Jin, who was now bandaged up, before he asked, "So what do you want to do, kid?" "Kid, I'm pretty sure I'm older than you are." Marcus shrugged as he asked, "It doesn't make it any less true, so are you gonna join us or not?" Jin nodded his head as he said, "I'd like to get stronger." "Good, in that case do you have extra clothes?" "Not really. I basically slept in a hammock and was given enough food not to starve. Everything else I was expected to take from other people," Jin said with a frown. Marcus turned towards Tashigi before he said, "Take him to Golden Thimble and tell the owner he needs at least a week's worth of clothes. Then go find my brothers so they can pay once they sell off our loot." Tashigi saluted before she said, "Understood, Captain." Marcus rolled his eyes as he said, "I told you to just call me Marcus." Tashigi blushed slightly before she said, "Sorry." She then turned to Jin and said, "Follow me." After Jin and Tashigi took off, Marcus ended up sparring with Zoro and Kuina, who wanted to push themselves. Apparently the fight against the pirates didn't give them much of a challenge since they didn't fight one of the bosses. As Marcus fought with both of them, Kohariko came back to the ship with a large bag of money. He silently watched as Marcus methodically picked their defenses apart as he pointed out flaws in their stances. While he still didn't like sending Tashigi off, he knew that under Marcus's teaching she would grow greatly as a swordsman. Kohariko waited for the sparring match to finish before he approached Marcus and said, "Here's the money for the bounties and the ship. It came out to be just over 15 million. Marcus took the offered bag as he said, "Take care with Krieg. We stripped him all the way to his underwear because we kept finding hidden weapons and tools on him. I wouldn't be surprised if he had more hidden things on him, stored in more extreme places," Marcus said with a hint of disgust. Kohariko's eyes widened slightly before he said in a menacing tone, "Don't worry about him. We are taking him straight to the gallows for his crimes." Marcus nodded slightly before he said, "Good." Kohariko looked around the deck for a moment before Marcus said with a knowing smile, "If you're looking for Tashigi, she is off running an errand right now." "Oh, I was. Well, anyways, I have stuff I need to do," Kohariko said before he quickly took off. Marcus went back to sparring as they waited for the others to return to the ship. Within half an hour, Ace, Sabo, Tashigi, and Jin came back to the ship before Marcus ordered them to set sail. After they left Logtown, Marcus switched with Kuina, who took over the helm as he headed below deck with Jin. He ended up tossing Jin into the room shared between Ace and Sabo, since the ship was a little crowded at this point. Tashigi and Kuina were already forced to share a room, while Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro shared another. Zoe and the older women all shared one of the biggest bunk rooms on the ship, while Zeph had a room attached to the galley and Marcus had the captain's rooms for himself. They had another room on the ship that could technically be used as a bedroom, but they already used it as a living room. It was originally used as an entertainment room for the noble who owned the ship, but it was the same size as the galley, so everyone could easily fit inside it at the same time. With the ship underway, Marcus made sure they set a direct course towards Kakasi village. With a little luck and their skill in sailing, they made it back to the village in 6 days and arrived just before dusk. On the dock, Marcus met Jens, who welcomed them back and asked, "How was your trip?" Marcus waved his hand in a so-so motion as he said, "Kinda boring, only fought with 3 pirate groups." Genzo raised an eyebrow as he asked, "And you consider that boring?" "They weren't a challenge, so yeah," Marcus said with a shrug before he glanced over his shoulder as he said, "Sabo, toss me that bag I left on the deck." "Here," Sabo said as he tossed the bag to Marcus. Marcus caught it easily before he handed it to Genzo as he said, "Here's our docking fee." Genzo refused to take the bag as he said, "You paid more than you spent last time." Marcus pushed the bag into Genzo's hands before he said, "We're going to stay here for at least 6 months, so take this and add it to the fee we already paid." 6 months? Marcus nodded before he said, "We really need to buckle down with our training, and this is a decent spot to do it at." After chatting a bit more with Genzo, Marcus headed back onto the ship to eat dinner with the others before he told everyone to head to sleep early. The next morning, everyone was up before dawn and in training harnesses as they started doing the boys' warm-up routine. The new people like Tashigi and Jin couldn't even finish it before they collapsed from exhaustion. Marcus let them rest until breakfast, and after everyone finished, he forced them to train till they collapsed again. The same thing happened after lunch, and after dinner everyone basically went to bed beside Marcus, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Kuina, and Zoro, who were used to the harsh training. Sure, Usopp, Sanji, Zoe, and the other girls had experience with it, but Marcus pushed everyone today. Even the people who stayed up were worn out, but they wanted to unwind a little bit before they went to bed. So as they played cards in the living room area, Marcus was on the deck slowly moving through sword stances as he practiced his breathing technique. The next few days passed in a blur for everyone, and by the end of the week Marcus called for a break. While the 2 new recruits could now almost make it to the end of the day, they were on a slightly lower level of training. Once they were used to the pace, Marcus planned to increase it slowly until they could keep up with the others. In sparring, Tashigi improved the fastest out of everyone, but she would constantly talk with Kuina about sword fighting, stances, and would spar against Marcus any chance she could get. Jin, on the other hand, was in the process of figuring out what weapon felt comfortable to use in a fight. Marcus kept 2 of every weapon they found from the Krieg pirates and had Jin practice with them till he found something that felt comfortable to use. So far, a saber was the best thing he found, but Marcus thought the tonfa would end up being better. Since it was a rest day, Marcus made sure people like Zorro and Kuna weren't going to train before he gathered up a few things to trade. After eating breakfast with everyone on the ship, Marcus headed out with a large sack tossed over his shoulder. He walked through the village and up the small trail towards Nami's house. About halfway there he turned off the trail and headed towards the small cliffside that faced the sea. Once there he pulled out a blanket and laid it out under a tree before he arranged a handful of books on it. He also placed some brand new clothes down on the blanket in different sizes. Once satisfied, he pulled out a couple of cushions and placed one on the ground. Once he sat down on that cushion, he placed the other one behind him against the tree trunk and leaned back on it. Once he was comfortable, he pulled out the newspaper he bought yesterday and started to read it. About an hour or so later, an accusing voice asked, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Marcus glanced over to see Nami, who stood with a finger pointing at him and a frown on her face. Marcus turned back to the newspaper as he said, "Are you blind, little thief? I'm obviously reading a newspaper and waiting for people to come and trade with me." The frown became more prominent as Nami raised her voice and said, "I'm not a thief." Marcus raised an eyebrow as he glanced at her and asked, "Did you not come on my ship and steal something from it?" "You got it back, so technically I never stole anything," Nami said matter-of-factly. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, little thief," Marcus said as he rolled his eyes. As Marcus went back to his paper, Nami cautiously approached closer towards him and the blanket before she asked, "What are you trading?" "Stuff I picked up and have no use for, along with books I've already finished reading and no longer need." Nami approached even closer to get a better look at what was on the blanket before her eyes widened, and she moved even closer. Nami went to reach for one of the books before a rolled-up newspaper slapped her hand away. Nami jumped back like a frightened cat and looked at Marcus with narrowed eyes as she said, "Jerk, what was that for? I just wanted to see what was inside the book." "Don't touch the merchandise unless you plan to buy it." Nami placed both hands on her hips and asked, "How do you even know if I was gonna buy it or not? Do you even have anything to trade for it?" Nami frowned slightly before her eyes lit up and struck a pose as she imitated Bellamere before she said in her attempt at a seductive voice, "I could pay you with my body, Tilda." "Be gone, Thought. I'm not interested in kids or people shaped like planks." "Thought, wait, what did you mean by plank?" Nami asked with narrowed eyes. "Look down, can you see your feet?" Nami did so before she asked, "Yeah, why, what does that have to do with anything?" "Ask your mom about it later, she'll explain it to you." "Are you making fun of me?" Nami asked as her eyes narrowed again. "Me? No way, I would never do something like that," Marcus said in a slightly sarcastic tone as he had a set of fingers crossed. "Good," Nami said with a nod of her head. Marcus opened back up the newspaper as he said, "If you're not gonna buy anything, you can leave. As you can see, I'm busy." Nami frowned slightly and looked back at the books on the blanket before she curiously asked, "How much for the book?" "A pitcher of chilled lemonade, that's a decent mix of sweet and tart." Nami's eyes widened before she pointed to another book and asked, "And that one?" "5 mickens peeled and ready to eat." After Nami found out the price of everything, she took off to find her mom. It didn't take long for Nami to return with Bellamere in tow before she pointed at the books and said, "Can we buy them? He said he wants mickens for them." Bellamere narrowed her eyes before she asked, "You really want mickens for this stuff?" "This one is for a pitcher of chilled lemonade, and that one is for some pre-peeled mickens. The rest are for bags of mickens." "That's it." Marcus shrugged as he said, "It's just some old books I don't need and some clothes I have no use for. As for money, I currently have no use for it." "You have no use for money? Everyone needs money," Nami said in a tone of disbelief. Marcus glanced towards the girl before he said, "There is more to life than money, and there are many things in life money can't buy." Before Nami could reply, Bellamere asked, "And you just so happened to pick this place to set up your little stall?" Marcus raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Bellamere before he said, "I liked the view, besides I'm not in a rush to sell all this stuff. Now if you're done with the 20 questions, either buy something or go away. You're interrupting my day off." Belamir's eyes twitched before she said, "Fine, we'll buy everything you have." 80 Good news and bad news. Belamir came back 15 minutes later with everything Marcus asked for and collected everything he had for sale. As Nami was happily clutching a book to her chest, she froze as she remembered what Marcus said early and turned to Belamir before she asked, "That pirate boy said he didn't like kids or people that looked like planks. What did he mean by people looking like planks?" Belamir's eyes widened, and she turned to look at Marcus, who smirked slightly before he took a sip of lemonade. Belamir's eyes twitched slightly, but she lifted the bag full of books and some clothes as she said, "He's just a little brat. Don't worry about what he says." Nami thought it over for a moment before she turned to Marcus and stuck out her tongue as she pulled down in one eyelid. Marcus ignored her as he turned back to the newspaper before he picked up a piece of mikan and popped it in his mouth. After Nami and her mom left, Marcus enjoyed his lemonade and snacks for a while before he packed up and headed to the ship. He ended up getting into a game of cards with Kuina, Zoro, Jin, and Tashigi until dinner. Afterwards, he headed to the local bathhouse and relaxed there for about an hour before he headed to bed. Over the next month, everyone trained hard, and Marcus made sure to push everyone to their limits. At first, the villagers watched them with a bit of fascination or concern, but after a month of training, the villagers just ignored them for the most part. During that time, Marcus even set up another stall for trading, and Belamir bought everything again. It was basically books again, but they were all stuff Marcus already finished reading. Was it strange that most of them had to do with navigation, weather, and other useful skills a potential navigator might need? It was probably just fate. On a particularly nice day off from training Ace, and a few others decided to go swimming by the dock. As they were playing in the water and having fun, Marcus suggested using the rigging as a swing to jump into the water. At that point, even more people decided to join in, and soon most of the crew were playing in the water. Luffy also joined in on the fun by using a life vest, even though he wasn't able to move much in the water like the others. He wasn't completely drained since he was used to sleeping with his sea stone necklace on. Even Nami, Najiko, and a few other local kids joined in on the fun. Marcus climbed back onto the ship as Sabo swung past on a rope before he let go with a shout of joy. As Sabo splashed down into the water, Marcus turned to see Sanji on the deck with the hint of a frown on his face. While Sanji joined in on training and would even hang out with people sometimes, Marcus noticed the boy was somewhat distant from everyone else except maybe Zeph, just like today. Instead of joining in on the fun, he leaned on the railing and watched instead. Marcus followed Sanji's gaze and noticed it was on his brothers, something he did a lot when he thought people weren't looking. Marcus brushed his wet hair back before he stepped next to Sanji and said, "You know you could easily join us, right?" Sanji jumped slightly as he heard Marcus speak, but quickly recovered and shook his head. Marcus raised an eyebrow at that before he asked, "Why not? Can't swim." "I can swim." "Then what's stopping you from having fun with us? Look at them, they're having a great time," Marcus said as he pointed at everyone in the water. Sanji's eyes flashed with a bit of jealousy before he looked down slightly, but when he said nothing for a while, Marcus let out a sigh before he said, "You know, you're not very good at hiding your emotions." Sanji's eyes widened and he looked towards Marcus like a little kid who got caught stealing cookies. Marcus smirked slightly as he said, "Right now, your face just gave you away again." Sanji tried to control his face, and once it was back to normal, he asked, "Is that why you always try to talk with me?" Marcus shrugged slightly as Zoro flew past them on the rope swing and flipped a couple times before he landed in the water. Marcus watched everyone for a few moments before he said, "That's part of it, but I'm more curious about the jealous look you always show whenever you look at me and my brothers." Sanji's eyes widened again, and before Sanji could do anything, Marcus cut him off as he said, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it." Sanji frowned slightly as he glanced down at the water again. He was quiet for a while as a couple more kids used the rope swing and attempted flips before they splashed down in the water. Even Luffy was helped out of the water before he used the rope swing himself to fly back in. Sanji watched everyone as his eyes filtered through several emotions for a few minutes before he said in a sad tone, I wish I had a family like yours. Marcus chuckled softly at that, which made Sanji frown as he looked towards Marcus. Marcus smirked before he asked, You want an absentee father, a dead mother, and a grandpa who only knows how to show affection by beating you half to death. Sanji's eyes widened at Marcus's statement before he said in a jealous tone, At least you have brothers who like you. Marcus chuckled before he said, Sure, Luffy likes me, but he also doesn't seem to have a brain. Ace and Sabo like you too. Marcus nodded along before he said, True, but we're sworn brothers, not blood related. Sanji's head flickered between Marcus and the others as he asked in a disbelieving tone, You're not blood related. Only with Luffy since we're fraternal twins. We met Ace and Sabo when we were almost 3 and have lived together since then. Sanji's expression changed a few times as he thought over the new information. Marcus had an idea what was going on since he knew Sanji's history from the manga but remained quiet to let the boy think for a while. They both stood by the railing in silence for minutes as the others played in the water and used the rope swing. After a while Marcus asked, Have you ever heard the saying, blood is thicker than water? Sanji nodded before Marcus asked, Do you understand what that means? It means your family should always come first before other relationships. Yup, you know why that is bullshit though? Marcus asked as Kuina flew past them and did a double backflip off the rope. Sanji thought of his own family for a few moments, and while he had an idea of why, decided to shake his head instead. Marcus watched his brothers below before he said, Because people should earn that type of trust and not just have it handed to them because you share something like blood. Marcus nodded towards Sabo and Ace as he said, I call them brothers because I know they would go through hell to help me, and I would gladly do the same for them. Marcus shook his head slightly as he said, Anyways, I'm not good at this philosophy bullshit. But the point I'm trying to make is that real family doesn't mean shit, and that sometimes the brothers you really need in life are fosters. They stood in silence for a while longer before Marcus asked, Wanna come swim with us, or do you plan to mope around here a while longer? Sanji's expression softened slightly before he nodded his head. Marcus smirked before he grabbed the smaller boy and lifted him overhead with ease. Sanji flailed around as he asked in a panicked tone, What are you doing? Helping you get to the water faster, Marcus said before he threw Sanji overboard. You're a dick, Sanji yelled out with a slight smile on his face before he slammed into the water. When he popped back out, he flipped Marcus off, who just smiled back as he waved and disappeared from the railing. A few moments later, Marcus soared through the air on the rope swing before he flipped off of it and into the water. The rest of the day, the kids all swam in the water until they had a late lunch on the deck. Marcus even shared it with the local kids, Nami and Najiko. Afterwards, they played around a while longer before the other kids had to leave for dinner. The rest of the night, the crew hung out and played cards and some other game before they called it a night. Time passed fast with everyone going into training mode, and before long 2 months passed. The entire time Marcus was on edge as he waited for Arlong and his crew to arrive. He also bought a newspaper whenever he had the chance to look for information on Arlong's whereabouts. But as far as he could tell, Arlong and his crew disappeared in the Grand Line and haven't been seen since. Marcus thought about calling Garp once or twice to ask for information, but in the end just decided to wait. Sure, he changed things already, but Arlong coming to this island wasn't one of them. At least he hoped so. With that in mind, Marcus focused on everyone's training, but made sure not to push them hard at this point. He focused more on their skill training than strength, since being exhausted when Arlong and his crew arrived would be stupid. During that time, he did receive some information from his dad. Doflamingo took over Dressrosa, but he was able to get the entire royal family out. They attempted to reach out for help, but with how Doflamingo used his fruit to control the royal guards to murder people. Along with Doflamingo's connections, the royal family was labeled as evil and their status revoked by the world government. With nowhere else to go, they were currently staying with the Revolutionary Army. Another piece of news Marcus found out was from the newspaper that reported about the world noble who landed on Fishman Island. He was apparently saved by the queen of the island and even escorted back home by her. That news made him wonder if Jin made his move yet or not. Well, Marcus could only wait and see what happened, since it was out of his hands anyway. A few more weeks passed without incident before another rest day came around. Marcus was one of the first people up and luckily caught sight of a news coup after he stepped out onto the ship's deck. After he paid for the newspaper, he headed up to the crow's nest to relax and read it in the early morning light. He unrolled the newspaper, and on the front page was a picture of Jin holding up another fishman by his neck. The bold letters on the top of the newspaper said, "Warlord of the Sea Jin foiled an assassination attempt on Queen Ottoheim of Fishman Island." Marcus sat up in his seat as he quickly read through the story with hyper-focus. Once finished, he leaned back in his seat and let out a sigh of relief as he rested the paper on his lap. Apparently, Jin took his advice to heart, but instead of acting early, he waited for Hody Jones to make his move. Once the man did, he saved the Queen's life and absolutely demolished Hody Jones. There was also a note that a few other people were captured linked to the plot to kill the Queen, including Vander Decken, and all of them were executed. With those loose ends out of the way, Marcus knew that things would probably change even more than before. Sure, saving Rocinante, Ginny, and a few others would change things. But the Queen being saved and the princess not being locked away in the tower would change a lot. Whether or not that would be a good thing, Marcus had no idea, but hopefully it was. Marcus cleared his head of things he couldn't control and picked the newspaper back up. On the next page was a story about the sea train around Water 7 being completed and its routes. Marcus frowned because he knew that meant Fanky and everything with him probably happened already, or was about to happen. Sure, Marcus would have liked to help him out, but he wasn't sure how. He knew his dad wouldn't step into that mess, and while Jin might. He doubted Jin would be able to make it in time, or would even want to clash with the world government over Tom, just because Marcus asked him to. Sure, Jin was honorable and probably felt he owed Marcus a debt, but that didn't mean he would do something like that. Marcus shook his head to clear it before he went back to reading again. A little while passed before an explosion went off in the distance. Marcus's head snapped in the direction of the noise, which was in the direction of the next town over. It was also on the coast, and only a mile or so away from where Kakasi village was. It was also on the other side of Bellemere's Micken Grove. Marcus dropped the newspaper as he jumped over the side of the crow's nest and dropped down to the deck. He rushed inside the ship and slammed the alarm bell a few times before he quickly moved towards his room. He grabbed his sword and slid it into his waistband before he bolted out of his room back into the main hallway. As he moved towards the alarm bell to hit it again, Sabo and Ace stumbled out of their room getting dressed. Ace noticed Marcus first and said, "What's going on?" We got up as soon as he heard that explosion. Just as Marcus was about to speak, Zeph stepped out of the door from the galley. Marcus acknowledged him with a nod before he said, "It came from the next village over, and it's most likely a pirate attack. Also, it might be Grand Line strength pirates." Zeph and the others paused at that information, but Marcus didn't stop as he hit the alarm bell a couple more times before he said, "I'm the fastest, so I am going ahead. Gather everyone else and follow after me." Before anyone could say anything, Marcus disappeared out the door as his after image faded from view. Sabo glanced at Ace, who frowned slightly as he said, "We need to hurry. I'll go make sure Luffy is up." 81 Trash Tier. Marcus rushed along the trail that led through Bellemere's Micken Grove and to the next town. He was like a ghost, as only the rush of wind was left in his wake as he rushed to the sound of distant gunfire and fighting. When Marcus finally cleared the trees, he stopped for only a moment to take stock of the situation before he rushed towards the main area of fighting. He found a handful of people in brown-colored uniforms as they fought with a handful of human pirates. Marcus frowned as he realized it wasn't Arlong and his crew. Marcus was disappointed and slightly relieved it wasn't Arlong, since he wanted everyone to train more before they encountered them. Marcus's fist crashed into a pirate, which sent the man flying through the air. When his body slammed into a building with a sickening crunch, the entire area froze. Everyone looked at the man who was groaning on the ground before they slowly turned to look at Marcus. Marcus wore a predatory grin as he said, "Surrender now and I won't use you as punching bags." Most of the pirates paused before one of the braver ones pointed a gun at Marcus and pulled the trigger as he said, "Fuck you." As the gun went off, Marcus disappeared from view, and a moment later the pirate with the gun took off flying. Marcus stood in the man's place as he asked in a serious tone, "Anyone else wanna test me?" All the pirates in the area threw down their weapons, which made Marcus nod before he said, "Do not resist being tied up or I'll be back." Before anyone could respond, Marcus's after image disappeared as he moved towards a different area of fighting and took out the pirates. While he would like to leave these guys for the others to fight against, Marcus didn't currently have that luxury. Marcus mowed through the pirates like a scythe collecting wheat, and by the time the others arrived, there was no one left to fight. Marcus was seated near the pirates already tied up as Ace, and the others arrived. Ace glanced over everything before he asked, "Couldn't even save a couple of them for us?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "Couldn't help it. Didn't want the villagers to get hurt, but their ship is parked at the dock. You guys can go loot it since you're here." Luffy took off with Usopp and the others at the thought of treasure, while Ace, Sabo, Tashigi, Kuina, and Zoro stuck around. Zeph was also there, and he glanced over the pirates before he asked, "I'm guessing these aren't the pirates you were expecting?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "No, these guys are just some East Blue trash. Their captain couldn't even handle a single punch from me." "So you think?" Marcus cut Zeph off as he said, "We can talk later on the ship when everyone is around." Zeph nodded in understanding before Ace asked, "You think these guys are worth anything?" Marcus shook his head before he said, "I doubt if these idiots even have a bounty." They sat around and chatted for a while before Luffy and the others came back empty-handed. Marcus raised an eyebrow as he looked them over before he asked, "You didn't find anything?" Luffy pouted as he said, "Almost completely empty, they didn't even have much food." Usopp nodded in agreement before he said, "Their ship is barely seaworthy and would probably sink in rough weather." Marcus shook his head slightly before he said, "They really are just trash-tier pirates." After making sure the pirates were properly secured, Marcus told Genzo, who arrived not long ago, to handle everything else, and they could claim whatever bounty the pirates might have had. After a few minutes spent chatting, everyone headed back towards the ship to have breakfast. After breakfast was done, Marcus got everyone's attention before he said, "I gave a warning today that we might be fighting Grand Line strength pirates. Even though that didn't happen today, there is still a possibility of it happening at some point." "How do you know that?" Tashigi asked as she looked at Marcus with a nervous gaze. Marcus shrugged as he said, "I gained some information that a group of lower-ranked Sun pirates are coming to East Blue. As for if they'll come to this island chain specifically, it's hard to say. But with how big the island chain is, and the fact the closest marine base is a couple days away, which makes it a good choice for a base," Marcus said with a shrug. Everyone had different reactions, but Tashigi ended up having the biggest one. Her eyes widened and she practically jumped out of her seat as she said, "Sun pirates? We need to call my uncle for help." Marcus waved off her concern as he said, "It'll be fine. Only like 5 or 6 of them will be an issue, and with me and Zeph here it shouldn't be that big of a problem." "But they're fishmen. Do you have any idea how strong they are?" "They are 10 times stronger than humans and even more powerful when underwater." Marcus nodded as he said, "And yet they can still be beaten by humans. Physical strength isn't everything, Tashigi." Marcus turned towards Tashigi as he added, "Besides, only a handful of these fishmen will even be a threat to us. The rest will just be like normal bottom-feeder pirates with a bit of extra strength." Marcus is right. Everyone turned to look at Zeph, who rubbed his chin before he said, "I've ran into fishmen a few times, and most of them were just strong but could barely fight. Most of you shouldn't have an issue with them as long as you don't get hit by them." Marcus nodded as he said, "Exactly. So everyone just needs to focus on training until they arrive." Everyone chatted for a while longer before they split up to go do their own thing for the day. Another month passed by as everyone trained and waited. Marcus was the most nervous since he expected Arlong and his crew to appear by now. Instead, there was no sign of them. The paper didn't have any news of them, and he even called his dad just to ask if he had information on them. His dad called back a few days later to let him know he couldn't find anything. As far as Marcus could tell, Arlong and his crew disappeared near the middle of the Grand Line and haven't been seen since. Even though he wasn't nervous, Marcus still focused on his training along with everyone else. His personal skill in swordsmanship seemed to be capped for the moment, but everything else was still improving. Well, that wasn't exactly true. His breathing technique he created seemed to be stalled too. No matter what he did, he couldn't improve it anymore, and while he was trying to make it an unconscious habit, it was still a work in progress. If anything, it might be more accurate to say he finished creating the breathing technique. Sure, it didn't do exactly what he hoped for, but in battle he never had an issue with becoming winded. With that thought in mind, he decided to teach it to everyone else, since an extra skill wouldn't hurt. That was if they could get the basics down before Arlong arrived. Marcus gathered everyone on a day off from training in the galley where he said, "All right, I know it's a day off, but I wanted to teach everyone something. I'm not sure if you'll be able to learn it, but if you can, it will help you whenever you do physical activity." Sabo seemed to catch on the quickest as he asked, "Is it that weird way you like to breathe?" Marcus nodded before he said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've taken it as far as I can. I haven't been able to improve it for half a year." "Finally," Ace said as Sabo nodded in agreement. Out of everyone here, they understood just how good the breathing technique Marcus created was. Luffy might have too if he didn't think about food most of the time. Marcus explained it to everyone else before he asked who wanted to learn it. It wasn't a big surprise when everyone asked to be taught the technique, so Marcus took them up to the deck. Once everyone was in place, he started explaining the breathing technique to them and what they should feel when using it. He also explained that if they felt any type of pain, to instantly stop and reset their breathing before they tried again. Marcus had learned the hard way not to force the technique, and didn't plan for the others to do the same. Afterwards, Marcus slowly moved through everyone giving pointers when needed, which was a lot with so many people in the process of learning it. A few people made quick progress like Sabo, Kuina, and even Jin, but everyone else was just trying to get the basics figured out. Another month flew by, and during that time, Marcus had everyone practicing the breathing technique daily. An hour in the morning, an hour after lunch, and another hour in the evening. With Marcus's experience from creating it, it didn't take long for everyone to pick it up, even Luffy, who didn't know how to count properly. Then again, this would help him out during fights, so that probably had something to do with it. Was everyone perfectly skilled in it? No, not even Marcus had mastered it yet. But everyone could at least use it for half an hour in a fight now, and with more practice that would only improve. Marcus himself could easily use it all day without issue, but he still couldn't do it unconsciously. He'd tested it with help from Sabo, who confirmed that once he fell asleep, his breathing returned to normal. Marcus still checked the newspaper every chance he could, but Arlong was still missing. At this point, Marcus almost thought the fishman either died somehow, or he took over another village. Whether or not it was in East Blue was another question, and while Marcus wanted to find out, he didn't plan to leave the island for that, just in case Arlong arrived while he wasn't here. It was another rest day, and Marcus was relaxing in the crow's nest like normal when his den mushy started ringing. Marcus quickly pulled it out of his pocket to answer it as he said, "Hello." "Brat, is that any way to answer your grandpa's call?" Marcus smiled a little as he said, "It's a lot better than how you answer calls. You sound like some kind of thug whenever you say, 'What do you want?' You looking for an extra fist of love, you brat?" "Nope, I was just pointing out a simple fact," Marcus said as he started to sweat a little. Garp huffed before he asked, "I'm heading to East Blue, where are you at?" Marcus thought it over for a few moments before he said, "We're currently staying at Kakasi Village in the Konomi Islands." "You better not be leading me on another wild goose chase," Garp said in a lowered voice that promised violence. "Not this time. We are stuck here waiting for the Arlong pirates to arrive." "Arlong pirates?" Garp said as he tried to remember who they were, and after a few moments he added, "Whatever, since it's pirates, you better not lose to them if they show up before I do." I don't want to lose to them either, but I've never fought fishmen, let alone pirates from the Grand Line before, so I have no idea how the fight will go. If they've left the Grand Line for one of the Blues, then you'll be fighting weaklings. You and your brothers shouldn't have any issue with them. If we start losing, I'll just threaten them with your name, Marcus said in a joking manner. If you lose to some Grand Line rejects and have to use my name to scare them away, that just means you boys have been slacking off on your training, Garp said in a disappointed tone. We've been sailing around and fighting pirates. It's kinda hard to do serious training when we might run into danger at any time. That's why you were supposed to stay in Fuchsia Village. You could train without distractions there. Marcus shrugged as he said, "It's fine. This has helped us learn more than just training alone every could." Well, just wait for me to arrive. It'll take a couple weeks because I am finishing something up, but I'll be there, so you better not leave that island. I promise we won't leave this time. Good, stay safe, brat, Garp said before the call disconnected. Marcus shook his head as he put his snail away and leaned back in his seat. Marcus smirked to himself as he thought of what Garp would do when he met everyone else. Actually, he couldn't wait till everyone else found out who his grandfather was. It would be pretty funny. He was pretty sure Tashigi would lose it when she found out. 82, just in time. The next few weeks flew by as Marcus waited on Garp or Arlong to show up. While he kinda hoped Garp would show up first, so they had a safety net of some kind in case Arlong and his crew were too strong, he knew in the end that Garp wouldn't lift a finger to help unless they were about to die. With that in mind, Marcus just focused on training and prepared everyone for what was coming. As the third week passed by without issue, Marcus thought maybe he really did change things and Arlong wasn't coming here, and that his grandpa was probably lost. Then reality decided to smack Marcus across the face for planting a flag. The early morning was fine, and everything seemed normal until a little after lunch. As Marcus and the others were getting ready for their afternoon sparring session just outside the village, Arlong and his crew arrived. In the anime and manga, it looked rather peaceful when they arrived and started collecting money from people. Sure, Arlong killed Bellamere in the flashback, but everyone else seemed fine, and no one else was really injured. Reality was a different beast entirely. Arlong and his crew attacked the village as soon as they arrived. Well, that wasn't completely accurate as they sunk the boats at the harbor first. Sure, most of them were just fishing boats owned by the locals, but Marcus's ship was there, and that was also sunk. The worst part about it was no one heard anything because the fishmen damaged the boats from underwater. They only realized something was happening when the fishmen came out of the water and approached the village. As the fishmen started attacking the village and gathering everyone up, that's when Marcus and the others noticed something was happening. Marcus reacted the quickest as he dropped his training sword mid-block against Kuina and rushed to grab his real sword. As he placed it on his belt, he said, "Grab real weapons if you got them. I think we will have a real fight this time." After Marcus disappeared, the others quickly grabbed their weapons before they followed after him. Marcus arrived near the village to find multiple fishmen hitting cowering villagers and forcing them towards the center of town. Marcus didn't immediately attack them. He wanted to find Arlong and his main crew first before he did anything. Marcus disappeared with sorrow as one of the fishmen glanced at the spot where he just stood. When he didn't see anyone, he frowned slightly but went back to work. Marcus quickly flashed through the village, jumping from rooftop to rooftop before he found who he was looking for. Arlong, Kurubai, Chu, and Hache. They stood in the middle of town where all the villagers were being brought. Arlong himself was seated in a chair with Kiribachi, his sword resting next to him. He watched over everything with a bored expression as all the villagers were forced to kneel on the ground in front of him. As for Genzo and the other people who normally helped him keep the peace, they were also there, beaten up but still alive. He also found Bellamere in the group of villagers as she protectively held both of her daughters. While Marcus glanced down at everything going on, he heard the sound of fighting going on in the distance along with everyone else. Arlong glanced in the direction, but did nothing else as he knew his crew wouldn't lose against some humans from East Blue. Marcus, on the other hand, quickly disappeared and made his way towards the sound and found his brothers and the rest of his friends. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy easily defeated the 4 fishmen the group met with, and before they could take off, Marcus whistled. All of them turned towards Marcus, who pointed towards the center of town and said, "The toughest ones are at the center of town, but there are a bunch of them spread out in the village collecting people like these guys were. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Kuina, and Zoro will come with me. Zeph, you led everyone else to clear out the rest of the fishmen around the city before you come help us." No one questioned the order, and the group quickly split in 2 as each group went to handle their tasks. Along the way, Marcus and his group found another group of fishmen, which they quickly engaged. Marcus was the first to react and used Zoro to flash in front of one fishman as he punched him in the stomach. The man folded forward, and Marcus used the opportunity to grab the man's head as he slammed it into his knee. The fishman didn't have a chance to make a sound before he was unconscious on the ground, bleeding from a broken nose. Marcus glanced towards his brothers, who quickly finished off their own opponents before he signaled them to move. They didn't run into another group of fishmen along the way, but when they reached the town square, they were greeted with Arlong in the middle of a speech. "You humans, you think you're so great when you're actually inferior to the fishmen race. All of you are pathetically weak compared to us, which is why from now on, I will be your new ruler, and if you want to keep your pathetic lives, you'll need to pay for it," Arlong said with a tooth-filled grin. Marcus disappeared from his spot and appeared on the roof of the building, directly behind Arlong. Before Arlong could continue his speech, Marcus asked in a booming voice that rang out over everyone, "By doing something like, aren't you spitting all over Fisher Tiger's memory? Or do you not give a damn about your former captain and his dying wish to stop the cycle of hatred between humans and fishmen? Or do you hate Jin so much that you would rather do the exact opposite of what he is trying to do?" Arlong whipped around with hate-filled eyes as everyone else in the center of town looked up at Marcus. Marcus stood with his arms crossed over his chest as he stared down at Arlong, waiting for his answer. It wasn't Arlong who spoke first, but Hatchai, as he asked, "Hey Arlong, isn't that kid right? Didn't Boss Tiger say he wanted humans and fishmen to get along?" Arlong's eyes tinted slightly red as he glanced over his shoulder at Hatchai and asked, "The same humans who betrayed him and led to his death?" Sure, those humans betrayed him, but he only died because he was a coward and an idiot. He could have lived if he wanted, but he was the one who chose to die, because dying is easier than living, Marcus said in a mocking tone. Some of the fishmen yelled out, "That's a lie. Fisher Tiger died because humans refused to give him a blood transfusion." Arlong, who knew the truth, turned back to glare at Marcus as he said with a hate-filled voice, "Shut your mouth. A lowly human like you doesn't deserve to even speak Tiger's name, let alone talk about what he wanted." "Why? Because you know what you're trying to do here is the exact opposite of what he wished for." Arlong stomped over to his sword and picked it up as he said, "You stupid human, I'm gonna enjoy crushing you beneath my feet." Marcus calmly reached for his sword and rested a hand on it as he said, "Big talk for a loser who ran away from the Grand Line." "I'm gonna kill you," Arlong yelled as he jumped towards Marcus and raised his sword over his head. Everyone in the area watched in stunned silence as Marcus stared down what they thought was his approaching doom without fear. As Arlong's sword slammed down over Marcus's head, Marcus smirked slightly. A second later, a large explosion happened as the roof and most of the house collapsed into a cloud of dust that covered the immediate area. Arlong walked out of the dust cloud a moment later as he said in a voice filled with contempt, "Just another pathetic human who couldn't even withstand a single attack." "Are you sure about that?" A mocking voice rang out over the hushed crowd of people who were staring at the destroyed house in shock. Arlong and everyone else's heads snapped in the direction of the voice to find Marcus as he stood on another rooftop. Marcus wore a cocky smirk as he watched Arlong's face contort in anger before he said, "You're pretty strong, but not very smart. I almost think that's a normal trait for all fishmen, considering Fisher Tiger was an idiot too." Arlong's jaw clenched so hard he broke his own teeth before he charged towards Marcus. Marcus didn't sit still this time and jumped off the roof as he drew his sword. As soon as Marcus touched the ground, he pushed off with all of his might and cracked the ground as he shot towards Arlong like a rocket. The sound of blades clashed together like a bomb going off as a shock wave of dust exploded from where they met. Arlong's eyes were filled with anger and a hint of shock as he met Marcus's initial blow. A moment later, he realized he was stronger and pushed down with a sneer as he forced Marcus back. Marcus didn't fight against Arlong's strength and instead used his skill to deflect the blow into the ground. Arlong couldn't stop his attack and could only watch as Marcus deftly moved out of the way before he jumped up and stomped Arlong's sword deeper into the ground. Marcus stood on top of Arlong's sword and asked in a mocking tone, "Is that all you got? I thought you said fishmen were the superior species? Isn't this kinda pathetic?" Arlong ripped his sword free from the ground with a snarl, which sent Marcus flying into the air. Arlong's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled in rage, "I'll not be talked down to by a lowly human. I'm gonna kill you and everyone in this village for your insolence." Ace and the others who were watching the show till now instantly decided to attack and protect the villagers. As Arlong rushed towards where Marcus was falling, he yelled out, "Kill all of these pathetic humans. I don't want to see a single one of them alive." Marcus used Jeppo to adjust his fall and landed lightly on the ground before he said to the charging Arlong, "I always thought the rumors about fishmen being subhuman were fake. But if you could easily order the murder of women and children without a second thought." As Arlong and Marcus clashed again, some of the fishmen hesitated on what to do, including Hatch. The others, like Chu and Kurubai, didn't, and instantly went to kill the humans gathered together. Chu was blocked as Sabo's shoulder checked him and sent the unprepared fishman flying into a house. Kurubai, on the other hand, intercepted Ace's attack and was able to block it. Luffy, Kuina, and Zoro attacked the other fishmen as Marcus deflected another attack from Arlong before he jumped back. Marcus glanced over the area for a moment before he yelled at Hatchai, who looked conflicted. "Hatchai, prove Fisher Tiger didn't die for no reason. Protect these people and help break the cycle of hatred he wanted to stop." Marcus didn't get to see if what he said helped as Arlong attacked him and forced him behind a building. Arlong, in a rage, didn't even try to defend as he lashed out like a rabid dog. His sole focus was on killing Marcus. A rapid exchange of blows followed as Marcus attempted to figure out Arlong's power and skill level. The whole time Marcus fought Arlong, he led him out of the village and barely engaged with the enraged fishmen. By the time Marcus and Arlong exited the village, Marcus had a decent grasp on where he stood against Arlong and didn't like what he found. While Marcus surpassed Arlong in skill with a blade, Arlong had more overall experience fighting, and even in his current state it showed. Marcus also didn't match Arlong in pure strength and doubted if he could match the fishman in stamina. The last issue Marcus needed to contend with was reach. Marcus used a normal-length katana with a longer-than-average hilt, which made his sword's length 46 inches from blade tip to the kashira. Arlong's kirabachi, on the other hand, was over double that in length and made it hard for Marcus to get close. With all that information in mind, Marcus decided to use the two things he excelled at against Arlong: his swordsmanship and his speed, which he used to help dodge most of Arlong's attacks so far. Marcus first focused on leading Arlong away from the village for a while longer before he finally switched gears. The change was instant, and on Arlong's next attack, Marcus used his skill and speed to parry the attack up and away from himself. A moment later, he darted towards Arlong and slashed at the fishman's exposed chest. Arlong, startled by Marcus's sudden aggressiveness, snapped out of his rage state and stepped backwards at the last moment. That one step caused what could have been a fight-ending move to be just a deep cut from his shoulder to stomach. Arlong's red eyes focused on Marcus for the first time since the fight started as he touched his bleeding wound. His face contorted in anger as he said, "You're going to pay for that." Marcus, who stood about 10 feet away from Arlong, raised his sword up in a relaxed manner and asked in a mocking tone, "By a weakling like you. The only thing a coward like you can do is bully the weak, and I'm not weak," Marcus said as his sword slashed downward in a slow arc. For a moment, Arlong was about to mock the human in front of him, but then he felt danger and his body reacted on instinct. Arlong moved, but the air blade launched by Marcus still caught his arm. He was lucky he didn't lose it, but it still left a nasty gash. Arlong snarled in pain before he charged at Marcus and pressed a new attack on the boy. This time, he didn't let his anger take over, but focused on not giving the boy another chance to injure him. As they clashed blades repeatedly, Marcus led Arlong along the path and they eventually reached Belamir's farm. Among the micken trees, Marcus and Arlong exchanged several blows a second. With Arlong no longer enraged and more focused, Marcus found that the fight was even harder now. After his first two attacks that wounded Arlong, the fishman now defended himself and was able to stop Marcus from landing more blows. As they were fighting each other, both of them felt a powerful force that erupted from the village for a few seconds before it died down. Arlong paused in his assault and frowned as he glanced towards the village with concern in his eyes. Marcus, on the other hand, had a good idea what just happened because he'd felt it before, and it made him smile as he disappeared from his spot. The ground cracked from the pressure of the move, and Arlong was barely able to block most of the attack as a new cut appeared on his other arm. Marcus didn't stop with just that and pressed forward with full power attacks after that. It would tire him out faster if he kept it up for long, but if he could injure Arlong enough to cause the man to bleed out, well, it wouldn't matter if Marcus didn't last long in this fight as long as Arlong dropped first. That and the fact Marcus was pretty sure the cavalry finally arrived. 83. A dangerous fight. The sound of weapons clashing together repeated constantly throughout the micken grove as two people battled. One was defending himself as best as possible as the other person was a blur of movement that never stopped. While it looked like they were in somewhat of a stalemate, the one defending themselves was covered in wounds. Most of them were only a few inches long, but bled constantly. As Marcus moved in for another attack, his leg locked up for a moment because of the overuse of sorrow. It caused him to slow just enough for Arlong to counterattack him for once. It was a glancing blow, but it was to the side of his head which rattled his brain for a second. That second gave Arlong the perfect chance to attack, and a moment later Marcus was blasted off his feet. Luckily, Marcus was only hit by the side of Arlong's sword, so he wasn't split in half by the blade. Unfortunately, Arlong put most of his strength behind the blow, which cracked a few of Marcus's ribs and sent him flying into a tree over 50 feet away. The blow from the tree, along with the cracked ribs, caused Marcus to black out for a moment. But he instantly recovered as Arlong charged over and disappeared from view again. Instead of attacking again, Marcus gained some distance and hid from view to check his condition. Marcus sucked in a shuddering breath when he touched his cracked ribs as Arlong yelled out, "Don't hide now, you pathetic human. It was just getting fun. I'm gonna enjoy breaking you." Marcus took about a minute to recover somewhat as Arlong kept yelling and cutting down trees as he searched for Marcus. Once Marcus caught his breath somewhat, he moved closer to where he heard Arlong. Once he saw Arlong with his back towards him, he kicked off the ground with full power and winced slightly as his legs protested. Marcus was able to give a devastating blow against Arlong's back with his sneak attack, but as he attempted to move away, his legs locked up. Arlong snarled in rage as he swung around and caught Marcus in the face with a backhand. Marcus was lifted off his feet and flew backwards into one of the trees Arlong cut down in his search for Marcus. Arlong instantly moved towards Marcus, who was stunned from the blow before he attacked with his sword this time, and barely missed Marcus, who rolled out of the way at the last second. Marcus was able to dodge another blow before he rolled to his feet and attempted to use sorrow again. His leg muscles screamed in protest, and he ended up dodging another attack from Arlong instead. Marcus was able to parry the next couple of attacks, but he could no longer use sorrow. Thankfully, his legs only locked up when he attempted to use the physically demanding move, as normal movement only hurt a little instead. Arlong noticed the issue after a minute or so and sneered as he said, "This is why fishmen are superior to humans. Only 2 minor blows and look at how injured you are." Marcus didn't bother replying as he focused on letting the damage he already gave Arlong do its work. That and his ribs burned like crazy every time he took a breath. Arlong, on the other hand, took it as his win and asked, "What happened, boy? You were so talkative before and now you've gone quiet. Finally realized just how weak you are compared to fishmen." As the fight carried on with more taunting from Arlong, Marcus started to realize that he might have overestimated just how much stamina Arlong had. Sure, he landed a bunch of small attacks and 5 larger wounds that were still bleeding even now. But Arlong seemed almost fine, like none of it affected him, and he kept attacking. No, that wasn't exactly right. Arlong was slowing down in his attacks. It's just Marcus was also slowing down as well and didn't notice at first. As the fight dragged on longer, Arlong also seemed to realize what was happening and started to attack with all of his strength. Marcus, on the other hand, just focused everything on defense and stalling for time. With Arlong using more strength in his attacks, it forced Marcus to dodge more often than parry, and his legs quickly acted up. It was just a slight delay, but that caused Marcus to block the incoming blow instead of dodge it. That block broke through his guard and almost took his head off if he didn't drop to the ground at the last moment. Marcus quickly rolled to his feet, but was forced to block another attack, which caused the bones in his arms to hurt from the blow. Marcus glanced around as Arlong attacked again and dodged closer to a nearby tree. As the next attack came, Marcus attempted to disengage and create distance from Arlong by using the tree to block the attack. But it didn't work as the attack cut clean through the tree and barely missed hitting Marcus. As the tree fell, Arlong kicked it towards Marcus, who dodged it by a hair's breadth, but was then forced to block another blow. Marcus's arms protested and barely held under the pressure from Arlong's new attack. But thankfully, Arlong stopped and pulled back as he attempted to attack again, not realizing he just needed to push a little harder to break through Marcus's guard. Another attack came and Marcus parried the blade away as his arms shook from the effort. A few more blows were exchanged before Marcus's body decided not to respond, and he caught a glancing blow. It was from the side of Arlong's blade, and it caused Marcus to stagger as his body refused to move properly. Arlong didn't let the opportunity slip and swung his sword backwards towards Marcus. Marcus was barely able to bring his sword up to block, but it still blasted him off his feet and into a tree, which knocked the wind out of him. Marcus struggled to get back up as Arlong stomped towards him slowly, unable to move as fast as before. Even though Arlong was a lot slower, he still hit like a truck, and Marcus himself was now having trouble moving at all. His whole body was protesting his every movement at this point, and he knew he probably wouldn't last much longer. Just before Arlong reached him, Marcus gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. As Arlong swung his sword towards Marcus, he rolled under the blow towards Arlong, and he came up swinging his sword. Arlong released one hand from his sword and was able to backhand Marcus across the face before the attack landed. Marcus was tossed to the side and was barely able to roll to his feet as Arlong attacked again. A large overhead swing came down onto Marcus, who narrowly raised his sword in time. After the blades clashed, Arlong's attack easily broke past Marcus's defense and slammed the boy into the ground, which caused a small crater to form. Whether it was luck or just the design of the shark-tooth blade, Marcus came away from the attack with only a minor cut and some fractured bones. Arlong took the opportunity to gloat as he stepped back before sneering down at Marcus and said, "You stupid human. This is what it means to face a fishman. Do you finally understand your limitations as a human? No matter how hard you try, you humans will always be weaker than us." Arlong focused on Marcus, waiting for the boy to say something in response, hoping the boy would beg for his life before he took pleasure in ending it. After a few moments, Marcus slowly stood up on shaky legs while his whole body protested against him moving at all. Marcus's sharp eyes burned with an inner fire, and a ferocious grin played across his face that showed his blood-covered teeth as he stared at Arlong in contempt. The look in Marcus's eyes caused Arlong to step back for a moment in shock. But Arlong quickly frowned as his eyes narrowed at Marcus, who spit out a mouth full of blood before he settled into a sword stance and asked, "Limitations." Marcus's whole body screamed in pain for him to stop what he was doing as he tensed his muscles and prepared to bet everything he had left on this one attack. Faint wisps of purple lightning formed around Marcus before Arlong sensed danger coming from him and lifted his sword to attack again as Marcus yelled out, "My limitations can go straight to hell along with you." An invisible wave of pressure erupted from Marcus, along with the purple lightning, which slammed into Arlong and slowed him down as his eyes widened in shock. Arlong still attempted to fight back as the pressure from Marcus bore down on him. Before Marcus's sword whipped forward with all of the strength and skill he could muster in his current state. Marcus's sword, sensing the power Marcus was giving off, gladly took it in, as the blade turned pitch black while purple lightning danced across the blade. All of that power condensed into the blade as it swung forward, and Arlong slammed his own sword forward in a last-ditch effort to block the incoming attack. Arlong's blade barely touched Marcus's before it was cut clean in half. Marcus's attack didn't stop there, as a massive black air blade sliced through Arlong and all of the trees behind him in a wide arc. Arlong's two halves were blown back by the attack and disappeared from view into the trees before they all collapsed a moment later. The pressure and purple lightning dissipated around Marcus as he collapsed backwards onto the ground in unbearable pain. That attack would normally take a lot out of him, but using it with his bruised and battered body caused him to tear a lot of muscles and aggravate his already fractured bones. As he laid on the ground, struggling to breathe, a large shadow covered him. Marcus struggled to see who it was, but the sun behind the person just made them look like a massive black shadow in his already fuzzy vision. As Marcus slowly lost consciousness, he heard an all-too-familiar laugh which made him smile before he completely passed out. Garp smiled with pride as he looked down at Marcus passed out on the ground. Then he glanced up at the destruction left by his last attack and frowned. He watched the entire fight from start to finish, and while it wasn't the way he would have fought, he had no complaints since Marcus used his brains to separate the biggest threat from everyone else. But to think both Marcus and Ace would awaken conquerors hacky in their fights today. Garp picked up Marcus and tossed him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes before he grabbed Marcus's sword and put it away for the boy. Then he disappeared from view to take Marcus to his ship anchored on the other end of the island. He'd been here for almost 2 weeks and watched the boys train with their friends in secret to gauge their current strengths. They weren't bad, but some of them could definitely use more training. As for Marcus and his brothers, they were weaker than he expected, but then again not everyone could be as strong as him at that age. When he arrived at the ship, he handed Marcus over to the ship's doctor before he said, "Raise the anchor and head to the village. I'll meet all of you there." Garp didn't wait for a response and disappeared from view to go check in on the rest of his grandsons. He'd sensed they were still alive, so he wasn't too worried about them. But he might as well see how they did against their opponents. When Garp arrived, he found most of the fishmen tied up in chains and guarded by the fishmen named Hatcheye and a couple of others. As for Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and their friends, they were each being helped by villagers who were giving them first aid. Garp landed close to his grandsons with a thud as he dropped out of the air. Everyone turned to look at him, and while everyone recognized his uniform, they had no idea who he was. Another man appeared by him a moment later as he said, "I told the boys you were watching over Marcus." Garp nodded before he asked, "How did they do?" It would have been worse if that octopus fishman and a few of the others didn't help protect the villagers. But overall, no one died, and the boys won their fights. Ace, who just finished being helped by the town doctor, sat up and looked at Garp before he asked, "Grandpa, is Marcus okay?" Garp moved closer to the boys and looked them over before he said, "He's in worse shape than all of you combined, but he'll be fine after eating some meat and drinking some milk." "Meat, I want meat," Luffy said as he sat and looked around while wrapped in some bandages. Then his eyes focused on Garp and he asked, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Garp punched Luffy over the head before he asked, "Is that any way to talk to your grandpa, brat?" "Hey, don't hit my patients," the doctor yelled at Garp, who turned to look at him and said, "He'll be fine, and if he isn't, you're a doctor." The doctor frowned and was about to say something else when Tashiga's voice rang out in a shocked tone. "Vice Admiral Garp." Garp turned towards the voice while he picked his nose and asked, what do you want?" While the villagers were surprised, everyone who was traveling with the boys looked like they just saw a ghost. The mysterious grandpa the boys talked about, the one who Luffy called a dumb gorilla, the same one the boys said would train them till they couldn't move, was the Navy hero Garp. 84. A Talk with Garp. And Marcus woke up to the smell of roasted meat, which made his stomach instantly growl in hunger. He quickly opened his eyes to an unfamiliar roof, and after a moment he tried to sit up, but found he couldn't move because most of his body was wrapped up like a mummy. The parts he could move made the rest of his body scream in protest against the action. So after a couple moments, Marcus decided not to sit up but turned his head slightly to see where he was. After seeing a pretty plain room with almost no defining features, Marcus sucked in a breath before he yelled out, "Hey, is anyone here?" Within a few seconds, Marcus heard the sound of people running, and moments later the door slammed open as his brothers ran inside. Luffy was in the lead, and he jumped onto Marcus's bed, which made Marcus groan in pain before Luffy said, "You missed 5 meals." Marcus took a moment to recover before he said, "Can you get off my bed? It makes it hard to breathe properly." Luffy glanced down to see he was pushing on Marcus's wrapped ribs before Ace grabbed him by the collar and hauled him off the bed as he said, "Don't jump on his bed, idiot." Marcus smirked slightly as he asked, "Thanks, so what did I miss after I led Arlong away?" "The one you called Hatchai ended up helping us and rallied a handful of others to join him. It was a tough fight, but we were able to win without serious injuries to the villagers." Ace said with a smile before he added, "We were gonna go help you afterwards, but Bogard showed up and said Grandpa was with you." Marcus nodded slightly as he said, "Grandpa showed up right before I passed out. Apparently he watched your entire fight and said he could have done better at your age. Something about beating Arlong in a single punch," Sabo said with a smirk. "Damn right I could. You brats are still weak compared to me," Garp said before he burst into laughter. Everyone turned to see Garp as he walked into the room carrying a tray of meat and a large pitcher of milk. Garp's gaze focused on Marcus as he said, "You woke up just in time. I was bringing you food to help you heal." Ace frowned slightly as he asked, "Didn't the doctors both say Marcus needed to eat light foods for a couple weeks?" "Those idiots don't know anything. Some meat and milk for a day or two and Marcus will be just fine," Garp said as he placed the food on a table next to the bed. A moment later, Luffy was knocked into the floor, and his hand retracted back to his body from the plate of food as Garp said, "Don't even think about it, brat. This is for Marcus. In my current condition, I doubt that I can feed myself, let alone even move my arms," Marcus said with a helpless smile. "Bah, it was those stupid doctors who wrapped you up too much. They even gave you a bunch of drugs that knocked you out for over a day," Garp said before he reached over the bandages that covered Marcus's arms. He gripped them firmly before he yanked hard and ripped them all off. Marcus grunted in pain at the action before Garp said, "All right, you should be able to feed yourself now." Marcus gave Garp an incredulous look for a few moments before he reached over to the plate of food and grabbed a large piece of meat from it. He lifted it up and found that while his arms were a little sore, they didn't hurt and he could basically move them without issue. A moment later, he took a bite of his food, and after he finished it, he asked, "How long are you here for this time, Grandpa?" "Another week or two, unless something happens. Don't worry, I'll make sure you boys get some good training in before I leave. You and all of your little friends." Garp's words made all the boys shiver for a moment, but Marcus quickly recovered and started eating in earnest. Garp watched for a moment before he waved the others out of the room as he said, "Go play with your friends. I'll keep Marcus company till he's done eating." Ace and the others quickly said goodbye, and after they left, Garp settled into a chair next Marcus's bed with an exhausted sigh, glanced towards Garp as he gulped down some milk. Afterwards, he used the back of his arm to clean his greasy mouth before he asked, "Since you were watching me, does that mean Ace was the other person who released that blast of Conqueror's haki?" Garp nodded as he frowned slightly, and after a few moments he said, "Both of you are gonna be a lot of trouble later if you don't join the Marines." "Luffy will have it too. Sabo, I'm not sure about though." Garp glanced at Marcus for a moment before he gave out a bitter laugh and said, "Of course he would have it too. And I'm positive none of us are joining the Marines. Sorry, Grandpa." Marcus gave a helpless shrug before he dug back into his food. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly and watched Marcus eat for a while before he let out another sigh and said, "I expected as much." "Then why train us so hard knowing we won't be joining you in the Marines?" "If you're in the Marines or not doesn't really matter to me. I just want you boys strong enough to protect yourself when you finally go out to sea," Garp said with a hint of pride in his voice. Marcus finished off the piece of meat in his hand before he asked, "If that's the case, why don't you just retire and train us full-time?" You think they would just let someone like me retire? Garp asked with a smile before he shook his head and said, even if they did, I wouldn't quit. It would make it harder to find strong people to fight. As Garp laughed, Marcus shook his head slightly before he asked, since Ace and I both awakened our color of kings, should we start training in Haki? Garp stopped laughing and focused on Marcus with a serious look for a few moments before he said, probably, but the others are still too weak. They could train in observation Haki, but armament would be too much for them to learn. You need a stronger willpower to learn it, and most of those brats don't have that. Sabo is the closest. You mind giving me and Ace a crash course in Haki training before you leave? Marcus asked before he chugged down the last of his milk. Garp went quiet for about a minute or so as Marcus finished off his food. When he finally came to a decision, he chuckled slightly before he said in a voice that made Marcus shiver, a crash course, Yeah, I can definitely do that. Garp stood up and moved to collect the tray and pitcher before he said, rest up, I'll bring you more food later. Marcus didn't argue and quickly fell asleep with his full belly. Over the next day or so, Garp would return randomly with a bunch of meat and a large pitcher of milk for Marcus to consume. And on the following morning, Garp woke Marcus up with another meal before he tore the rest of the badges off of Marcus as he said, finish eating and then get dressed before you come outside. Marcus quickly finished his meal and slowly got out of bed. He was already feeling a lot better than when he first woke up, but was still surprised to find that besides his body being stiff, it mostly felt fine and his body could move without any issues. After stretching for a few minutes, Marcus walked over to where some fresh clothes were placed and got dressed. When Marcus stepped out of the room, he was surprised to find he was in a small house and not in the village doctor's clinic. The house itself was pretty bare and looked like it wasn't lived in by anyone. Marcus didn't pay it much attention after his initial glance and instead headed to the front door where he heard the sound of weapons clashing. Outside, he found Garp munching on rice crackers as Ace and Sabo sparred with new weapons. Marcus watched them for a few moments before he asked, when did they get those? I promised the winner of the training camp a prize, and it took a while to find a good one. If Ace used a sword, it wouldn't have taken long at all. But that idiot uses a naginata, and finding a named one isn't easy. Garp said in an annoyed tone before he nodded towards Sabo and added, it would normally be impossible to find a decent halberd for Sabo. But some low-tier pirate with a bounty of 500 million had one, so I took him down and confiscated it. Really, a 500 million bounty is considered a low-tier pirate? Marcus asked in an incredulous tone. Garp snorted like he heard a good joke before he said, unless they are around a few billion or more, they aren't worth shit. Garp finished his rice crackers before he crumpled up the packaging and infused Haki into it. A moment later, he launched it at Ace and Sabo's weapons when they clashed together again. Both boys were knocked off their feet from the powerful blow, and the packaging flew into a rock 10 yards away where it cracked it in half. Both boys jumped up and glared at Garp, who just laughed before he said, put your weapons away. It's time to train. Marcus glanced towards the broken rock in the distance before he asked, you gonna pick up your trash first? Garp glanced towards the broken rock for a moment before he said, I will later. Do it while they put their weapons away, Marcus said as Ace and Sabo disappeared into the house. Garp glanced at Marcus, and his eye twitched slightly as he asked, just who do you think you're talking to, brat? Someone who will forget if I don't remind them. When Ace and Sabo stepped back outside, they found Marcus with a couple lumps on his head and Garp walking back from the rock with trash in his hand. Garp glanced over them all and stuffed the trash in his pocket before he said, all right, let's get started. I don't have time to teach you boys properly, but I should be able to beat the basics into you before I leave. All of them started to sweat at Garp's words, and Marcus started second-guessing if asking Garp for training was a good idea. Garp pulled out 3 blind and handed them over to the boys before he said, first thing I'm gonna teach you is how to sense the world around you without your eyes. Garp pulled out another blindfold for himself and put it on before he said, just to prove that this works, I'll give you boys a little demonstration. Try and hit me. Marcus knew what was about to happen, but Ace and Sabo, they had other ideas, like getting some payback on Garp for once. Needless to say, Ace and Sabo were completely worn out from trying to hit Garp while Marcus only attempted it a few times. Garp finally pulled off his blindfold after half an hour before he asked, "What do you think? Pretty good skill to have, right?" The boys nodded in agreement before Garp said, "All right, put on your own blindfolds after you sit down on the ground a few feet apart." After they followed his directions, Garp said, "Next you need to calm down and focus your mind. Try to perceive the world around you and extend your other senses out. Keep your breathing steady and just focus." Whack, the sound of something solid striking flesh rang out. "What the hell?" Ace yelled out in pain. "I said to focus." "I was focusing until you hit me," Ace said in a resentful tone. "Hitting you is the best way to train this skill. Once you can sense the blow coming, you should be able to dodge it like I did," Garp said before another sharp whack rang out and Marcus grunted in pain. The next few hours were hell as Garp relentlessly beat the three boys like they were birthday piñatas. By the time lunch arrived, the boys had lumps and bruises all over their bodies. Garp led them from the house on the outskirts of town to the dock where Marcus's ship was resting. When Marcus spotted it, he asked, "Didn't the fishmen sink my ship?" "This area is shallow, so it didn't fully sink. Only your cargo hold was underwater. I was able to raise the ship myself before I had my men repair the hole that was used to sink it. It's not perfect, but it will hold up just fine even in a storm," Garp said as he led them on the ship. After greeting everyone in the galley and finding out that Bogard was training them, Marcus and the others ate lunch together before Garp took them back for more training that lasted till dinner. After dinner, training continued until the boys passed out from exhaustion, and the next morning it started all over again. By the end of the second day, Marcus was completely regretting his choice to ask Garp for hacky training. 85. A treasure trove. 2 weeks passed by in a blur of welts and bruises for Marcus. 2 weeks that made Marcus regret every decision he ever made in his new life, leading up to the point where he thought asking Garp to train him in hacky was a good idea. But a few days before Garp left, something clicked for all of the boys, and they were able to somewhat sense the attacks coming. It wasn't enough to allow them to dodge, but it was a massive step up from before. Garp celebrated the improvement by beating them non-stop for the last 2 days before he left. Marcus wasn't sure if that helped them improve any faster, but Garp seemed happy with it. Just before Garp left, he handed Marcus a decent-sized diary and said, "I don't have time to teach you armament, but this should help you boys learn the very basics. You can read it now, but it won't be very useful until you unlock the basics of observation hacky." Marcus took the diary with his bruised hands as he said through swollen lips, "Thanks, Grandpa." Garp laughed and smacked Marcus on his sore back, which made Marcus hiss in pain before Garp said, "I'll hopefully be back within a year. When I call and ask where you are, you better tell me." Garp's eyes narrowed as he focused on Marcus and asked, "If you try and send me on a wild goose chase again, we'll have more training sessions just like this. Do you understand?" Marcus reluctantly nodded before Garp laughed and smacked him on the back again as he said, "Good." Once Garp officially left, Marcus, Ace, and Sabo dropped from complete exhaustion and slept for over a day straight. After they woke up and ate a large meal, they went off alone to check out the book Garp left them. At first, Marcus thought it was something Garp threw together before he left, but Marcus and the others were completely stunned when they realized the truth. The book was a personal journal Garp started when he was younger and detailed his insights into training, fighting, rokushiki, and hacky. Sure, it wasn't perfect, and some stuff wasn't gone over in exact detail. But that didn't really matter since the basics were still explained and laid out for them to understand, along with Garp's insights into everything. After reading some of the journal, the boys all shared a long look before Ace asked, "Won't sharing this stuff with us get Gramps in trouble?" "If someone found out, maybe, but I don't think Grandpa cares at this point," Marcus said as he looked through the book for Garp's insights into observation hacky. It took a few minutes because the book was written haphazardly with no real order to it. But a little past halfway into the book, Marcus found notes about hacky and started to read them as Ace and Sabo glanced over his shoulder. They read the book for a good half an hour before Marcus's right eye started to twitch in annoyance. In the book, They found a note from Garp complaining about how other people trained observation hacky and what he considered it, the pussy way to do it. Apparently the standardized Marine way was still using a blindfold, but instead of beating people half to death, they would hit with almost no force and would use different items to give variety to the training. Apparently when you use different items, it helps your senses adjust to the training easier. So instead of a stick, they would use a larger feather, squirt gun, rubber ball, or anything else they found. The main thing was changing it up repeatedly, because it helped expand the person's senses. Garp, on the other hand, didn't care for that method, and had some lower-ranked Marines just beat him with metal poles until he learned it himself. Marcus shared a glance with his brothers after reading that information before Sabo happily said, "On the bright side, Grandpa only used a regular wooden stick on us." Marcus shook his head slightly before he said, "The crazy old man aside, at least we have a better way to practice now." Ace nodded along before he said, "With Gramps gone, we'll need to find some help if we all want to train at the same time now. We can do normal training with everyone else, and then after dinner we could have Zeph help us," Sabo said after a few moments of thought. Marcus nodded in agreement before he added, "That should work. I'm pretty sure he would be happy to hit us with different things." They spent the next couple hours reading over the journal together before they went to meet everyone else. It was late afternoon, and everyone was sparring with each other just outside the village. Ace and Sabo decided to join the others, while Marcus only stopped to watch them for a few minutes before he headed towards Bellamir's orchard. This was the first bit of free time he's had since his fight with Arlong, and wanted to see how much damage was caused to the place. He knew Arlong cut down at least a dozen trees during their fight, but his last attack only probably doubled that amount. Marcus made his way to the area, and everything looked pretty normal at first, especially around Bellamir's house. But as he walked deeper into the orchard where the main fight happened, he heard people talking. A man's voice carried from behind some trees as he said, "I'll see about getting some people from the village to help with everything. I know it doesn't help much, but at least we can turn all of this into usable firewood." "It's fine. I'm not really upset. The main thing is we're all still alive. I can rebuild." A woman's voice carried over as Marcus stepped out of the tree line and saw the first cut-down tree from the fight. Marcus moved in the direction of the voices and jumped up into the air to clear one of the fallen trees. As he cleared the tree, his eyes widened at the sight before him. It was the spot where Arlong had slammed him into the ground, and the same spot he released his conqueror's haki. Every tree past that spot was cut in half, and as far as Marcus could tell, about half the orchard was destroyed. Marcus didn't go unnoticed as he landed a few feet away from Bellamir and Jens, who turned towards him. Marcus smiled and gave a friendly wave as he said, "Looks like my fight with Arlong got a little out of control. Sorry about that." Bellamir's left eye started to twitch as Genzo asked in concern, "What are you doing up? Didn't the doctor say you had multiple bone fractures and would be in bed for months to heal properly?" "I've been training with my grandpa the last couple weeks. Didn't you see me walking through town?" Genzo shook his head before he said, "After making sure everyone was fine and had a place to stay, that Boggart fellow took me with him to turn in the bounties for those fishmen. Your grandpa wanted us to claim the bounty and use it to help with any damage caused to the village," Genzo said as he gestured to the cut-down trees before he added, "I just got back the other day when your grandpa left." Marcus nodded before he turned towards Bellamir and said with a smile and a wink, "Well, on the bright side of things, you can now plant some other variety of fruit trees to help diversify your income. It should make you less poor in the long run since not everyone wants mickens." "You cheeky little brat," Bellamir said as she rolled up her sleeves and stomped towards Marcus. A cocky smirk played across Marcus's face as he asked, "What's wrong? You're not upset with me, are you? Didn't you just say everything was fine and you could rebuild?" Bellamir charged at Marcus, who jumped over to land on one of the trees he chopped down and waved a hand towards everything around him as he said, "I'm starting to feel like you said everything is fine, but you're still blaming me for all of this." "Of course I'm blaming you. You lead him out here when you could have gone anywhere else to fight." Bellemere said as she ran towards Marcus, who was standing atop a tree stump. Marcus shrugged as he said, it was the safest place to lead him without the chance of running into more people. You two destroyed over half my orchard with your fight. Actually, Arlong only cut down those handful of trees over there, Marcus said as he pointed to the ones smashed apart rather than cut. Bellemere and Genzo both turned to look at the trees in question before Marcus gestured to everything else that was cleanly cut in half as he said proudly, I cut all of those down with one slash. Both of them paused at that statement, but Bellemere recovered first as she started to charge towards Marcus again as she said, I don't care if you're Garpsan's grandson. I'm gonna whip you till you can't even walk. Wow, settle down, old lady. I already told you I'm not interested in that kind of relationship with someone like you, Marcus said with a playful smirk before he disappeared from view. Marcus hid from the pissed-off Bellemere until she finally left with Genzo about 10 minutes later. Once they were gone, Marcus came out from his spot, hidden in the leaves of a downed tree, and glanced around. He shook his head slightly to himself before he walked over to one of the tree stumps that were about 3 feet tall. He centered up on the stump before he grabbed it with both hands. With a bit of effort and energy, he was able to wiggle the stump a little after a few moments. He adjusted his grip slightly after a few tries, and once satisfied, he yanked on the stump with all of his strength. The wood groaned as his hands dug into the tree bark, but after a few seconds, the tree started to move towards him. Marcus didn't waste time, and as he pulled on the tree, he stepped backwards at the same time. After half a minute of struggle, Marcus was able to rip the tree stump and its roots from the ground. Once out of the ground, Marcus slammed the stump into the ground a few times to knock off as much dirt from the roots as possible. Then he easily carried it off to one side of the orchard and placed it down. With a spot picked, Marcus grabbed the closest tree stump and ripped that one out of the ground the same way. Within half an hour, Marcus had a decent area set up to one side of the orchard filled with tree stumps and the other half of the cut-down trees. Marcus glanced out over the space and let out a sigh as he realized this would take him the rest of the day to clean up the mess he made. With a slight shake of his head, Marcus headed towards the next stump to get everything over with. Marcus didn't really pay attention to anything else as he cleared out the area of cut-down trees. But as the sun started to set, he finished placing the last tree into the pile. He glanced over the now mostly empty field for a few moments before he headed off to go eat dinner with everyone else. The next morning, Genzo, Bellemere, and a few other villagers head over towards the orchard to start the slow process of clearing the trees and processing fire. With axes and saws in hand, they came to the area from yesterday and froze in place. Before them was a pot-marked field, and to one side rested 2 neat piles, one of tree stumps and the other filled with trees. Bellemere glanced over everything for a few moments before she snorted as she said, "That cocky little shit." 86. A motivational speech. A week passed by after Marcus helped clean up the mess he made at the orchard. During that time, he mostly focused on training, but he also helped a bit more at the orchard. He mostly leveled out the soil because it was ruined from him removing all the tree stumps and their root system. There were still the 2 large piles he made that were slowly being processed by the townspeople. But otherwise, Bellemere could now start the main replanting process. Marcus only saw the woman once during that time, and when he did, he said, "You should diversify the trees to grow apples, lemons, and other fruits. It will give you more income that way." "You think you can run my orchard better than me?" Bellemere asked as one of her eyes started to twitch. "Considering how poor you are, yes," Marcus said with a cocky grin. "You little shit, I really will beat you this time." "No thanks, I'm not into that kind of thing, and I told you before you're too old for me," Marcus said as he quickly disappeared and left the orchard. After that little conversation, Marcus found out from Genzo that Bellemere did take his advice and ordered saplings for a few different species of fruit trees. Marcus wasn't sure if he would help replant the trees themselves, but he did hand Jens a stack of money to pay for them all and wouldn't accept it back. It was about a week after all the new trees were planted that Marcus ran into Nami on his day off from training. He was back at the spot he found that had a great view of the sea. As he sat there reading Garp's journal, Nami approached with a small backpack on. She didn't say anything to Marcus as she pulled out a blanket and a couple books before she settled in not far away from Marcus. Marcus raised a slight eyebrow at her actions, but decided to ignore her as he kept reading. While he'd already finished reading the journal a couple of times, Marcus liked to reread it because he found new insights each time he did. It wasn't that Garp was cryptic or something. He was actually the exact opposite with his blunt, almost bare explanations. Sure, it could give you an idea of what needed to be done, but it also made it harder to understand at some points. But the more Marcus read it, the more he started to understand how Garp thought, which helped him figure out what Garp described in the journal. The other reason Marcus liked to reread the journal was for the extra information packed inside. Fights with Roger and other big-name pirates were scattered throughout the thing. He also had random passages about different islands he visited, best-tasting animals, what island made the best rice crackers. Needless to say, the journal was filled with a ton of information if you were willing to read through the chaotic mess. As Marcus was reading, Nami pulled out a drawing pad and some pencils before she started to draw something while she referenced the books in front of her. After a while, Marcus glanced up to see what she was doing and found she was practicing her map-making skills. Marcus watched her draw for a few minutes before he placed the journal down and asked, "What are you doing, little thief?" Nami frowned at the name as she looked at Marcus and said in an annoyed tone, "I'm not a thief, my name is Nami." "Didn't you steal from my ship? Wouldn't that make you a thief?" Marcus asked with a teasing tone as a smirk played across his face. "You got the item back, so technically I didn't steal anything. Besides, you looked like pirates and stealing from pirates isn't considered stealing," Nami said matter-of-factly before she stuck her tongue out. "Whatever you say, little thief, so you gonna answer my question or not?" Nami huffed as she puffed out her cheeks for a few moments before she showed Marcus a map of the island she was working on. Marcus studied it for a few moments before he said, "Not bad. If you ever decide to stop being a thief, you could make a living as a cartographer." Nami frowned slightly at his comment as she glanced at the map herself before she said, "I plan to draw a map of the whole world one day." "Oh yeah, is that your dream then?" Nami nodded seriously as she said, "When I get older, I'm gonna travel the world and visit every island to make a map of it." "Good luck with that," Marcus said in a dismissive tone. Nami instantly turned towards Marcus and glared at him as she asked, "What is that supposed to mean? You don't think I can do it?" Marcus chuckled before he said, "I don't think I know you can't." Nami frowned as she asked, "Why not? What could stop me from doing it?" "You're too weak." "Of course I'm weak. I'm still just a kid. Once I'm grown up, I won't be weak, and I'll easily be able to make a map of the world," Nami said with complete confidence. "You think you will just get magically stronger when you're older?" Marcus scoffed before he said, "If you don't train properly, you'll always be weak." "Fine, then I'll just make friends with strong people who can protect me." Marcus shook his head slightly as he said, "And then what happens if they have to protect you all the time because you can't even protect yourself? Sure, you might find people who would be fine with that. I know my brother is an idiot who would gladly do something like that." Marcus narrowed his eyes slightly as he asked, "But are you gonna be okay with people you care about getting hurt or possibly killed just to protect you?" Nami's eyes widened at that before Marcus reached over to a rock and picked it up as he asked, "Or would you rather gain strength to help protect yourself and those you care about?" Marcus showed Nami the rock before he crushed it in his hand and turned it into powder. Nami's eyes were wide as they stared at what was left of the rock while Marcus collected his stuff. Marcus stood up before he said, "Since we almost share the same dream, I don't mind helping you get stronger." "You also want to draw a map of the world?" Nami asked in a surprised tone before she added, "Is that why you had all those navigation books?" Marcus shook his head slightly as he stared out to sea before he said, "One of my dreams is to travel the world and visit every place there is. Whether it's an island on the sea, the sky, or under the water, I want to see them all." "An island in the sky or under the sea? How is that even possible?" Nami asked in a confused tone. Marcus shrugged as he said, "I have no clue, but I know they exist and I want to visit all of them." Marcus turned his gaze to Nami as he said, "Come to my ship before dawn tomorrow if you want to get stronger. I'll gladly help you do it, but remember, anything worth doing is never easy." As Marcus walked away, Nami stared at his back before he disappeared from view. Afterwards, she turned to look out towards the sea, and slowly a small spark formed in her eyes. With new determination, she packed up her stuff and quickly headed home to talk with her mom. Marcus, unaware that his talk might have worked, hummed to himself as he headed back to the ship to hang out for a bit before dinner. Early the next morning, as everyone gathered on the deck to start their pre-breakfast workout, Marcus found Bellemere waiting on the dock with Nami and Najiko in tow. Marcus headed down the gangplank as he asked, "I didn't think you would accept my offer." Bellemere studied Marcus for a few moments before she said, "Nami said you wanted to help her get stronger, but she didn't say why or what it would cost." "Why? Because I don't want her to be a burden to anyone she goes out to sea with when she finally chases her dream," Marcus said as his gaze focused on Nami, and he added, "As for the cost, it will be paid with her time, her sweat, her blood, and her own effort." Nami's eyes blazed with an inner fire as she locked eyes with Marcus and nodded her head slightly. Bellemere noticed the exchange, and after a moment he asked Nami, "Are you sure, sweetie? You know you don't have to do this, right?" Nami nodded her head again as she said, "I know, but if I want to explore the world, I'll need strength to be able to do it." Bellemere pulled Nami into a hug as she said, "If that's what you want, then I'll support you all the way." After Bellemere released Nami, Najiko stepped forward as she hesitantly asked, "Can I join too?" "You want to train with them too?" Bellemere asked as everyone turned towards Najiko, who shrugged slightly as she replied, "Me and Nami normally play together. If she isn't around, it will be boring." "All right, one or two people, it doesn't matter to me. I'll train you both," Marcus said before he turned to Bellemere and added, "Don't worry about feeding them from now on. Since they are training with us, they will join us for meals. You can join us too if you want. We always have extra food." Bellemere glanced at her daughters for a few moments before she asked, "What time do you eat at?" "About an hour after sunrise for breakfast. Lunch is around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and dinner is typically just after sunset." Bellemere nodded before Marcus waved Nami and Najiko up the gangplank as he said, "Follow me, and I'll get you some training gear." Bellemere watched the girls disappear onto the boat before she headed off to start work for the day. About 10 minutes later, Nami and Najiko were on the deck with everyone else. Marcus gave both of them a training harness, but they weren't activated just yet. Once everyone was on the deck and ready, Marcus said, "All right, activate the harness and let's get started with the warm-up." Nami and Najiko watched as everyone pressed a button on the harness and quickly followed along. A moment later, the harness expanded to cover their bodies, and both of them struggled under their increased weight. Nami and Najiko both looked on with wide eyes as the others started to leave the ship and prepared to start running. Marcus, who was watching them, smiled slightly before he walked over and asked, "Ready to start training?" Nami, who could barely lift her legs, asked, "What the hell is this thing?" "It's some kind of training harness my grandpa gave us a long time ago. It helps make you stronger." "I can't even move properly in this," Nami said with a frown as Najiko nodded in agreement. "That's fine, you'll get used to it. Now stop wasting time, let's see how far you can go before you collapse." "Collapse?" Nami and Najiko asked at the same time with a hint of trepidation. Marcus nodded as he said, "That's how you'll be training till you can keep up with everyone else. It should only take a week or two." Before either sister could talk or complain more, Marcus pushed them forward as he said, "Enough chit-chat, 1-2. 1-2, get those feet moving, ladies." Najiko shared a reluctant look with her sister before the girls started to walk slowly towards the gangplank of the ship. As everyone else took off for a daily run, Marcus stayed behind with Nami and Najiko and pushed them to keep moving. As for his personal training, Marcus activated the 4th stage of the harness today. Technically, he was still working on the 3rd stage with his brothers, but he was so close to the 4th he decided to push through the limit. It turned out to be a good idea, since just walking around was making him work up a sweat. Over the next hour, Marcus pushed the girls to the point that they both passed out. Once that happened, he deactivated their harnesses and his before he carried them back to the ship. He placed them in the galley, and when breakfast was being served a while later, they both woke up sore and hungry. As everyone ate, Bellamere showed up to check on her daughters and eat breakfast with them. Marcus, who was seated at the other end of the table, didn't overhear their conversation. But it wasn't hard to tell she was angry with the few glares Bellamere sent his way. Marcus, for his part, didn't care and even waved back when they locked eyes across the table one time. After breakfast finished, everyone took off to train more as Marcus waited for his new recruits and their mom. Bellamere approached him before she placed her hands on her hips as she said in an accusatory tone, "You made them train till they passed out." "That's how I was trained. At least I let them rest and didn't hit them to wake them back up before I forced them to keep going," Marcus said with a careless shrug. Bellamere asked with narrowed eyes, "What kind of monster would treat kids like that?" Marcus couldn't help himself as he let out a deep belly laugh that almost made him fall over. When he finally recovered, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye as he said, "The monster you're asking about is none other than my grandpa who you met. Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp." Bellamere, along with Nami and Najiko, stared at Marcus with open mouths and widened eyes as he smiled before he said, "It may seem monstrous to you, but it's the same type of training that made my grandpa who he is today." Marcus stared at all three of them with fire in his eyes before he focused on Nami and said, "I told you yesterday, anything worth doing is never easy." 87. An unexpected call. The next few weeks flew by in a blur as Marcus trained his new recruits. It took over 2 weeks for Nami and Najiko to properly adjust to the training harness, but now both of them could easily do the standard training with everyone else and not pass out. As for combat training, both girls were dead last, and while they were allowed to spar, it was mostly with Marcus, Ace, Sabo, or Zeph who could train them as they sparred. Marcus was the best at it, since he'd spent over a year and a half training both Kuina and Zoro that way. When he wasn't taking extra care of his new students, Marcus focused on pushing his own body to the limit and hacky training. Like Marcus thought, Zeph agreed to help the boys with their training and would do it every night after dinner. Marcus was also sure that Zeph mainly agreed because he got to hit the boys for a few hours each night. Once Nami and Najiko were used to the normal training, Marcus stopped watching over them and started to train more seriously himself. He was currently the only person on the 4th level of the training harness, and Marcus was pretty sure it had to do with his fight with Arlong. During that fight, Marcus had pushed his body to the limit and even beyond what he thought was possible. Ever since then, Marcus noticed that he's had some kind of temporary growth spike. After thinking about it for weeks, the only conclusion he came to was that life and death battles were the fastest way to improve. It made sense after all, since that is what happened to Luffy in the original story. Almost every time he fought, it was do or die, and no matter what he was pushed beyond his limits in each fight. He would need to confirm his theory with Garp when he returned, but he was pretty sure it was correct, since he already confirmed that fighting stronger opponents helped him improve his strength quicker. Shanks was the perfect example of that in practice. Back when Shanks was still around, he would spar with Marcus every few days, and that increased his strength tremendously. Sure, his physical strength lagged behind since he was still a kid, but Marcus's swordsmanship was now wasted in a place like East Blue. That wasn't an exaggeration either, since Shanks even told him as much before he left. Marcus didn't regret his choice to stay in East Blue, though. Even before Shanks made the offer, Marcus was already planning how to help out Usopp, Kuina, and Nami. Sanji, Jin, Zeph, Zoe, and the other women were still a surprise along with Tashigi, but Marcus was happy to lend them a hand in getting stronger. Marcus was resting at his favorite spot as he stared out to sea thinking. His physical training was still steadily increasing, but even before Arlong arrived, Marcus had hit a barrier in his swordsmanship. Sure could perfect his stances, swings, and train his air slashes more. But that would only get him so far, and he knew it. What he really needed to do was fight other skilled swordsmen. Sure, he fought Kuina, Zoro, and Tashigi daily, but that was only making them better. One day he was sure they would match his current skill level, but what then? Would they all be stuck at the same bottleneck as Marcus with no real way to advance forward? Would one of them perhaps hit the same wall Marcus was at now and blast right through it? Or would they all need a catalyst to properly break through it? As Marcus was lost in thought, his den mushy started to ring. Marcus didn't look at it as he pulled it out and said, "Moshi Moshi, this is Marcus." A lovely sing-song voice of a girl replied, "Guess who?" Marcus froze for a moment as he glanced at his den mushy and saw a very familiar two-tone hair style on the snail. He smirked slightly to himself as he asked, "Big sis Makino?" "Nope, guess again," the girl replied before she giggled sweetly. "Is it Kuina, or maybe Nami Vivi, oh is it Boa?" Marcus asked in a teasing tone. The snail with two-tone hair pouted as the girl asked in an upset tone, "Just how many girls do you know?" "Enough to live a very happy life. I even know a cute girl with a very pretty voice who likes to sing." The snail's eyes widened in response, which made Marcus smile before he said, "It's good to hear from you, Yuta, but I'm kinda curious how you got my number. I didn't exactly have a den mushy before you guys left, and Shanks never gave me his." "Big sis Makino gave it to me," Yuta said in a cheerful tone before she asked, "By the way, Big Sis said you left the island and haven't been back in almost 2 years." "I took my brothers to travel around East Blue so we could fight pirates and get stronger." "Really, where are you now? Are you still sailing around looking for pirates?" Marcus leaned back against the tree behind him before he said, "No, we're currently training in Kakasi Village. It's in the Konomi Island chain of East Blue. We just fought against some fishmen pirates from the Grand Line." "Fishmen from the Grand Line, I wonder why they were in," Yuta asked in a slightly confused tone before panic tinged in her voice as she asked, "You weren't hurt, were you? Is that why you're staying on that island?" Marcus smiled at the concern in her voice before he said, "I was, but after a couple days of rest I was completely healed." Yuta let out a relieved sigh before she asked, "So you beat someone from the Grand Line? You must have gotten stronger, huh?" "I haven't stopped training since you left. Of course I'm stronger." "Good, I've been training non-stop too, and I've gotten way stronger. I could probably beat you up now," Yuta said in a way that made Marcus smile. "Are you sure? I remember you having trouble fighting against Luffy." "That was before, now I'm super strong. Even Dad says I am," Yuta said in a proud tone. Marcus chuckled slightly because he knew just how Shanks was with Yuta, but he didn't mention it and instead asked, "Have you been keeping up with your cooking skills?" "Of course, I'm even better at cooking than I am at fighting. Just wait, next time I see you, I'll beat you up and then cook you food to make you feel better." "What if I don't want to be beaten up?" Marcus asked as he shook his head slightly. "If I don't beat you up, how will I prove I've become stronger?" "I'll let you beat up Luffy, and if you win I'll give you a kiss," Marcus said in a teasing tone. You, okay, it's a deal? I gotta go by," Yuta said in a rush before she hung up the call. Marcus stared at the den mushy before he chuckled and said to himself, "She boldly kissed me before she left, and now she can't take my teasing again." Marcus shook his head before he stored the den mushy away as he thought, "She was in such a rush she didn't even give me her number." Marcus relaxed against the tree for a while as he enjoyed the sea breeze and watched the water. Around noon, he decided to head back to the ship, and for the rest of the day, he hung out playing cards with different people. After dinner, even though it was considered a rest day, Marcus, Ace, and Sabo trained in observation haki with Zeph's help. Another week passed by, and the only thing that happened was Yuta called again. She checked in with him and even gave him her contact number before she hung up from his teasing. Like that, another week quickly passed, and it was everyone's rest day again. On rest days, Marcus tended to be the only person besides Zeph, Sanji, and Jin who woke up early. Zeph, since he was in charge of the kitchen and needed to cook breakfast. Sanji and Jin woke up early because Zeph was teaching them both how to cook. It was a surprise to Marcus at first because he was pretty sure Jin wasn't a cook in the manga. Marcus didn't worry about it, though. It was either a butterfly effect or Jin always liked to cook, and it was never mentioned. Marcus cleaned up and put on clothes before he left his room to go hang out in the crow's nest before breakfast. After he exited the main cabin, he kicked off the air and used Jeppo to reach his destination. He still wasn't proficient in the skill, but he could easily use it for about half a minute if he needed to. Once in the crow's nest, Marcus adjusted the cushions and laid back as he waited for a news coup to show up. The paper normally delivered once a week unless something crazy happened, and then there would be a special edition. Since it was once a week, Marcus scheduled the rest day to be on the same day the paper came out. It gave him a chance to read it and not have to skim through it or wait till his rest day to properly read it. As the sun started to paint the sky with its early morning light, Marcus spotted a news coup and waved it down. After paying the new coup and giving it a little treat, it took off and Marcus relaxed back into his seat. As he opened up the rolled-up newspaper, he froze at the bold words written across the page. "World's greatest swordsman spotted in the weakest sea." Marcus stared at the title for a few moments as he thought, did this happen in the manga? Marcus looked at the front page article and the picture on the cover before his right eye started to twitch. He was about to pull out his den mushi and make a call when his head snapped up towards the sea. While his observation haki awakened recently and wasn't great, he just felt it flare as it sensed danger. Someone strong was coming, and when he glanced down at the paper, he shook his head. On the paper was Mihawk, but in the background of the photo was Yuta and she was talking to Makino. Marcus narrowed his eyes, and far out in the distance he could see a small dot approaching the island. Marcus watched it for a few moments before he shook his head and decided to read the newspaper for now. Marcus glanced up from time to time, and after half an hour he could make out a small, fast ship. It wasn't Mihawk's little coffin boat from the manga, but he saw Mihawk, Yuta, and a couple people from Shank's crew on the deck as they sailed closer. Mihawk and the others easily noticed Marcus's gaze, but only glanced his way once as they focused on the ship. Yuta, on the other hand, only noticed it as they got closer to the dock and his ship. Her eyes lit up in happiness, and she waved excitedly as she yelled, "Surprise!" 88. A semi-serious talk. Marcus stood on the dock and waited for Yuta's ship as it finished its approach. Yuta helped with the sails, but she constantly glanced towards Marcus, making sure he was still standing on the dock. When the ship finally reached the dock, Marcus caught the lines tossed out and helped tie them off before he moved towards the gangplank that just dropped. Yuta was the first one off the ship as she happily skipped down the gangplank towards Marcus. She stopped in front of him with her arms behind her back and twisted slightly from side to side as she smiled sweetly and said, "I'm back." Marcus smiled back as he said, "Welcome back." Yuta pouted as she cutely asked, "That's it. Aren't you supposed to hug me and say you missed me? That every day without me was the worst day of your life and you never want to be separated again." Marcus rolled his eyes before he flicked her head as he said, "Makino is a bad influence on you." Yuta playfully stuck out her tongue before she jumped towards Marcus and hugged him. Marcus easily caught her as he returned the hug and spun her around once before he let go and said, "It's good to see you again." After they separated, Marcus finally took a good look at Yuta, and while she'd definitely grown since they last met, he was now slightly taller. There was one thing that made him pause, and his eyes started to twitch as he looked at a very familiar light blue shirt that was now faded and well-worn with age. It was originally really baggy when Marcus wore it, but on Yuta with her increased growth it almost fit her perfectly. Marcus narrowed his eyes before he bopped Yuta on the head as he asked, "Do you have any idea how long I searched for that shirt after you left?" "No, but I really liked it and didn't think you would give it to me," Yuta said as she gave him sad, puppy dog eyes. Marcus shook his head slightly as he said in a resigned tone, "Just ask me first next time." While he thought in his head, "Why does it feel like we're in a relationship already?" "Okay," Yuta said happily. "Are you two done flirting? Do you mind if we get off the ship?" a voice said from behind Yuta. Marcus glanced up from Yuta to see Gab and Lime Juice smirking at him from the deck of the ship. Standing off to the side of them with his arms crossed over his chest was Mihawk, who was quietly studying Marcus. Marcus smiled at them and stepped out of the way with Yuta as he waved and asked, "What brought all of you out to East Blue?" Yuta wrapped her arms around his left arm as she turned around and said, "Dad kept talking about you so much that Uncle Mihawk decided to come meet you." Marcus glanced from Mihawk towards Yuta as he said, "Let me guess, you found out and asked to come along." Limejuice chuckled before he said, "More like she forced him to take her." Gab nodded in agreement before he added, "The captain sent us along just to make sure the journey was easier. 4 people running the ship is easier than 2. Marcus frowned slightly before he asked, "And how exactly did you force one of the world's greatest swordsmen to take you along?" Yuta held her head up proudly as she said, "I used my improved strength to convince him." Marcus raised an eyebrow as Limejuice and Gab burst into laughter, which made Yuta shoot them a glare, while Mihawk's right eye twitched slightly. Marcus watched the whole interaction, and for some reason he knew exactly what happened and started to laugh. Yuta hit him lightly as she asked with a frown, "What's so funny?" Marcus pinched Yuta's cheek as he said, "You." Yuta puffed out her cheeks as she placed her hands on her hips and said, "Don't make fun of me." "Then don't act so cute," Marcus said in a teasing tone. "Cute, you think I'm cute?" Yuta asked as her cheeks turned beet red and it almost reached her ears. Marcus shook his head slightly before he asked, "Are you guys hungry? We were just about to eat breakfast." "No, I want to cook you breakfast and show off my skills," Yuta said as she quickly recovered. "You can show me later. At least you plan to stay for a day or 2, right?" Marcus asked as he glanced towards the others. "I just came to test you and see if Shanks wasn't exaggerating," Mihawk said as he spoke for the first time. "I'll try my best to live up to your expectations, but today is my rest day, so any sparring will have to wait till tomorrow." Mihawk nodded slightly as he said, "Shanks mentioned you follow a strict training schedule. Tomorrow is fine." Marcus motioned them towards the other ship as he said, "If you would, please follow me and I'll take you to my ship's galley for breakfast." Gab and Limejuice smiled and walked down the gangplank as Gab said, "I'll never turn down a free meal." Mihawk quietly followed behind everyone else as Yuta happily clung to Marcus's arms while they walked. It only took a few minutes to reach the galley, and inside they found Ace, Sabo, Kuina, Tashigi, Zoro, and a few others as they waited for breakfast. Ace noticed them first and paused for a moment before he asked, "Yuta, Limejuice, and Gab are the red-hair pirates here?" "Ace, Sabo, it's good to see you," Yuta said as she happily waved at them. Gab and Limejuice also greeted them before Gab pointed at Mihawk and said, "It's just us. We came with Mihawk." Kuina, Zoro, and Tashigi all instantly focused on Mihawk, who glanced at them for a moment in return. Kuina was the first to react as she jumped up from her seat and asked, "You're supposed to be the world's greatest swordsman, right?" "Some people think that." "Then I challenge you to a duel," Kuina said before Zoro jumped up and said, "Hey, I wanted to challenge him first." Marcus laughed as Kuina and Zoro started to argue about who would duel Mihawk first. Mihawk ignored both of them as he just walked over to an empty seat and sat down. Marcus shook his head slightly before he asked, "Neither of you can beat me and you want to fight him." "I just want to spar and see how big the gap is," Kuina said as Zoro nodded in agreement. Marcus led Yuta to the table and sat down across from Mihawk before he said, "You can watch us spar tomorrow and see how big the gap is." Yuta, who was seated next to Marcus, nodded her head before she proudly said, "Uncle Mihawk came here to see just how strong Marcus is." Before anyone could respond, the door opened and in walked Luffy and Usopp, who noticed Yuta and excitedly asked, "Yuta, is Shanks here? Is he gonna let me join his crew?" "Shanks, does that mean my dad's here?" Usopp asked as he looked around. Limejuice and Gab glanced at Usopp for a few moments before Limejuice said, "If you're talking about Yasopp, he isn't here and neither is the captain. Are you his kid, Usopp?" Usopp nodded as Luffy said in a sad tone, "Why didn't Shanks come? If he came, I could have shown him how strong I've become." "Dad's busy doing stuff. He doesn't have time to come back here." Luffy touched his hat for a moment before he instantly brightened up and said, "It's fine. I'll just meet Shanks when I finally go out to see myself." As Luffy, Usopp, and the others started to talk with Limejuice and Gab, Zoro and Kuina were trying to pester Mihawk into fighting them, which made Marcus chuckle slightly while he mostly chatted with Yuta. Just before breakfast was served, everyone else showed up including Bellemere, Nami and Najiko. Over the past weeks, Belemir, Nami, and Najiko had taken to sitting next to Marcus whenever they ate. The main reason was Marcus tended to sit the furthest from Luffy during meals, so there was less chance of having your food stolen. The other reason was Nami liked to chat with Marcus about navigation, since he'd read all the books she now owned and also spent a lot of time sailing already and had practical experience. As they approached, Nami instantly noticed Yuta, who was practically glued to Marcus's right arm. Nami frowned slightly at the scene, not used to seeing Marcus so close to someone not his brother's. When Nami approached, Marcus gave her and the others a friendly wave as he said, "Hey guys, we have some visitors today." Marcus pointed at everyone as he introduced them to each other, which caused Yuta to study Nami when she sat down next to Marcus on his left side. Marcus chatted happily with Yuta and Nami as they waited for breakfasts to be brought out. Once it was served, everyone enjoyed the meal together, and once finished, Marcus took Yuta for a walk around the area. As they were walking, Yuta had one arm linked with Marcus, which made him smirk slightly as he said, "You've gotten pretty bold since the last time we met." "Big Sis said if I don't stake my claim, you would run off with another girl," Yuta said as she narrowed her eyes slightly before she pinched his arm, which made him yelp, and she added, "You seemed pretty friendly with Nami." Marcus rolled his eyes before he said, "Stake your claim? I'm not a piece of land you can just plant a flag on." Why not?" "Because a relationship needs the people in it to like each other, or it won't work no matter how much one person tries." Yuta instantly froze in place, which caused Marcus to stop and look at her. Her eyes were wide and looked like they were wet as she asked in a trembling voice, You don't like me." Marcus karate chopped Yuta over the head as he said, "I never said that, you idiot." But Marcus cut Yuta off as he said, "I was talking in a hypothetical. Of course I like you, Yuta, you're my friend." Yuta let out a sigh of relief before Marcus added, "But as far as a relationship goes, I honestly don't know. We're both too young to worry about that type of thing right now." "That's not true. I met a girl who was 15 and already married with a kid not long ago," Yuta said with a blush. Marcus's eyes widened at that comment before he narrowed his eyes and flicked Yuta's head as he said, "Don't get any stupid ideas." Yuta rubbed her head and frowned slightly as she mumbled, "It wasn't stupid." Marcus shook his head slightly as he said, "Yes, it was. No matter who that girl was, there's a difference between you and her." "I know that. She was older than me." "Was that girl a pirate, or just someone living on an island?" Marcus asked, even though he could already guess the answer. "She lived on an island and worked in a bakery." Marcus nodded before he said, "Exactly as I thought. She was just a normal person, not someone like us." Yuta tilted her head slightly as she frowned before she asked, "How are we different?" "You really only think about music, don't you?" Yuta shook her head as she said, "No, I don't. I think about you too." Yuta froze as her whole face almost turned into a tomato from embarrassment, which made Marcus start to laugh. Marcus's laugh helped Yuta recover before she stomped her right foot and asked, "If you're so smart, how are we different from that girl?" Marcus stopped laughing before he pointed at Yuta and said, "You don't get the luxury of being a normal person. It's the reason Shanks sent Lime Juice and Gab to watch over you while traveling with Mihawk. Mihawk might be strong, but just in case something unexpected happened. Shanks wanted to make sure you would be protected in case you were targeted." Marcus said before he pointed at himself and said, "Just like me and Luffy were sent to East Blue by my father and grandpa since it was the safest place for us." Marcus locked eyes with Yuta as he said, "We are a liability to our family, and until we're strong enough to protect ourselves, we'll never be able to have a semi-normal life. Even though, with who our parents are, that will never happen anyways. That doesn't even take into account what happens if you have a relationship. Would you be able to protest the people you care about?" Yuta slowly shook her head as she said, "I don't know." "Exactly, so worry about getting stronger first. You can practice your music and cooking too, but never skip your physical training." Yuta nodded seriously before Marcus added, "And besides, just because you like me now doesn't mean you'll like me later. What if you find someone else you like more than me after you leave? That won't happen, boys are stupid. So I'm not a boy now? Marcus asked with a raised eyebrow. Yuta shook her head as she said, Nope, you're Marcus. Marcus shook his own head slightly before he asked, And what happens if I find another girl I like more than you after you leave? Yuta narrowed her eyes slightly as she asked, Like Nami. Marcus shrugged as he said, Or any of the other girls you met at breakfast, or a girl I haven't even met yet. Yuta frowned slightly as she asked, Why would you find some other girl to like when you have me? The same reason you might find some other boy one day. We're both young and don't know exactly what we want. Yeah, you like me now, but do you love me? And I'm not talking about the puppy love you have going on with me right now, I mean real love me. Marcus said as Yuta started to blush, and he let out a sigh before he added, Sure, I like you, Yuta, and I like to tease you because I find it fun, but do I love you? I honestly have no clue, and I am pretty sure you're the same way. No way, you're the only one for me, Yuta said before she turned bright red. Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose slightly before he asked, And if you're not the one for me, why wouldn't I be? Marcus stared at Yuta for a few moments before he asked, Did you listen to anything I just said? Yuta nodded as she said matter-of-factly, You said you like me and I like you. That's all that should matter. And if in 10 years I like someone else? Yuta pouted for a few moments before her eyes lit up and she said, As long as you still like me, that's all that matters. Dude, do you even know what that means? Yuta nodded seriously before she said, Dad finds a new girl at every island we visit and spends a lot of time with them. As long as you do that with me and whoever else you might like, it's fine. Marcus looked up at the sky and closed his eyes for a few moments as he mumbled to himself. She didn't mean that. She has no idea what that really implies. I'll just have to have this conversation again when she's older. Yuta tugged Marcus's arm slightly as she said, It's settled as long as you like me, that's all that matters. Marcus glanced back at Yuta as he thought, And have Shanks try to kill me? Wait, would he kill me? No, I shouldn't think about that. We'll just revisit this conversation later when she's older if she doesn't find a nice boyfriend by then. Marcus shook his head slightly before they started walking again. For the rest of the day, Yuta stayed glued to Marcus besides when she left for a short time to cook a couple things for lunch and dinner. Marcus was thoroughly impressed with Yuta's new cooking skills and praised her for how good everything was. Later that night, Yuta asked to see Marcus's room, and once there she dived into his bed and refused to leave. Marcus ended up sleeping in his hammock that was used for rough weather, as Yuta happily curled up in his bed for the night. 89. Self-sabotage. It was mid-morning, and everyone was gathered at the normal spot they used for sparring practice. Marcus stood on one side of the field while Mihawk watched him with his arms crossed over his chest. Marcus cleared his throat before he asked, So how do you want to do this? Just come at me with everything you have. Marcus placed his hand on the hilt of his sword before he asked, Are you sure you want me to use my real sword? Stop wasting my time and attack, Mihawk said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Marcus nodded slowly in return before he drew his sword and took up a stance. Marcus adjusted his feet slightly before he slashed in a downward arc at the same time he disappeared from everyone's view. Mihawk's eyes widened as he instantly pulled his sword free and deflected an air blade before he slashed downwards to block an attack from Marcus who appeared in front of him. With their blades locked in place, Mihawk locked eyes with Marcus as he said, Shanks was right, your talents are being wasted in this sea. Marcus attempted to push forward with his sword as he said, I know, but I wanted to help my friends get stronger. Mihawk easily pushed Marcus back with his blade, and as they both disengaged, Mihawk said, Attachments will only hold you back. Now show me your real strength. Marcus pushed off the ground, and it cracked beneath the pressure, and he disappeared again as Mihawk's sword slashed downwards. The distinctive sound of metal rang out continuously as Mihawk's sword moved in a blur to intercept Marcus, who looked like a ghost to almost everyone else. Marcus pushed himself to the absolute limit as he used every ounce of skill and power he had to attack Mihawk like he once did Arlong. But unlike Arlong, who had more strength than skill, Mihawk was a master of the blade and blocked everything Marcus threw at him effortlessly. As the others tried to watch, Ace and Sabo used their newly unlocked observation haki to see almost everything. Sure, they weren't masters of it by any means, but they could easily watch what was going on in the fight, and what they witnessed made their blood boil with excitement. They sparred with each other almost every day, and they knew Marcus held back against them when using a weapon, but they didn't expect the gap to be so large. Off to the side, Kuina frowned as she watched. Her eyes strained as she was barely able to keep up with the fight but knew she couldn't fight at that speed, currently. She mostly followed Mihawk's moves because unlike Marcus, who was a ghostly blur, Mihawk had no wasted movements and was easy to watch with his larger blade. Zoro, who was seated next to her, watched the fight with the gaze of a predator hungry as it stalked its prey. Some of the others, like Nami, stared with their mouths open at what was happening, while Luffy and Yuta were excitedly cheering Marcus on as they each yelled very different things. "That's my future vice captain. That's my future husband." Both Luffy and Yuta glanced at each other before they asked in unison, "When did Marcus say that?" "I never agreed to either of those things," Marcus yelled in an annoyed voice as he continued to attack Mihawk. Lime Juice, who was sitting next to Gab, said, "He's definitely progressed since his last fight with the captain. But it's not as much as he should have. If he came with us when we left, I wonder how strong he would be now," Gab asked as he easily followed the fight with interest. "Maybe we should just kidnap him when we leave. It would be a shame to let the kid stagnate here." As Gab slowly nodded in agreement, a voice cut in and said, "I wouldn't try that if I were you." Both men glanced towards the voice and saw the cook of Marcus's ship, who was standing with his arms crossed watching the fight. He caught their gaze and smiled slightly before he asked, "Did you forget who that kid's grandpa is?" It took a moment for Lime Juice to remember, and his back instantly went cold with sweat before he said, "Yeah, we're definitely not gonna do that." Gab's eyes widened in realization a moment later, and he quickly nodded in agreement as Zeph started to chuckle. Zeph stroked his long, braided mustache as he said, "You guys are actually lucky. That man just left before you arrived here. Decent enough guy for a Marine." As everyone watched, Marcus kept up his relentless pace for almost half an hour before the muscles in his legs finally started to give out. It was the exact same thing that happened in his fight with Arlong, except Mihawk didn't take advantage of his momentary weakness. Instead, he waited another few minutes before he said, "I've seen enough. Your legs are about to give out." It wasn't just his legs. Marcus's arms were also hurting, and he could feel his whole body protesting against his every movement now. But Marcus wasn't prepared to stop just yet. Mihawk wanted him to come at him with everything he had, and Marcus still had one more thing to show him. Marcus appeared in front of everyone watching and made sure there was no one behind Mihawk as he said, "I don't know if this will work properly again, but you told me not to hold back." Marcus's body tensed as he took up a certain stance while his whole body screamed in protest. Marcus concentrated back on his fight with Arlong and focused on what he felt during that last attack, and slowly a small wave of Conqueror's haki burst from his body. Everyone around felt it, and while a few of them fainted, Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he took a proper stance for once. Marcus lost in concentration trying to repeat his attack, let his body take over as the ground cracked beneath his feet, and his sword hungrily pulled in his haki before it slashed forward. Both Lime Juice and Gab stood up in shock as a black tinted air slash flew towards Mihawk at incredible speed. Mihawk's eyes narrowed as the attack reached him in less than a second, and he slashed his sword downwards to meet it. There was a very brief power struggle before Marcus's attack was broken and dissipated into nothingness. The tiniest trickle of sweat formed on Mihawk's brow but quickly dried up as he placed his sword away. Marcus, on the other hand, collapsed backwards, completely spent as his whole body screamed in pain. Yuta was one of the first people to react as she charged towards Marcus and yelled out his name. When she reached him, she crouched down next to him as she checked him over and asked, "What happened? Why did you collapse? Are you hurt?" "I'm not really hurt, I just overtaxed my body. Once I rest and eat some food, I'll be fine." Marcus said as the others arrived. Ace and Sabo helped to pick up Marcus as Kuina asked in an upset tone, "How come you've never fought with us like that? Would you be able to learn anything if I did?" "No, but you still shouldn't hold back so much in our spars," Kuina said with a frown as she crossed her arms over her chest. Zoro and Tashigi nodded in agreement before Mihawk said, "If he's training you, then it shouldn't matter how much he holds back against you as long as you improve after each fight. That's the exact reason I hold back and push all of you to your limit in our fights. Otherwise, you would take longer to catch up to me." "But that speed," Kuina started to say as her voice trailed off for a moment before Mihawk said, "You should just be happy someone of his skill is helping you train so thoroughly. If anything, he is harming his own growth by staying in a place like this." Everyone glanced at Marcus, who shook his head as he said, "I've been stuck at a bottleneck for over a year now." "It wasn't hard to miss. You are lacking real combat experience." But we train and fight all the time," Luffy said as he scratched his head. "He's talking about real opponents I can challenge myself against." "But we fight pirates all the time," Luffy asked in a confused tone. "You fight them and I watch over you guys. I don't normally fight at all, remember?" Luffy nodded along slowly before his eyes lit up, and he pounded his fist onto his palm as he said, "Then the next time we fight pirates, don't watch and fight them instead." Marcus, who was currently being held up by Ace and Sabo, let out a sigh before he asked, "Can someone hit him for me?" Before anyone could reply, Yuta stepped forward and smacked Luffy in the back of the head so hard he slammed into the ground. He popped up a moment later as he rubbed the back of his head and asked, "What the heck was that for?" Yuta smiled cutely as she said, "Marcus asked me to do it." As Luffy started to argue with Yuta, Kuina, who was lost in thought, finally turned towards Mihawk and bowed as she asked with sincere conviction, "Please teach me swordsmanship while you're here." Zoro gritted his teeth but quickly followed Kuina's example before Tashigi bowed more properly as she politely asked, "I would be grateful for any guidance you can give me." Marcus smiled at the scene before he said to his brothers, "Could you take me back to the ship? I need to rest my body." "Sure," Ace said, as Sabo nodded in agreement before they started moving towards the ship. Yuta noticed them leaving before she turned to Luffy and said, "We can settle this later. I need to go help Marcus." Before Luffy could reply, Yuta took off to follow Marcus and the others as they returned to the ship. Once at the ship, Ace and Sabo got Marcus settled into his bed before Yuta kicked them out as she said, "All right, I'll take over from here." After they left, Yuta skipped over to the bed and gently removed Marcus's shirt as he asked, "And what exactly are you doing?" Yuta carefully rolled him onto his stomach before she gently straddled his lower back and said, "You said you overtaxed your body." Yuta placed her hands on his shoulders and started to rub them softly as she said, "I read a book on how to give massages and figured this might help." Marcus let out a soft groan as Yuta applied a bit of pressure before she instantly stopped and cautiously asked, "Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" "No, not at all. That actually felt great. Keep going." Yuta smiled at the slight praise before she started again in earnest. For the next half an hour, Yuta worked over Marcus's arms and shoulders until he said, "That's good for now. I just need a good nap and a meal and I should be good to go." "Okay," Yuta said before she rolled Marcus onto his back and curled up next to him. She moved his right arm slightly before she rested her head on his shoulder and draped her arm over his chest. Marcus glanced towards her as he asked, "And what exactly are you doing?" Yuta tilted her head so she could see him, then playfully stuck out her tongue before she said, "You just said it was nap time." Marcus still couldn't move properly, and it honestly didn't feel bad to have Yuta snuggled against him, so it didn't take long till they both fell asleep. It was hours later when Marcus slowly woke up and felt a wet spot on his chest and a pair of arms and legs wrapped around his body. When Marcus cleared the sleep from his eyes, he found Yuta, dead asleep, happily drooling on him with a slightly perverted smile on her face. When Yuta started to wiggle around slightly as she let out, "Hey, hey," in her sleep, Marcus's right eye started to twitch as he made a mental note to scold Makino for corrupting Yuta. 90, a new but old hobby. The day after their first spar, Mihawk watched Marcus as he practiced and ended up giving him some pointers like Shanks used to do. Then a couple of days later, he dueled with Marcus again and forced him to his limits. During the fight, Marcus even found accessing his Conqueror's haki was easier. His armament haki couldn't be controlled just yet, but his sword worked with him and was slowly teaching him how to use it. Over the next few weeks, Yuta and the others stayed on the island and hung out as Mihawk sparred against Marcus every few days. He also started giving some pointers to Kuina, Zoro, and Tashigi, which combined with Marcus's training helped them improve tremendously. Marcus also spent a ridiculous amount of time with Yuta, who stuck to him like glue. Speaking of Yuta, she was decently strong now and could win against Luffy about half the time when they sparred. Before she originally left East Blue, she could almost never beat Luffy unless he was already worn out from other fights. Besides training with everyone else, Yuta also practiced her singing every day and helped in the kitchen, even though the stuff she made was specifically for Marcus and not one else. It was another rest day as Yuta and Marcus sat under the tree at his favorite spot to relax. Yuta leaned against Marcus's shoulder and let out a sigh before she said, "We have to leave tomorrow." "You've been saying that all day. You're like a broken record," Marcus said as he gently nudged her shoulder. "Because I don't want to leave," Yuta said with a pout. "Well, that's what you get for coming with Mihawk. If you didn't threaten to tell Shanks not to duel him, he would have left over a week ago." Marcus chuckled as he shook his head. Yuta leaned into Marcus's shoulder as she asked, "Are you sure you won't come with us?" "No, I want to train with my brothers for a while longer, plus Gramps would be pissed if I left East Blue," Marcus said as he shook his head. "Dad and Mihawk both said your talent is being wasted here, and you're the one who said we need to get stronger." Marcus placed his arm over Yuta's shoulder as he said, "I know what I said, and I am. My swordsmanship might be at a bottleneck, but I'm still training my body." Marcus lifted his free hand up, and just his fist slowly turned black for a moment as he added, "And my haki." Yuta just frowned slightly but didn't continue the conversation, since they've already had it a few times. After a while, Yuta sat up straight and started practicing her singing while Marcus laid back with his hands behind his head. When the sun finally dipped behind the horizon and painted the sky in brilliant colors, Marcus walked Yuta back to the ship for dinner. Early the next morning after breakfast, Marcus held off on training to say goodbye to Yuta. Everyone else said a quick goodbye before they took off and left Yuta and Marcus alone. Yuta was the most reluctant to leave as she stayed glued to Marcus's arm as Lime Juice and Gab loaded some last-minute supplies. As they were finishing up, Yuta turned to Marcus and said, "I'll be right back." Yuta quickly ran up the gangplank and disappeared into the ship before she came out with a large wrapped box. She gently set it on the dock before she turned to Marcus and said, "This is for you. You can open it after I leave." Marcus glanced at the box for a moment before he said, "I'll do it tonight after training." "Okay, I'll miss you," Yuta said in a sad tone of voice as she looked down at the dock. Marcus pulled Yuta into a tight hug before he said, "I'll miss you too, but don't forget you can always call me." "You can call me too, you know," Yuta said as she hugged Marcus tighter. Yuta and Marcus continued hugging until Lime Juice called out, "All right, you two, we're ready to go." Yuta slowly relaxed her hug and glanced up towards Marcus, who looked down at her before she grabbed his face and gave him a fierce kiss on the lips. She held it for a few seconds as she turned bright red before she finally let go and bolted for the ship. Marcus stood dumbfounded for the second time at Yuta leaving, but this time it was with how passionate a kiss without tongue could be, before he slowly raised his hand and touched his lips. Lime Juice and Gab, laughing like crazy, brought him out of his daze as Marcus glanced up to see them by the tie-off points. Marcus quickly moved towards the dock cleats and started untying each line as he said, Yeah, laugh it up." "Don't worry, we will, and we'll make sure to tell Shanks and the rest of the crew too." "And just what exactly are you going to tell my dad?" Yuta's cold voice asked as she stood behind them with her arms on her hips. Limejuice and Gab shared a look before they both said at the same time, "Nothing." Yuta huffed as she walked over to the edge of the ship and said, "That's what I thought." Yuta looked down at Marcus, her face still flushed a little red as she said, "I'll call you later tonight, you better answer." Marcus untied the last rope and tossed it towards the ship as he said, "I will. Have a safe trip and tell everyone else I said hi when you get back." As the ship pulled away from the dock, Yuta nodded and waved sadly. Marcus waved back, but after a minute both of them stopped and just watched each other get further apart. Marcus waited till the ship was a small dot before he grabbed his present and took it to his room. It wasn't till after his evening observation hacky training that he finally sat down to open it. The first thing he saw once he opened the gift was an elegant black guitar case. He pulled the case out and placed it on his bed before he checked the other items he noticed inside the box. Packed neatly in the bottom was a handful of books with an envelope tied neatly on top with a bow. Marcus pulled those out and placed them on his bed, and after confirming nothing else was in the box, he turned towards the envelope. He slid the envelope out and smiled slightly at the "To my dearest Marcus." That was neatly written on the envelope. Marcus carefully opened it and pulled out a letter from inside before he started reading it. "To Marcus, I hope you like the gift, even if it's a little selfish of me to give you something like this. The guitar and its case are made from atom wood, which will help protect them from damage and keep them safe. But it also gives the guitar a unique sound that can't be replicated by normal wood. Besides the guitar, I've included extra strings and the best guitar playing guides I could find. It's my wish." The word wish was crossed out, and the letter continued. "Hope that you learn to play the guitar so that one day we can make a song together. You don't have to if you don't want to. It was just a selfish idea I had. With love, Yuta." Marcus read the letter twice before he carefully packed it away and looked at the books. There were 7 in total, and the first couple were for total beginners. The next couple focused on more advanced skills, and the rest were for people who wanted to push themselves to master the guitar. When Marcus skimmed through the first couple of books, long-forgotten memories began to surface in his mind. They were incredibly blurry and fragmented, since he couldn't make out who he was in the memories. His body, voice, skin color, even the clothes he was wearing couldn't be made out at all. But the one thing that stood out was endless hours of practice hunched over a bright red electric guitar. Marcus frowned slightly at the memories that came pouring into his mind and started to wonder why he never noticed them before. He was positive they were new, since he never noticed them before when he combed over his memories as a baby with nothing to do. But they didn't feel new at all, and if anything, were perhaps the clearest memories he'd ever had of his previous life. Marcus sorted through the memories, and even though he couldn't make out any of the details, the one thing that stood out was the guitar and him playing it. Marcus sat there for a while and wondered if in the future something like this might happen again. After a few minutes, Marcus shook his head to himself as he set the books down and turned towards the guitar case. He pulled the case closer and undid the latches before he slowly opened the case and found a beautiful acoustic guitar that took his breath away. It wasn't like the cherry red electric guitar from his memories, but it was stained in a way that brought out the colors of the wood perfectly. There wasn't a large amount of artistic flourishes in the design, but that just made it stand out more in its humble perfection. Whoever created the guitar was an absolute master of their craft, and Marcus started to wonder how much Yuta spent on it. Then Marcus chuckled as he realized Shanks was the one who probably bought it for Yuta, who then gifted it to him. Marcus picked up the guitar that felt big in his hands and set it on his lap. When he placed his left hand around the neck, he paused and looked at it again. After a few moments, he realized that the neck was wider than what he was used to using, and he soon came to the conclusion it was based on the typical design for a classic Spanish guitar. But would it still be called something like that here? Marcus wondered for a few moments as his fingers started to strum across the guitar unconsciously. Before he knew it, a song that he'd practiced more times than he could remember started to fill the air. It started slow, almost mournful as he plucked the guitar strings, and before long he started to sing in a low, somber voice. "There's a lady who's sure, All that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway. While playing, Marcus's den den mushy started to ring, so he placed the guitar down before he answered it and asked, "Hi, Yuta, how was your day? It would have been better if you joined us." Marcus shook his head before he said, "I opened your gift." "You did?" Yuta asked excitedly before she hesitantly added, Did you like it?" Marcus smirked as he picked up the guitar and strummed a couple notes as he asked, "What do you think?" "You already know how to play." Marcus had no easy way to tell her the truth, so he just chuckled slightly before he said, "Not yet, but you gave me such a beautiful gift, I have no excuse not to learn how to play it." "Really? Then that means we can make music together someday," Yuta said as she practically squealed in delight. "Yup, which means I'll have to make sure I practice every day so I don't disappoint you," Marcus said in a joking manner before Yuta instantly replied, "You could never disappoint me." Marcus shook his head at that comment before he started talking to Yuta about her day. They talked for a while before Yuta started slurring her speech, so Marcus said good night and hung up. Over the next month, Marcus started practice on the guitar for about an hour a day at least. Even though he had previous memories on how to play, Marcus still studied the books Yuta gave him. For the beginner books, there wasn't much to learn, but once he started the advanced books, he found some useful information he didn't know about. Whether it was specific to his new world or not, he had no idea, but he still practiced everything each day. He also looked into the master-level books, and while he understood most of it and knew it, he found even more stuff in there that he didn't know. So Marcus made it his goal to completely finish all the books and look for more when he got the chance, since if he was gonna do something, he might as well go all the way and be the absolute best at it that he could be. During that same time period, Marcus also started rewriting his grandpa's training journal while he talked with Yuta at night. It technically wasn't needed, but he wanted an easy-to-read version for everyone else to use. Even though Marcus would have to take a page from Kaido-sensei to train Luffy properly. It would also give him a chance to practice his own haki as he beat the lessons into Luffy with fists and anything else he could find. Since even with all the practice and help they gave him, Luffy never really learned how to read properly in the end. 91. The White Hunter appears. About 3 months after Yuta and the others left, Marcus took everyone out to go hunt pirates again. While no one had really complained, he figured it was about time. Plus, they should go to Logtown and check the progress of Zeph's restaurant. There was a chance it could already be done. There was also another reason they needed to hunt pirates. They were almost out of money, and while the villagers would probably give them food for what they did. Marcus didn't want to do that. He knew the village was kinda poor overall, and living off charity from them didn't sit right with him. So he told everyone to get ready and even invited Nami and Najiko to join them. Bellamere was slightly hesitant to let her girls leave, so she pulled Marcus aside a few days before they left and said, "I'll let my daughters go with you, but you need to promise me they'll be safe." "Of course I'll keep them alive." Bellamere narrowed her eyes as she said, "Promise me you'll keep my daughters safe." Marcus shook his head as he said, "I can't do that." Bellamere looked like she was about to yell at Marcus when he added, "The point of this trip is to help them get real combat experience. If I keep them safe the whole time, it would just be a complete waste of their training and my time." Bellamere frowned, but before she could speak, Marcus said, "What I can do is promise that I'll keep them alive and bring them back to you. I'll also make sure they don't lose any limbs, but they will definitely get roughed up." Bellamere placed a hand on Marcus's head and rubbed it as she said, "Fine brat, but if they don't come back, I'll kill you." Sure, how about you go find Genzo while we're gone and make them a couple of siblings?" Marcus said with a smirk and a wink. Bellamere blushed, then went to smack Marcus, but as her hand passed through his face, his after-image disappeared. A moment later, Marcus's teasing voice called out from behind as he said, "If I was a little older, I'd do it myself, but then again, you aren't my type." Nami, on the other hand, "You cheeky brat, you better stay away from my daughters while you're gone," Bellamere roared as she spun around and found herself alone in her orchard. A couple days later, Nami, Najiko, and Belemir showed up at the ship with some bags. After a tear-filled farewell, the girls boarded the ship and Marcus put them in the room with Kuina and Tashigi. It would be a little cramped, but they were still kids, so it wouldn't be that bad. After their stuff was put away, he had them get to work and had them shadow the others to learn the ropes. When the ship finally started to depart, Belemir, Genzo, and a handful of other villagers came out to see them off. Marcus was at the helm and Nami was next to him as Belemir's voice rang out. "You girls stay safe. Mommy loves you both. Also stay away from Marcus, that boy is a pervert." Nami glanced at Marcus with widened eyes as he frowned and said, "Take the wheel and hold it steady." Nami cautiously took the wheel and Marcus marched over to the back railing and glanced at Belemir and Genzo, standing next to each other before he yelled out, "Genzo, take your woman back home and stuff something in her mouth to shut her up." Both Genzo and Belemir blushed as the people around them burst into laughter. Belemir was the first to recover and yelled back, "You little pervert, you better stay away from my daughters. If anyone's a pervert, it's you. The first time we met you offered me your body." Belemir couldn't retort because that actually happened, so she gritted her teeth as everyone on the dock laughed harder, since they knew that was one of her favorite things to say to people. Marcus watched as Belemir blushed in embarrassment before he waved and returned to the helm. He didn't take it over but stood near Nami and guided her on how to control the ship. He also took time to explain what and why he was doing it as he called out orders to everyone else. Around noon, Marcus took over the helm again and sent Nami to go eat lunch with everyone else. Sabo came up half an hour later and traded with Marcus so he could go eat. After lunch, Marcus had Nami take back over the helm as he coached her on what to do. While Nami had a lot of book smarts, she had no practical experience, but she ended up being a fast learner. A week passed quickly as they headed towards Logtown, and Marcus had Nami on the helm for at least 10 hours or more a day. Nami never complained once and loved every minute of it, as she was really excited to learn more. Their ship's course wasn't Logtown directly, but took a wider course around it towards the route people used to enter the Grand Line. Marcus's goal was to hunt down pirates, and it would be the best place to find them. With their roundabout route, it wasn't until day 10 that they finally ran into another ship. Unfortunately, it was only a merchant ship, but the strange thing was the ship headed straight for them once they spotted each other. Even though the ship was flying merchant colors, Marcus kid over the helm from Nami and yelled out, "Trim the sails and prepare for battle, they might be flying false colors." Nami, who was next to Marcus, nervously asked, "Are we gonna have to fight them?" "Only if they're pirates. Now go get ready and you better fight, I'm not gonna let you slack off," Marcus said as he waved her away. With both ships' speeds, they closed the distance quickly, and once they were only a couple 100 yards away from each other, a voice called out, "Ahoy there!" "Ahoy, what can we help you with?" Marcus yelled back. "We just wanted to warn you, 2 pirate ships are in the direction you're heading. We saw them and changed course, you should do the same." "What direction are they in?" Marcus yelled back in an excited tone. "Southwestern, about 3 hours ago." Marcus pulled out his compass and checked the ship's current direction and started turning the ship as he yelled out, "Thanks." Once the ship was going in the right direction, Marcus yelled out, "Everyone full sails, we have pirates to hunt." "Yes, Captain," everyone replied. The merchant ship who just gave them the warning stared in shock as Marcus's ship sped past them, headed directly towards the pirates they saw earlier. The captain of the ship shook his head before he said to his second in command, "Just idiots looking for an early death and make best course for Logtown. We need to warn the Marines. Hopefully they can save them before they get killed." Marcus, unaware of what the other ship's captain planned to do, focused on getting the best possible speed for his ship. The other ship quickly turned into a dot, and before long disappeared over the horizon as Marcus checked his course. He made a small adjustment before he continued along, making sure they had the best speed. After almost 3 hours, Marcus found nothing in the direction they traveled. He wasn't upset since they were last seen over 6 hours ago, and he didn't think he would be that lucky. "Usopp, scan the area, see if you can find any trace of them," Marcus called out to Usopp, who was in the crow's nest. After a few minutes, Usopp pointed at something in the water as he said, "I see a barrel off the port side." Marcus quickly turned to port, and with the help of his own spyglass he found the barrel bobbing in the water. As they approached it, Usopp called out, "I see some chunks of wood floating in the water straight ahead." As they closed in on the barrel, Marcus said, "Everyone, reef the main sail for a minute. Ace, Sabo, see if you can grab that barrel." With the main sail reefed, the ship slowed down considerably and they were able to bring the barrel on board. As they opened up the main sail and picked up speed, Ace checked the barrel before he said, "It looks like a sealed barrel of wine. Lash it down for now so it doesn't move, and we'll deal with it later." Marcus called back as he adjusted the ship slightly to follow a trail of wreckage. Over the next couple hours, Usopp called out correction changes as he spotted more things in the water. Most of it was just wood and other miscellaneous items that could easily float. It was about an hour after lunch that Usopp finally called out, "Spotted something in the distance off the port side." Marcus adjusted course before he pulled out his spyglass and checked himself. Almost directly ahead he saw a small black dot on the very edge of the horizon. As they chased after that dot, Marcus did everything he could to get the best speed. Slowly over the next hour that dot grew until they could clearly make out that it flew a black flag. The only issue was it was just a single ship, not the two that the other ship reported about. As they slowly got closer, Marcus took time to study the massive 7-mast ship with his spyglass and noticed heavy signs of battle. Most likely when that other ship noticed them, they were already engaged in combat, which is why they didn't chase it. The pirate ship itself didn't seem to care that Marcus's ship was chasing it, since it made no move to engage them or slow down. But they were catching up, and it wouldn't be long before the pirates had to do something about them. Another half an hour passed by before the pirates finally started to react and turned their ship. As they did, Marcus turned his ship slightly to port so if they were fired upon they would be harder to hit. A few minutes later, a cannon blast went off, and a few seconds later the cannon balls splashed down in the water near the ship. Marcus frowned slightly since the shot was pretty accurate for being the first attempt. Marcus quickly called out, "Ace, take the helm and keep us on a zigzag pattern." As Ace ran towards the helm, 2 more cannon blasts erupted from the enemy ship, and Marcus rushed towards the front of the ship. A second later, he was in the air and sliced a cannonball in half that was about to hit the ship. His timely cut caused it to split to both sides of the ship and miss it entirely. The other shot landed just shy of hitting the front of the ship. It took about a minute for the cannons to reload, but the next barrage was from 4 cannons. Marcus picked up the balls with his observation haki and targeted the 2 that would hit the ship. Instead of slicing them apart, he jumped into the air and used his sword to direct them away from the ship. Another minute later, another 4 cannon blasts roared out, and Marcus was forced to intercept all 4 of them. This repeated for almost half an hour until it seemed like the enemy either gave up or ran out of cannon balls. Once that happened, the ship changed course and attempted to run away again. But by that time, Marcus and his ship were only a few hundred yards away at that point. As they approached closer, Marcus used his spyglass to get a better idea of what they were up against. He was forced to use Jeppo so he could see the enemy deck properly and found it flooded with people. It was just unlucky that most of them looked injured and in no shape to fight. Since the pirate crew didn't look in the mood to fight and definitely wouldn't reef their own sails, Marcus used Jeppo to quickly reach the other ship and cut the main lines for the sails. Within moments, all of the sails dropped and the ship was quickly slowing down. The pirates on the deck started to freak out as they scrambled to fix the issue, but Marcus used his limited conqueror's haki and knocked most of them out. The ones still awake freaked out even more and didn't notice the grapple lines being attached to the ship. Within a minute, Marcus's brothers and his crew boarded the ship and started to attack the rest of the pirates. Only a couple people even put up a real fight, which ended up being the captain and his lieutenants. One of which was the cannon master, who was not only a crack shot, but also a pretty tough brawler. Luffy was able to take the man down in the end, but if it wasn't for his rubber body, he would have lost. As for the people he wanted to test, Nami and Nejiko beat a couple people each, but both of them were bruised up from lack of experience. Nami ended up with 2 black eyes from being overconfident after winning her first fight. while Najiko took a small knife wound along her arm. But she was lucky since it was just a graze, so it didn't need stitches. Once the fighting was over and the pirates were tied up properly, Marcus had the crew loot the ship. During that process, they unexpectedly found more pirates tied up below deck. After a bit of investigation, it turned out they were survivors from the other pirate ship. It was only a handful of them, and they consisted mostly of the captain and his strongest fighters. Apparently, the captain of the winning ship wanted them to join his own crew, but was smart enough not to trust them yet. Fortunately, that ended up giving Marcus a few more bounties to turn in. With the ship secured, they transferred the most valuable things over, which mostly consisted of money, gold, and jewelry. Everything else was left on the other ship, and after the rigging was repaired, both ships set sail for Logtown. Marcus took over command of the pirate ship with Zoe and the other women helping out, as he left Ace in command of their ship. Since they were only a day or so away from Logtown, it didn't take long for them to run into a marine battleship early the next morning. At first, Marcus planned to ignore them, since he'd long removed the pirates' flag from the ship. But the Marines headed straight for them once they were spotted on the horizon. After an hour, it didn't take long to see why. Standing at the head of the ship was someone Marcus knew well, and also someone he didn't expect to see here at this time. A younger-looking Captain Smoker stood with a cigar in his mouth as the Marine battleship closed in. 92. Meeting Smoker. When the Marine ship closed to within a few hundred yards, a voice called out, "Attention ships, come to a complete stop and prepare to be boarded. I repeat, come to a complete stop and prepare to be boarded." Marcus, who was at the helm of the pirate ship, yelled out to his ship, "Slow down and let's tie the ships together first." Sabo, who was at the helm, gave a thumbs up and had their ship reef its sails first. Once Marcus's ship pulled up alongside it, they did the same thing and both ships were quickly lashed together. Marcus then headed back to his ship and found Zeph in the kitchen, where he said, "Stay below deck. We might be getting boarded by Marines and I don't want any issues." "Whatever you say, Captain," Zeph said as Sanji looked up in concern. "What if they want to search the ship?" Sanji asked as he glanced at Zeph with worry in his eyes. Zeph placed a reassuring hand on Sanji's shoulder as he said, "Don't worry about me, little eggplant. I'll be fine. Now get back to work and clean those dishes." Marcus arrived back on the deck to see the Marine ship slowing down and about to reach them. He quickly headed back to the pirate ship since they were headed towards that side to dock. Once on the ship, he said, "Zoe, you take the others and head back to our ship. I'll handle the Marines myself." Within minutes, Marcus was left alone with the pirates as the Marine ship came to a stop and started tossing out lines. Marcus made no move to help as he sat on top of the railing closest to his ship. A few Marines were forced to jump across before they were able to tie the ship off properly. Within a few moments of the ships being secure, Marines started to cross over and near the front stood Smoker. Smoker glanced over the tied-up pirates for a few moments before he focused his gaze on Marcus and moved closer. He stopped a few feet away from Marcus and asked in a gruff tone, "We received a report about 2 pirate ships being in the area, and you're the first 2 ships we've found. What's going on here? Why are these people tied up?" Marcus pointed towards the 2 pirate captains as he said, "Those are the pirates you're looking for, but I'll need payment for their bounties before I hand them over." Smoker took a moment to study Marcus before one of his men ran over holding bounty posters as he said, "Captain Smoker, look at this." The man handed the bounty posters to Smoker, who glanced at them for a few moments before he turned back to Marcus and asked, "Where's your captain?" "You're looking at him," Marcus said with a smirk. Smoker frowned as he studied Marcus for a few moments before he said, "You expect me to believe some kid took down a pirate with a bounty of over 15 million belly? My grandpa would call those rookie numbers and then complain that he could do better when he was my age," Marcus said as he gave a helpless shrug. Smoker frowned as he said, "I wasn't joking, kid. Go get your captain." "Neither was I. You're talking to the captain." Smoker narrowed his eyes as he said, "Either get your captain or I'll send someone to find him." Marcus shook his head slightly before he glanced over his shoulder and yelled, "Who's the captain of our ship?" Everyone yelled back, "You are." except one person who yelled back, "I'm the captain." Marcus's right eye started to twitch as he yelled, "Shut up, Luffy, or I'll ban you from eating lunch today." "No, woo-woo, you can't do that, I'll starve," Luffy cried out in a horrified voice. Smoker frowned at the interaction and stepped closer towards the rail where he found a crew of kids on the other ship. He frowned even more as he asked, "Where is the crew of this ship?" "You're looking at my crew, and I'm the captain." Smoker bit down on his cigar and took a deep drag before he said, "Look, kid, I don't have time for jokes. Now go get the ship's captain and the rest of the crew." "And I told you, you're talking to the captain. Now pay me for my bounties so we can get out of here." Smoker grabbed the stub of his finished cigar and tossed it into the sea below before he pulled out a new one and lit it. After he took a long pull from it, he focused his gaze on Marcus and said, "No more jokes, kid. Either you get your captain or I'll send someone to get them." "No one is allowed on my ship unless I give them permission," Marcus said in a relaxed manner as he flashed a challenging smile. "Someone go find the captain of this other ship," Smoker called out to the Marines on the deck. "Yes, sir," someone responded and moved towards the rail to hop down to the smaller ship. Just before the man reached the railing, Marcus appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist as he said, "I didn't give you permission to board my ship." Smoker's eyes widened slightly, and the Marine Marcus grabbed had his mouth drop open in shock as Marcus pushed him back gently. Marcus then turned back towards Smoker as he said, "Can you pay me my bounties now?" Smoker narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Where did you learn that from, kid?" "I figured it out myself after watching my grandpa use it a few times." Smoker waved off the still stunned Marine before he asked, "Who's your grandpa?" "Monkey D. Garp," Marcus said with a cocky smirk. Smoker took another look at Marcus before he asked, "Vice Admiral Garp has a grandson." "4 of them to be exact." Smoker glanced over to the Marines on the deck and said, "Tally up the bounty total and bring me the voucher book." "Yes, sir," one of the Marines said as they saluted. Marcus calmly walked back towards Smoker as he said, "Thanks, it would have been a hassle if I had to beat you guys up and go collect the bounties in Logtown. Don't get cocky just because you beat up some low-tier East Blue pirates, kid. First of all, it's Marcus, not kid, and secondly, I didn't fight any of these weaklings, my crew beat them all," Marcus said with a smirk. "You didn't fight them?" Smoker asked in surprise. Marcus shrugged as he said, "My brothers need the experience more than I do, so I let them and the rest of my crew handle it." "Are you training to join the Marines and follow in the steps of your grandfather?" Marcus laughed so hard he was forced to grab his stomach as he bent over while Smoker frowned. When Marcus recovered, he wiped a fake tear from his eye as he said, "And be someone else's dog on a leash? Fuck that. I would rather be a bounty hunter and do what I want while I make a great living instead." Smoker frowned a little more but didn't comment as a Marine approached with a booklet in hand and said, "Here you go, sir. The total is a little over 75 million. 75 million, Smoker and Marcus asked at the same time. The Marine nodded and pulled out the bounty posters for everyone they found. While most of them were only 5 or 6 million, a couple were 10 plus, and with 10 bounties it added up fast. Smoker double-checked everything before he wrote out some information on the booklet he held. Once finished, Smoker tore off a receipt and handed it to Marcus as he said, "Here you go, Kai. Marcus, now get out of here." Marcus happily took the receipt and double-checked it before he jumped up on the railing and said, "Pleasure doing business with you." As Marcus jumped down onto his ship and started giving out orders, the other Marine asked, "Shouldn't we search their ship before they leave, sir?" "No, let's hurry up and get this settled. We were supposed to be in Logtown by now," Smoker said as he watched Marcus and the others skillfully disengage from the ship and then pull away under full sail. Marcus set the best course for Logtown, and by sunset they were anchored at the main dock. After eating dinner on the ship, Marcus told everyone to go explore for a couple hours besides Tashigi, who already left to visit her uncle Kohariko. Marcus himself went off to talk with a few people and make arrangements to sell the loot they collected sometime tomorrow morning. Once he was done, he headed to the Marine base to turn in the receipt voucher and collect the bounty for the pirates they captured before he returned to the ship and practiced playing guitar until Yuta called him. Early the next morning, Marcus woke up and met with everyone to offload the goods they collected. Afterwards, he paid out everyone on the crew except Luffy 1,000,000 belly and told them to go shopping for whatever they needed. As for Luffy's share, he gave it to Ace and had him handle it, since Luffy tended to waste money on food or other stupid things. Sure, it was Luffy's money, but he still wanted his brother to be a tiny bit responsible. With all of that out of the way, he let Zeph go check on his boat as Marcus himself went to give Tashigi her share of the money. When he arrived, he ran into Smoker, who was talking with Tashigi and her uncle Kohariko. Marcus gave a friendly wave as he approached and said, "Good morning, everyone." Tashigi's uncle narrowed his eyes at Marcus as he said, "You little brat, you let Tashigi get hurt." "She looks fine to me," Marcus said as he eyed Tashigi up and down as he rubbed his chin. Kohariko lifted Tashigi's arm up to show off a 6-inch long cut that was still healing. It was a fresh wound from the fight the other day. Marcus shrugged as he said, "I said I would protect her, not baby her. If I don't let her fight, she will always be weak." Smoker nodded in approval while Kohariko frowned, and as he was about to say something, Marcus pulled out a stack of cash and handed it to Tashigi as he said, "This is your split. Buy some new clothes, glasses, and whatever else you need or want. We are leaving tomorrow morning after breakfast to hunt more pirates." Tashigi took the money as she said, "Understood, Captain." Marcus nodded towards Kohariko and Smoker as he said, "Later." Smoker started to talk with Tashigi and Kohariko again as Marcus went to get some new clothes. He'd had a growth spurt since he last visited and definitely needed them. It also didn't help that Yuta stole everything that didn't fit him correctly before she left, which turned out to be over half his clothes. So Marcus went back to the golden thimble he visited before and picked out a whole new wardrobe that was slightly bigger than he currently needed. While he was at the shop, he ran into Nami and Najiko, who were getting clothes themselves. When he noticed they were also buying stuff for their mom, he handed them an extra bit of money and told them to buy their mom a whole new wardrobe. He also told them to buy Genzo a few things, since the guy almost always wore the same police outfit every day. Once he finished at the golden thimble, Marcus took his clothes back to the ship and rested for a little bit before he headed off to the shipyard where Zeph's ship was being built. After his training with Mihawk, he'd almost left with them when Yuta asked, but in the end held off. He knew he was being held back staying in East Blue, but he liked hanging out with his brothers along with his friends and also knew Garp would be pissed if he left now. But that didn't mean he couldn't make some plans in advance and get a small ship built for himself, since if he left East Blue it would be alone. Sure, he could probably take some of the others, but half of them weren't ready for the Grand Line yet, and Marcus wasn't completely sure if he would come back. So with those thoughts in mind, he went to see about getting a custom ship built. 93. Marcus makes plans and... Marcus arrived at a busy shipyard filled with people all working on Zeph's restaurant ship, which was at least double the size of the original. Marcus studied it for a while before he realized it was probably more than double with the amount of money they all invested. Not only was it bigger, but it was filled with upgrades the original never had and also included top-of-the-line kitchen equipment, along with massive storage capacity for ingredients. It still had its expandable battle platform along with a hidden dock for a couple smaller supply ships, which the first one never had. The other feature it boasted with its increased size was a hotel for guests. Marcus wasn't sure if it would be used much, but if he ever visited the place, he would definitely steal a room for a few days. After Marcus was done studying the ship, he moved towards the dock foreman's office to find the man. He was a grizzled, barreled-chested man with massive arms who kind of reminded Marcus of a gorilla. Well, until the man flashed a friendly smile and asked in a bubbly voice that didn't fit his body, "Marcus, it's good to see you. Did you come by to check on the ship?" Marcus smiled back at the man as he extended his hand and said, "It's good to see you too, Francis, and I actually came to get another boat commissioned." The man took Marcus's hand and shook it as he said, "I told you last time, just call me Frank." Why when Francis sounds so much better? It would be like me asking you to call me Mark or something. It just doesn't sound right. Frank pounded his chest with one hand as he said, "Because I'm Frank the Tank, not Francis the Tank." Marcus shook his head slightly before he said, "All right, Frank, whatever you say." Frank nodded before he waved towards his desk and some chairs as he said, "Take a seat, and then tell me about this ship you want to build." After Marcus took a seat, he pulled out a couple rough sketches as he said, "I want you to build something like this." Frank frowned as he studied a ship design he'd never seen before, and after about a minute he said, "I don't think I can build this ship." "Why not?" Frank pointed at the ship's base as he said, "Well, for starters, how is this even efficient for carrying anything? Sure, it would float and probably be really stable even in rough weather, but you would lose all carrying capacity." Frank quickly pointed at another section of the ship as he added, "And these little fin things here, why would the ship even need them? They could easily get caught on something in shallower water." Marcus nodded as he said, "With the ship's build and lack of carrying capacity, it will have almost no displacement unlike a normal ship." Marcus pointed to the fins as he said, "Those will sit about as deep as a normal ship's keel if not higher." "Why even have them in the first place?" Marcus smiled wide before he said, "Because what's one of a ship's main obstructions in its speed?" Frank rubbed his chin for a bit as he mumbled, "Weight, hull design, and sail count most of the time." Frank's eyes widened as something clicked into place, and he said, "It might work, but with only one sail you would never get the proper speed." Marcus smirked as he said, "It's a pretty big sail for such a small ship, and besides, look at the other designs underneath." Frank pulled out the other designs underneath and frowned as he said, "This would be incredibly complicated to make." "But is it possible?" "Maybe," Frank said, and after a few moments shook his head as he added, "But I'm not sure if I could pull it off." "Why not?" Frank pointed at the design as he said, "It has too many parts and could easily break down. You would also need something powerful to even move it." Frank waved to the power plant on another page as he said, "I can tell this thing would never work to power everything else, and I'm not even a proper engineer." "Don't worry about the power source. I'll handle that myself as long as you make everything else," Marcus said before he glanced at the designs and asked, "Could you make the design simpler and stronger?" Frank studied it for a while before he nodded slowly as he said, "We would just need to make everything out of metal, but it would add a lot of extra weight. I'd like to keep the weight down to an absolute minimum if possible." Frank nodded as he studied the crude, yet complicated gear design before he said, "I'll have to talk with a couple people and see what we can remove to save weight." "Go for it. I'm honestly not even sure if what I made would even work correctly," Marcus said as he studied the gearbox he drew from foggy memories before he added, "Honestly, if it won't work, just scrap that whole thing and just make it a single gear ratio with the bigger gear at the power source." Frank nodded as he said, "That would probably be best." Frank then pointed at the single main sail design as he added, "What about this? Why is the sail like that anyways?" "It's so it can easily be used by a single person." Frank studied it for a while longer before he shook his head and said, "It won't work properly. You would need to have." Marcus cut him off as he said, "These were just rough ideas I had. If it won't work, figure out what will work and we can test it." Frank nodded slowly before he pulled out a notepad and a pencil before he asked, "In that case, tell me exactly what you expect this ship to be able to do and I'll work on a proper design. Once it's done, we'll make a smaller version to test with, since I'm not completely sure about this ship design as a whole." Marcus nodded before he said, "Sounds good to me." About an hour later, Marcus left the shipyard with a smile on his face. He talked with Frank for a while before the man started sketching a proper design for the ship. The plan was to build a very small 10-foot-long version to test with and then scale it up. Once all the kinks were worked out, they would build and test the larger version. If everything went correctly, Marcus's new ship would be done in only half a year or so. With nothing better to do, Marcus decided to wander around the city as he looked for some type of music store. It took a little while, but after asking for directions, he was pointed to the only one in town. It wasn't near the main area of town, but it wasn't in the poor area either. Just a few streets over from the main road, Marcus found a decent-sized music shop. As he entered inside, he was greeted by graceful piano music, and after a moment a voice said, "Just a moment, I'm at the best part." "All right," Marcus said as he followed the sound to a piano that was being played by an elegant-looking older woman. He waited patiently for her to finish before he clapped as he said, "That was lovely. What's it called?" "Thank you, dear. I haven't finished it yet, so I haven't given it a name," the woman said as she stood up from her seat. She smiled at Marcus and held out her hand as she asked, "My name's Jasmine. What can I help you with, young man?" With the way she presented her hand, Marcus took her hand and instead of shaking it, he kissed the back of it before he said, "I'm Marcus, and I wanted to see what you have for guitars." "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me this way, and I'll show you what I have in stock," Jasmine said as she started to walk towards a corner of the store. They passed a few different sections before they arrived in an area with only guitars. It had mostly acoustic guitars, but Marcus's eyes were drawn to a handful of what looked like electric guitars, and one of them looked very familiar. He stared at them in surprise for a few moments before he pointed at them and asked, "What kind of guitars are those?" "Oh, these just came in a few months ago. Apparently they're a new type of guitar from the Grand Line, but you need something called an amplifier and a speaker box for it to be used properly," Jasmine said as she pointed over to a couple of black boxes stacked on top of each other. "They came with a few other components, but I personally don't know how to use them, unfortunately." Marcus glanced over everything in that area and noticed cables, what looked like distortion pedals, and a few other things. After a few moments he asked, "Do you mind if I try it out?" "You know how to use them?" Marcus nodded as he said, "I've played something similar before, but I'm not 100% sure it's the same thing." Jasmine waved towards everything and said, "If you can get it to work, be my guest. I'd love to hear how it sounds. The person I bought them from didn't know how to use them either." Marcus moved over to the amplifier and speakers first to check them out. He found connections for everything but power, which made him frown. He looked at the front and found a power switch, so he flipped it, and it turned on with a low hum. Marcus turned towards Jasmine as he asked, "They don't need external power?" "The vendor I bought them from said the power source is internal and recharges when not in use. It's supposed to last up to 10 hours of continuous use. At least that's what he said. I've never tested it, and he didn't know how to use it himself." Marcus frowned as he asked, "Then how do you even know if they work properly?" Jasmine smiled as she said, "I deal with him a lot, and he's never sold me anything that didn't work." Marcus nodded as he turned the machine off and was half tempted to open it up and check out how it worked. But after a few moments, he gave up on the idea because he would have no idea what he was looking at. Marcus then spent the next 10 minutes connecting up one of the guitars to the amplifier, along with a couple of distortion pedals. Once it was ready, he flipped on the amplifier and strummed the guitar as a very familiar sound filled the air. Jasmine cocked her head slightly and listened closely as Marcus started tuning the guitar, and after a few moments she said, "It's not bad, different, but still close to the sound of a normal guitar." Marcus finished tuning the guitar before he pointed down and said, "That's because I haven't used the distortion pedals yet. At least I think that's what these things are." Marcus stepped on one of them, and the sound changed instantly to become a lot more like the electric guitar from his memories. The main pedal was pretty large with 6 buttons, a few dials, and a pedal on it. Marcus played with it for a few minutes until a very distinct sound filled the air, and he smiled like a kid who was just given a piece of candy. Marcus stood up and adjusted the guitar before he said, "I'm gonna play a bit if that's okay." Jasmine smiled and took a seat on a stool nearby as she said, "Be my guest. This new guitar model is becoming very interesting." Marcus started to play Voodoo Child while he messed with the distortion pedal and whammy bar on the guitar. For the entire song, he just closed his eyes and let his memories take over. Once finished, he heard clapping and opened his eyes to see Jasmine with a bright smile on her face. She stood up as she asked, That was certainly different and new, but I really liked it. Were you playing a song? Marcus removed the guitar and switched off the amplifier as he said, "It's called Voodoo Child." Jasmine said the name to herself as she thought it over before she said, "It's a good name, and I think it fits the song." Jasmine then pointed at the equipment as she asked, "What do you think? Are you interested in buying this set of equipment?" Marcus nodded as he said, "Definitely, I also wanted to see what kind of music books you had, along with some extra sets of guitar strings." "Great, let me show you what I have in stock," Jasmine said as she went into sales mode. By the time she was done, Marcus had bought an entire set of equipment for the electric guitar he played that was cherry red, a few sets of strings, and a handful of books. He also helped set up another electric guitar for her so she could easily show it off to anyone interested. As for getting everything back to the ship, the equipment came with a small cart to move it around. So Marcus carefully loaded everything on the cart and tied it down with a bit of rope before he headed back to the ship, very satisfied with his day. 94. Pirate hunting and making a new friend. After breakfast the next morning, Marcus and the crew sailed out of the harbor to hunt more pirates. On the dock stood Tashiga's uncle and Smoker, who was apparently taking over as the new base commander of Logtown. Tashiga's uncle was finally stepping down and planning to retire in the next couple months, which meant Marcus and the others had 2 months before they had to come back to Logtown so Tashigi could attend the ceremony. That worked out since Zeph's restaurant would be done close to the same time, and Frank said he would have a small prototype ready for Marcus to test. Once they left the harbor, Marcus set course for the Red Line again to patrol for more pirates. Sure, they could patrol the area around Logtown and catch pirates, but the pirates going towards the Red Line would probably be more of a challenge. With that in mind, they spent the next day traveling towards the entrance to the Grand Line. Once there, Marcus let Nami set the course as they searched for pirates, and it took over a week to find some. The ship was slightly bigger than their own, and when Marcus made it clear they were headed towards them, the ship opened fire. With Nami at the helm, Marcus took up protection duty against cannonballs. But with how terrible the other crew's aim was, he only needed to deflect a handful of them before they pulled alongside the ship. As they lashed the ships together, the pirate captain yelled out, "Kill every last one of these bounty hunters' men. They're the last obstacle between us, and riches beyond our wildest dreams." Marcus, who was standing near the helm, pushed Nami towards the other ship as he said, "Go on, you won't get any stronger standing around here." Nami wanted to protest, but then Nijiko shot someone with a rifle before she jumped to the other ship and impaled another person with her bayonet. She had apparently been training with Bellamere and took up some kind of marine combat style that revolved around a rifle as a close combat style. Nami watched for a few moments before she tightened the grip on her staff and rushed over to join the melee next to her sister. Marcus watched carefully from behind and would only intervene when someone could be seriously injured. It was mostly the inexperienced people like Nami and Nijiko who needed the most help, since their situational awareness was underdeveloped for large-scale melee battles, which gave Marcus an idea to include large-scale sparring sessions going forward to help everyone gain better awareness in fights. It could possibly work as a precursor for learning observation haki sooner. Well, that was just a theory, but it wouldn't hurt to try it out. Even if it didn't work, better situational awareness was never a bad thing. So Marcus made a mental note to test it out himself. The fight only lasted 20 minutes before everyone was either subdued or killed. While Marcus didn't encourage people to kill, he wasn't against it like he used to be. And the longer he lived in this world, the less he cared about it. That didn't mean he would just go around killing people at random, but if people he cared about were in danger. Well, his enemies would quickly end up like Arlong, or the first pirate he ever killed. After cleaning out the enemy ship, Marcus took over the pirate ship himself, and both ships set course for Logtown. Along the way, they luckily ran into another larger pirate ship, and while it was slightly harder to take because he left Zoe and the other women on the first pirate ship, it just gave everyone else more experience in fighting pirates. With the new ship captured and looted, Marcus split the crew up some more to sail all 3 ships back. Ace was left in charge of their ship, while Sabo took command of the first pirate ship and Marcus took command of the largest ship. It took over 3 days to make it back to Logtown, where they were greeted by Smoker and a whole contingent of Marines. As the Marines started processing the pirates, Smoker approached Marcus and asked, "Were you patrolling the area around Logtown?" Marcus smirked as he said, "No, we were near the entrance to the Grand Line. I figured we would find tougher opponents there." Smoker took a drag of his cigar before he asked, "You sure you don't want to be a Marine?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "If my grandpa can't convince me, you have no chance." Smoker grunted in response as he continued to watch his men process all the prisoners. After half an hour, a Marine approached with a large bag of money and handed it to Marcus as he said, "Here you go, sir, just over 58 million berry." "Does that include the price of the ships?" "No, the ships are being confiscated because they were used for piracy," the Marine hesitantly said as he looked at Smoker. "Yeah," Marcus slowly said as he glanced from Smoker to the Marine who just paid him as he dropped the bag to the ground. "I don't think so. Those were both captured by my crew, and according to maritime law, those ships are my rightful legal salvage. So you either pay me for them or I'll sell them to someone else," Marcus said as he crossed his arms over his chest and looked up at the Marine who was over a foot taller than him. The Marine glanced at Smoker for help, and after a moment Smoker said, "I'm not aware of that law, but I am aware of one that says any ship that was used in the act of piracy is supposed to be confiscated." "Well, it looks like we're gonna have a problem then, because if I'm not paid for the ship I captured, I'll just have to sink them since they're apparently not worth any money." Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly as the Marine next to him said, "Those ships are now considered marine property. If you try to sink them, you'll be labeled as a criminal and arrested." Marcus drew his sword, which caused the Marine to tense, as Smoker raised an eyebrow, wondering what exactly Marcus was doing. Marcus didn't even take a stance, and just casually swung his sword aimed next to one of the ships. A large air blade flew from his weapon and cut a deep groove in the water almost 20 meters long before it dissipated. The Marine and surrounding people who witnessed it almost had their eyes pop out of their head, while Smoker's mouth opened just enough for him to drop his cigar. Marcus let out a soft chuckle as he said, "Oops, looks like I missed. But I guess that's a good thing since I forgot some Marines are still on the ship. I wouldn't want to injure anyone on accident." The Marine was sweating like crazy as he stared at Marcus in fear, while Smoker frowned slightly at dropping his cigar. As Marcus raised his sword back up, he said, "You should probably have your men exit those ships. I don't want to hurt any of them accidentally as I dispose of some ships not worth any money." As Smoker pulled out a new cigar, he said, 1 million each, it's the best I can do." Marcus happily sheathed his sword as he said, "It's not far market value, but I know you Marines are tied up in regulations, so I accept." Smoker glanced at the Marine who was still focused on Marcus before he said, "Go get him another 2 million. The Marine jumped before he said, "Yes, sir." After the Marine left and Smoker took a long pull from his new cigar, he said, "I've only seen high-ranking Marines back at Marine Ford perform air slashes like that." Marcus shrugged as he said, "If you think that's impressive, wait till you see someone cleave a mountain in half." Smoker's right eye started to twitch as the Marine came back and quickly handed Marcus 2 million belly that he stuffed into the sack with the rest of his money. Marcus then tossed the sack over his shoulder and flashed the peace sign as he said, "Pleasure doing business with you." After Marcus walked off, the Marine next to Smoker let out a sigh of relief before Smoker said, "Make sure you have the men thoroughly sweep those ships and then send them to the base's docks to get retrofitted and painted." "Yes, sir," the Marine said before he took off. After taking the money back to the ship, Marcus had Zeph go restock the kitchen as Marcus sold off the valuables and weapons they collected. A little after lunch, Marcus and the crew set out again to hunt pirates, and within another week, easily found another pirate ship. They weren't that tough, and Marcus was starting to wonder if maybe he should take them to the Grand Line to find pirates. He quickly gave up on that idea since some of the people on the ship were still struggling against the pirates in East Blue. That, and he was pretty sure Garp would beat him till he couldn't walk anymore if he tried. Since that was the case, Marcus decided that they would hunt pirates till Zeph's ship was done. Afterwards, they would go do some extra hard training, and Marcus would take time to help each person improve their skills as he waited for his ship to be built. The next 2 months passed in a flash, and they averaged one pirate crew every week or so. It wasn't bad, and they now had a ton of money to spend on food and other necessities. Marcus also handed out another bonus to everyone to spend however they liked. Most people bought a few things with it, but the girls like Nami, Najiko, and even Kuina and Tashigi ended up buying a bunch of new clothes with the money. Marcus also found Smoker to be pretty likable overall since they ended up chatting every time Marcus came back to turn in bounties. While not exactly friends, Marcus found he respected Smoker. Even though he was a little too strict about his views of pirates, marines, and making sure justice was upheld for the people. Marcus wouldn't fault that man for his beliefs, but he definitely didn't agree with them. When they arrived with another captured pirate crew a few days before the retirement ceremony, Smoker was at the dock waiting. And by this point Marcus was positive Smoker had some marines specifically stationed to look for his ship, since the man always greeted them at the dock. After tying off the pirate ship he was on, Marcus walked down to the dock where Smoker stood and asked in a teasing tone, "Slow day, base commander." Smoker mentioned his men towards the ship as he said, "I'm not the base commander yet." Marcus shrugged as he asked, you're basically already it, in everything but name that is, speaking of, when exactly is the ceremony?" 3 days from now, first thing in the morning," Smoker said before he took a big pull from his cigar. "Morning? I thought it was in the afternoon." "The afternoon is for Kohariko's retirement party. I'll be sworn in long before that." Marcus slowly nodded before he said, "If I'm free, I might stop by to watch." Smoker glanced towards Marcus for a moment before he grunted in response. They both talked a bit more before a marine arrived with the bounty payout, and Marcus quickly said goodbye before he headed to his ship to store it. Afterwards, he headed out to sell off the valuables they collected before he gave everyone time off to rest. Since the ceremony was only a few days away, there was no point leaving until after it was done. Over the next few days, Marcus let everyone have free time to relax with no training. While it wasn't the most efficient use of time, the past few months were packed with training and sailing as they hunted pirates non-stop. So a few days' break was overdue for everyone. 95, a clash with Smoker. It was early morning, and Marcus was at the Marine base as he watched the handover ceremony between Smoker and Kohariko. While both men weren't fans of wasting time on pointless things and planned a simple ceremony. The people of Logtown had other ideas, though, and set up a whole elaborate thing for Kohariko to celebrate all the good he's done for them over the years. They were also setting up an even more extravagant party for the afternoon, much to his chagrin. Marcus only planned to visit for the handover ceremony since he wasn't too interested in the retirement party. He'd already given his congratulations to Kohariko and a large stack of cash, so there was no need to stick around. As for everyone else, they planned to go since Tashigi invited them a few days ago. Well, except for Zeph, who declined for obvious reasons, which caused Sanji and Jin to also decline. Tashigi wasn't offended since she knew the situation and couldn't promise nothing would happen if he showed up. When the party started, Zeph, Sanji, and Jin headed off to check out Zeph's ship, which was basically done. Marcus, on the other hand, stayed behind to watch over the ship and relax. At first, Marcus read the newspaper for a while, but after skimming it and not finding anything important, he took his acoustic guitar and hung out in the crow's nest while he practiced. As he enjoyed a light breeze and hummed along to the song he was playing, a panicked voice yelled out, "Marcus." Marcus set his guitar down at the same time he stood up to find Jin, who was running at full speed towards the ship. Marcus quickly jumped down from the crow's nest and met Jin at the gangplank. Jin was out of breath as he said, "Zeph was captured. By Marines, Sanji is trying to stop them." Marcus frowned slightly before he asked, "Where at?" "Dry dock for his ship." Marcus nodded in understanding as he said, "Stay here, I'll take care of it." Before Marcus could move, Jin grabbed his shoulder and said while still trying to catch his breath, "That new commander, he has a weird devil fruit. He turned into smoke." Marcus nodded as he smiled before he said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." A moment later, Marcus took off at full speed and headed towards the dry dock area of the harbor. Within a minute, he arrived to find a handful of Marines along with Smoker. In front of them stood Sanji and Zeph, who were currently in cuffs. Marcus landed next to them as he asked, "You mind telling me why you put 2 members of my crew in handcuffs?" Smoker narrowed his eyes as he asked, "You have pirate scum in your crew." "Who's a pirate?" Smoker pointed at Zeph as he said, "He's an infamous pirate named Redleg Zeph, current bounty 35 million. You think I would have a pirate on my ship and not turn them in for the bounty, especially one worth so much?" One of the Marines pulled out the wanted poster for Zeph and held it up as he said, "Look, here is his poster." Marcus didn't even glance at it as he said, "That isn't my chef, now remove their cuffs." Smoker took a long drag of his cigar before he said, "Whether or not he is your chef doesn't matter. He is clearly Red Leg Zeph, a pirate, which means the cuffs stay on. Kid, just let it go. Take Sanji with you and leave it at that. You kids don't need to get in trouble over someone like me," Zeph said with a sigh. "Shut up, old man. Your opinion on this situation doesn't matter. Once you became my cook, you became my responsibility as your captain," Marcus said as he shot a glare at Zeph, who didn't say anything else. "So you're saying my grandpa can't tell a chef from a pirate because my grandpa met him and didn't arrest him?" Marcus said as he turned back to Smoker and started to loosen up his arms. Smoker paused for a few moments as he studied Marcus before he said, "I can't speak for Vice Admiral Garp, but as far as I can tell, he's a pirate, and that means he needs to be detained." "All right," Marcus said before his after-image faded from view and the Marines next to Smoker crumpled over. Smoker whipped around as he practically growled, "What the hell do you think you're doing attacking Marines?" Marcus cracked his knuckles as he said, "It was just a love tap to knock them out." Marcus gave a feral grin as he added, "I wouldn't want your men to watch you get your ass kicked." Marcus disappeared from view again and a moment later passed through Smoker, whose body turned into smoke. Smoker turned to look at Marcus as he said, "Just give it up, kid. You might be strong, but this isn't a fight you can win." "And do you really want to make the Marines your enemy just for a single pirate?" Smoker asked as he took a drag from his cigar. Marcus pulled out a set of brass knuckles that he slipped onto his hands before he said, "And I already told you he was a crew member and not a pirate. As for making the Marines my enemy." Marcus disappeared and slammed a fist into Smoker's stomach, which folded the man over as the wind was knocked out of him while he dropped his cigar. Marcus grabbed Smoker by the hair, and as he held his face up, he said, "I'll fight anyone who messes with my crew." Marcus slammed his fist into Smoker's head a couple times to knock him out before he searched him for the keys to the cuffs. Once he found them, he took the cuffs off Zeph and Sanji as he asked, "Is your ship done yet?" Zeph glanced at the knocked-out Marines and Smoker as he asked, "It is, but are you sure that was a good idea?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "It's not the first time I've fought with Marines, and it definitely won't be the last." Marcus then focused on Zeph as he asked, "How many people do you need to sail your ship?" "At least 3. 5 would be better and 8 would do best, but I could sail it with 2 helpers." Marcus nodded as he said, "All right, let's drop it in the water and then sail it over to the dock. Once there, I'll grab the others and have them meet you at the market to help carry supplies." Zeph took one more glance at Smoker as he asked, "Are you really sure this is okay?" Marcus glanced at Smoker before he said, "Should be fine. Worst cause scenario, Grandpa has to do something to smooth things over, and that's only if it gets reported. I don't think Smoker would want to report he was beaten up by Garp's grandson on his first official day on the job." It didn't take them long to go back into the dry dock and have the ship launched into the water. As they were getting ready to sail it over to the main dock, Frank approached and asked, "Marcus, you want me to launch your test ship?" "It's done." Frank glanced at the area where Smoker and his men were at as he said, "It could use another day or 2, but it's for minor things that don't matter. The hull, mast, sails, rigging, helm, and drive train are all in place." Marcus nodded as he said, "If that's the case, I'll take it. The hull and the drivetrain are the things that need to be tested the most." Before Frank could take off, Marcus added, "No rush, I'll be back in an hour or so." Frank nodded as Marcus untied the lines next to him and then jumped over to the ship. It only took them 20 minutes to reach the dock and park the ship next to Marcus's and tie it off. Afterwards, Zeph left with a bag of cash to get supplies, while Marcus went to get everyone else. When Marcus arrived at the retirement party, he was stunned by how big it was. The people of Logtown went all out for the celebration, and while not everyone could attend the main event, it was still massive. Marcus didn't want to waste time searching through the crowd, so he used Jeppo to fly into the air. He glanced around for a few moments before he spotted everyone near Kohariko at the main area of the party. Marcus kicked off the air a few times before he landed next to Ace, who was in the middle of eating a large piece of meat. Ace glanced towards Marcus, swallowed the food in his mouth before he asked, "Decided to join us?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "An issue came up, we're leaving as soon as possible. Everyone needs to meet Zeph near the main market and help carry supplies to the ship." The others close by looked towards Marcus as Ace asked, "What happened?" "Just a little fight, but we should get out of here before it turns into a bigger issue." Ace frowned for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, I'll get everyone to the market." Marcus smiled as he said, "Thanks, I'm gonna check if Tashigi wants to join us again." As Ace started gathering everyone to leave, Marcus moved towards where Kohariko was seated with some Marines, Tashigi, and some important townspeople. Kohariko noticed his approach first and nodded slightly before he asked, "I thought you said you weren't coming." "Had an issue come up, and we need to leave the island. I wanted to check if Tashigi wanted to stay or come with us since your party is still going on." Kohariko frowned slightly as he asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing serious and Smoker can explain it to you later, but for now we need to head out." Kohariko nodded slowly before he turned to Tashigi and said, "You don't have to stay, go have fun with your friends. I'll see you when you come back." Tashigi nodded with a smile before she said, "Thanks, Uncle Kohariko." Tashigi quickly got up and rushed off to join everyone else as Marcus flashed a peace sign and said, "Congratulations again on the retirement. I'll see you next time." "Thanks, and make sure you protect Tashigi Brat," Kohariko said as Marcus faded from view. Kohariko clicked his tongue before he turned back to the conversation at the table. Marcus, meanwhile, was a blur as he rushed back to the dock. When he arrived, he found Smoker slowly getting up as he shook his head to clear it. Marcus didn't hesitate and rushed the man as he said, "Nothing personal." Smoker glanced up in time to see Marcus's fist right in front of his face covered with brass knuckles before it slammed into his temple. Smoker dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, and Marcus quickly checked the other Marines. They were still out cold, so he rushed into the dry dock and found Frank next to the test ship. It was already in the water and Frank was next to the only line tying it off. Frank smiled at Marcus as he said, "I'll start work on the things I know will work, but you need to put this thing through its paces. The drive train and the hull need to be tested the most, but let me know how the sail and rigging work for you." Marcus nodded before he untied the ship and said, "Don't worry, I'll give her a good shakedown and call you once a week with updates." As Marcus jumped onto his new ship, Frank added, "Try not to sink it and bring it back in the next 6 months so I can examine it properly." "Sounds good, Frank, and thanks again." Frank waved Marcus off as he said, "Good luck." All 3 ships ended up setting sail a little over an hour later without issue. Whether Smoker let the issue drop or he was still knocked out, Marcus didn't know. But he wasn't worried about it, since he highly doubted Smoker would chase after them like he did Luffy in the original series. And if he did, Marcus would just call Garp and see if he could help out since it was such a small issue. Otherwise, Marcus was prepared to beat Smoker up till he dropped the matter of Zeph being a former pirate. It wasn't until the next day that something happened about his little issue with Smoker. Garp called him and asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing attacking Marines, you little brat?" "I didn't attack anyone. I had a disagreement with some Marines, and I used what you taught me to win the argument," Marcus said in a proud tone. Huh, that smoker kid said you knocked him and his men out. Exactly. Isn't that what you do whenever you want to win an argument? Marcus asked before he chuckled slightly. Garp let out a loud belly laugh for a few moments before he said, You brat, I don't do that. Anyways, stay away from Logtown for a few months. Smoker's not too happy he was knocked out by a brat like you. I told him if he could be beaten by you, then he needed to train more. I only beat him because I used my stone brass knuckles on him. If I tried the same thing with Hacky, I don't think it would have worked so well, Marcus said, as he placed his snail on the helm before he reached over to adjust his sails. It will come with more practice, just keep it up. I expect to see some improvement the next time I visit. Marcus smiled slightly as he said, I think you'll be surprised the next time you stop by. I'm gonna start Luffy and a couple of others on observation training soon. Actually, I have a slight problem. I'm pretty sure I've reached my limit in East Blue. Nothing here is a challenge to me, Marcus added after a few moments of thought. You're just now learning Hacky, and that takes years to even start to master. Worry about training that for now. It also improves with a stronger body. Have you maxed out that training harness yet? Not yet, but I started on the 4th level before anyone else, and I'll be on the 5th level soon enough. I've been pushing myself to the limit every chance I get, Marcus said as he thought over his recent training and spars against Mihawk. Good, focus on getting stronger, and I'll figure out something to challenge you with the next time I visit. All right, thanks Grandpa, and thanks for handling that little thing with Smoker, Marcus said with a smile. Bah, you're my grandson. As long as you don't become a pirate or start acting like your dad, I can handle it. Stay safe, brat. I'll call you when I'm on my way back to visit, Garp said before he hung up. Marcus shook his head and hung up his den mushy as he said, You too, Grandpa. After his call with Garp, Marcus smiled to himself since everything worked out the way he thought it would. Even though he was pretty sure Smoker might hold a slight grudge against him. But if that was the case, he could probably use that as an excuse to spar against him next time they meet. And Marcus could definitely use the opportunity to learn how to fight against more devil fruit users, since Luffy wasn't a good opponent for him currently. 96. Garp helps Marcus find a proper training partner. Over the next week, the 3 ships sailed to Kakyashi village and anchored there. Zeph's restaurant couldn't actually fit at the dock because it was so big, but it was anchored nearby, and with its expandable deck opened up, it touched the dock and was tied off. While Marcus's new ship was now tied off to the restaurant on the far side from the dock, so he could easily go out and test his ship. With the restaurant now here, Zeph, Sanji, and Jin transferred their personal belongings over, and it was now used as their home base. It also acted as the new mess hall for everyone, and Marcus's ship's galley was cleared out of food for now. Within 10 minutes of docking all the ships, Bellamere arrived and started checking over Nami and Najiko. Marcus noticed each time she shot him a glare, but he just waved happily in response. She ended up not saying anything, but she was definitely upset that the girls both had new scars. Jens also showed up not long after and helped carry everything the girls bought to Bellamere's house. The next day was scheduled as a rest day before the new increased training regiment started. Marcus started pushing everyone harder with an increased workload, and when sparring started in the afternoon, Marcus, Ace, and Sabo pulled Luffy, Zoro, and Kuina aside for observation Hacky training. At first, a couple people asked why they couldn't join in on the new training until they saw what it entailed. Marcus was the main one to train Luffy because he used it as a chance to practice armament Hacky. He could only use it a few minutes until he needed a break, and then used his stone knuckles until he recovered enough to do it again. It was great practice, but Marcus quickly realized armament Hacky was a massive stamina drain. Not only would he have to increase his strength, but his stamina training would need to increase a lot too. Luffy would also need to be pushed harder since his rubber body made it harder for him to gain muscle mass like everyone else. The stone necklace Marcus made for him helped a bit, and Luffy isn't completely drained from touching it anymore. But there is still no way for him to train properly with it on. Another new training regiment Marcus started was Conqueror's Hacky with Ace. Marcus was able to use his meta-knowledge and experience with it to draw it out easier for himself, and with practice helped Ace figure it out. So now each day just before dinner, Marcus and Ace both fight with their conqueror's haki active. It didn't last long, less than half a minute at best, but they've both learned how to pull it out at will now. They would do that practice while everyone else watched to help them get used to it, and Marcus also hoped that it would help a few of them unlock it themselves. Marcus also started everyone on running after dinner to help them increase their stamina. They would basically run until they dropped. Afterwards, Marcus would let them rest for a bit before they would get cleaned up and head to bed. Marcus wasn't completely sure if it was the best method for stamina training, but it seemed to work since everyone could run a little longer each day. As for their after-dinner haki training with Zeph, Marcus, Ace, and Sabo still did that. But it was only after their stamina training drained them dry. They were always the last people who made it to bed. It didn't affect Ace and Sabo much, but Marcus was too tired to practice his guitar each night. He also told Yuta that he was gonna focus on training so they could only talk on his rest days going forward. Yuta complained at first, but then Marcus told Yuta to train more herself, and then she would be too busy to worry about anything else. He wasn't completely sure if she followed his advice, but Yuta only called on his rest days going forward. Even though the calls lasted for hours now, and Yuta insisted that they practice music together for part of the call. So it was pretty normal to find Marcus at his favorite spot playing guitar while Yuta sang through the Den Mushi. Yuta also coached Marcus on how to sing since she wanted both of them to be able to sing together. So Marcus slowly trained his voice too. Battle Royal practice was also added to sparring practice each day, which helped everyone gain better situational awareness. Another practice mode was also added called King of the Hill, where Marcus would fight against everyone as they tried to take him down. Marcus was restricted in what he could do, and was forced to use only his swordsmanship and observation haki to fight everyone. Marcus didn't really win the fights with those restrictions in place, but it helped push his limits and helped everyone else learn teamwork in fights. The last thing Marcus implemented was he took the time to personally coach each person in combat. While he was only skilled in swordsmanship himself, he used his skills to find gaps in each of their defenses. It was a pretty brutal yet effective way to quickly learn from their mistakes. It was kind of the same way he trained Kuina, Zoro, and Tashigi. But with them, he could give advice as a sword user. With everyone else, he only gave them bruises and showed them where to improve. Besides training, Marcus found time to test out his boat each day. Marcus would do the morning warm-up with everyone, eat breakfast, and then head out to sea till lunch. While he lost about 4 hours of training, Marcus didn't mind since he just used the training harness on level 5. While he couldn't fight properly at that level, moving around and running the ship definitely gave him a workout each day. As for testing the ship, Marcus tried his best to push the ship to its limits. He quickly found issues with the rigging, and after chatting with Frank, he figured out a different rigging solution. It made it easier for Marcus to handle the sails alone and in bad weather. Speaking of weather, Marcus took the ship out a few times when he noticed storm clouds in the distance. During those times, Marcus would go out for a day or more and just sail the ship as long as possible. He didn't use his training harness to conserve his stamina, and once he came back, he would normally rest for a full day. All that testing made Marcus instantly change the ship's design, though. Before, Marcus had almost everything exposed, with only some living areas covered and sealed from the weather. But Marcus quickly realized that sailing in a storm for days on end, soaked to the bone, sucked. So Marcus told Frank to redesign the helm area to be covered. It would be connected to both hulls and their internal compartments now. It would also hold the helm and drivetrain main gear. The drivetrain power source was basically a stationary bike that sat behind the helm. Whenever Marcus wanted to use it, he just needed to move it forward and lock it into place. The drivetrain was designed to help the ship reach its true top speed. With its large sail and double-hull design, it was fast, one of the fastest ships Marcus had ever seen. Until Marcus used the drivetrain and engaged the small propellers connected to the fins on the hull. It was incredibly hard to pedal if the ship wasn't already moving at a decent speed. But once the ship reached a certain speed, it was easy to pedal with each rotation of the bike, causing the propellers to spin 6 times. If the speed before was fast, its new speed was kind of ridiculous, as the ship used its hydrofoils to skim across the water. Marcus wasn't completely sure how high the ship could go, but it was easily 4 to 5 times faster than his other ship. And with Marcus's current strength and stamina, he could easily use the bike for hours on end without issue as he steered the ship. There were issues with adjusting the sails while doing it, but Marcus updated Frank every time he found issues. He also took other people out on the ship to experience how fast the ship was. Surprisingly, everyone liked it, but Nami loved how fast the ship was and even pointed out 2 things with the sails that could improve the speed. It took them an hour to re-rig everything, but once finished the ship could almost reach the proper speed to use the hydrofoils. The drive train still helped the most for engaging them, but if Marcus had a bigger sail, he could probably get rid of the drive train entirely. Marcus already started discussing the idea with Frank, but even if it worked, Marcus would probably keep the drive train. It would help if he ever found himself without much wind or in the calm belt. Plus, it was an easy way to train stamina every day, so Marcus ended up keeping it, but still implementing the new design in case he wanted to be lazy and not pedal his ship all day. Months passed quickly under the new heavy training routine, and before long Marcus received a call from Garp who asked, "I'm coming to East Blue, where are you at?" "Still in Kokyashi Village training." "Good, stay there," Garp said before he disconnected the call. Marcus stared at the den mushy and shook his head at how his grandpa acted. With Garp headed towards the island, he informed everyone over lunch the same day and said, "Grandpa is coming back to train us again. I expect him to arrive in a week or 2. Get some sleep while you can. I doubt he is gonna go easy on us." Ace, Sabo, and Luffy all groaned since they knew just how brutal Garp's training was. Everyone else looked at them in confusion since the last time he visited. He barely interacted with anyone but Marcus, Ace, and Sabo as he trained them in observation haki. This time, though, Garp was definitely going to train everyone, and they would learn just what that entailed. It was almost 2 weeks later when Garp arrived, and the first thing he did was drag a sword-welding pirate out of his ship. He found Marcus training with the others and said, "Marcus, fight this pirate scum and you better not lose or he gets his freedom." Marcus glanced at the pirate who was fearfully looking at Garp with a little bit of hope in his eyes. Garp pushed the man forward as he said, "If you want your freedom, you need to beat him." "Really?" the pirate cautiously asked. "Yes, now hurry up before I change my mind," Garp said as he glared at the man. The man nervously focused on Marcus, and after a few moments he started to laugh as he said, "You want me to fight a kid? This will be easy." The man drew his sword and charged towards Marcus, who watched him for a few moments before he dodged the man's first slash. As the man attempted to recover, Marcus uppercutted the man so hard he shattered half his teeth and knocked him out completely. Marcus glanced at Garp as he asked, "What was that about?" Garp rubbed his chin as he said, "Just trying to figure out your current strength. That was just some Grand Line starter trash. I'll be back." Garp grabbed the knocked-out pirate and headed back to his ship. Within a few minutes he reappeared with another sword-welding pirate who didn't look fearful this time. He glared at Garp like he wanted to kill him, but already knew he wouldn't be able to do it. Garp shoved the man forward as he said, "You want your freedom, you need to beat him." The man turned his glare towards Marcus, who instantly drew his sword and took a defensive stance. The pirate sneered as he said, "You really want me to kill this brat for my freedom? You're out of your mind, old man." The pirate drew his own sword as he added with a wicked grin, "But I accept." The man was a lot faster than the first pirate, but his swordsmanship was seriously lacking, and Marcus beat the man in only a few exchanges. Marcus had his blade on the man's neck as Garp said, "Still trash, huh?" Garp grabbed the man and took him away before he quickly returned with another pirate. This one was older than the last 2 and seemed to accept his fate at being captured. Garp pushed the man towards Marcus as he said, "If you can beat him, you'll have your freedom." "What's the point? The rest of my crew was already captured and probably in prison or dead by now." the man said as he sat down on the ground and refused to move. Garp stared at the man for a few moments before he said, "Are you an idiot? I only captured you." "You didn't catch the rest of my crew?" the man asked with a hope-filled voice. "You were the only one worth catching for this. Now fight him and win if you want your freedom," Garp said as he pointed at Marcus. The man glanced at Marcus for a few moments before he slowly stood up and pulled his saber free from its scabbard. He locked eyes with Marcus as he said, "I won't hold back just because you're a kid." The man disappeared like Marcus normally would, and a moment later Marcus deflected a slash. Marcus didn't attack at first and stayed completely defensive as he gauged his opponent's strength. After a minute or so, Marcus switched his stance mid-block and instantly followed up with an attack of his own. The pirate was caught off guard and barely missed losing his right hand at the elbow. Instead, he received a small gash on his upper arm that he shrugged off. Marcus and the pirate clashed back and forth for over 10 minutes until Marcus disarmed the man and rested his blade on the man's throat. Garp nodded in approval before he said, "I could have done better, but not bad. I'll go grab the next one." Marcus ended up beating 2 more pirates until he finally lost to the third one, who ended up being from the New World. Garp didn't let the third pirate go, but promised to release him once he returned to the Grand Line as long as he continued to fight against Marcus every day and didn't lose. The pirate complained at first, but Garp beat the man senseless and he quickly agreed. Afterwards, he took the pirate back to his ship before he returned and glanced over everyone as he cracked his knuckles as he said, "All right, brats, let's see what you got." "Garp-san, we're not brats," Zoe said as she glared towards Garp along with the other women. Garp waved them off as he said, "You can't beat my grandson in a fight and he's a brat. That makes you a brat too." Marcus shook his head as Garp motioned everyone to attack him as he said, "Stop wasting time and attack." Less than half an hour later, everyone was laying on the ground groaning as Garp laughed over them. When he finally stopped laughing, he said, "All of you are weak, but don't worry. I have almost 3 months to give you all some proper training." Marcus, who was bruised all over, glanced towards Garp as he asked, 3 months? How did you pull that off?" Garp chuckled as he said, "I made sure I left my den mushy behind. It will take at least 2 months before Sengoku sends someone to find me and another month to find me." 97. A bet. Over the next week, Garp started training everyone almost non-stop, and even forced the pirates he captured to spar against everyone. Marcus honestly wasn't sure who had it worse, since Garp would make the pirates fight till they collapsed every day. At least Marcus and the others could still limp back to the ship each night, while Garp had some Marines carry the pirates back. As for the pirate from the New World, he was allowed to walk back and forth himself and only fought with Marcus. He wasn't much of a talker and only did the bare minimum under threats of violence from Garp. But the man was definitely strong and skilled with a sword, so Marcus couldn't complain. Marcus didn't use his attempt at divine departure on the man like he did with Mihawk, since he was using this as an opportunity to polish his swordsmanship more than anything else. Plus, the attack drained him completely most of the time, and he couldn't afford to lose time being weakened when Garp was around ready to train him. About 10 days after Garp arrived, he finally gave everyone a proper rest day. Marcus took that opportunity to go to his spot on the cliff as he practiced guitar as he talked with Yuta. As they were in the middle of practicing, a song Garp showed up out of the blue and sat down before he started eating rice crackers loudly. Marcus ignored him at first, but then Yuta spoke up as she asked, "What's that sound? Is Luffy eating next to you again?" Marcus smirked slightly as he glanced at Garp before he said, "No, it's my grandpa. He's eating rice crackers." "Oh, hi, Grandpa, I'm Yuta," Yuta said in her sing-song voice. Garp finished the crackers in his mouth before he asked, "Yuta, huh? Are you my granddaughter?" Marcus stared at Garp with a deadpan face as Yuta happily said, "I'm Shank's daughter, but if Marcus asks, I'll gladly marry him and take up the family name, Grandpa." Garp's eyes narrowed as he asked, "You're the little red-hair brat's daughter, huh? Are you a pirate too?" "No, I'm a musician, and my dream is to spread my music all over the world and hopefully change the world with it." Garp slowly nodded to himself before he said, "As long as you're not a pirate, you have my permission to marry my grandson." Yuta squealed in delight before she hurriedly said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll be a proper wife and granddaughter and give you lots of great-grandchildren." "What the heck? It's the girl who is supposed to be given away, not the guy, and I still haven't agreed to anything yet," Marcus said in disbelief as Garp raised an eyebrow as he looked at him. Garp snorted before he asked, "A girl wants to marry you and you want to refuse. What's wrong? Is she ugly? Or are you gay?" Yuta went completely silent, and even the area around them seemed to dim as all other noise faded away, as if the world itself waited for Marcus to answer. Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose as he said, "It has nothing to do with that. I'm 9 and she's 11. We're kids and shouldn't be worrying about marriage or anything like that right now." Garp picked his nose as he said, "Oh, I forgot about that. She still has my permission to marry you when she's older as long as she isn't a pirate." "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll make sure he says yes." "Biwahahaha." Garp's laugh rang out loudly as he smacked Marcus on the back with his free hand. Marcus frowned slightly before he shook his head as Garp flicked a booger away. As Garp pulled out another package of rice crackers, he said, "Go back to practicing. That song was pretty good." Yuta and Marcus ended up practicing for another hour as Garp loudly ate snacks nearby and listened. Once finished, they chatted for a few minutes, and Marcus promised to call on his next free day before they ended the call. As Marcus sat there with Garp, he decided to bring up a topic he'd meant to ask about. He glanced towards Garp as he asked, "Do you grow faster after life and death battles?" Garp glanced towards Marcus for a moment before he asked, "You noticed, huh?" Marcus nodded as he said, "For a month or so after my fight with Arlong, my strength quickly increased for a while until it leveled out." Garp placed his crackers down and leaned back against the tree behind him as he said, "I didn't really write about it in my training journal, but the more you push yourself in a fight and the closer you come to death." Garp's voice trailed off as his eyes became unfocused for a few moments before he said, "If you survive those encounters, that's when you truly unlock your body's potential, like you did with that fishman." Garp turned towards Marcus as he said, "But it's also a double-edged sword, and you could easily die from doing it." "Is that how you got so strong?" Garp chuckled for a moment before he said, "Partly, but I also trained a lot too. Even now I still train to keep my body in shape." Marcus nodded slowly as he said, "I've been thinking about leaving to get stronger." Garp frowned slightly as he focused on Marcus and asked, "You're still so weak and you want to leave East Blue?" "Both Shanks and Mihawk said my talent is being wasted here." "Those pirates don't know shit," Garp said in an annoyed tone before he grabbed his rice crackers and started stuffing them into his mouth. "Maybe, but I've felt it myself. I'm stuck at a bottleneck and haven't been able to break past it no matter what I try," Marcus said as he looked out at the sea before he added, "Sure, I've barely even touched on hacky training and I haven't maxed out my training harness yet, but you're making me spar against a pirate from the New World." Garp frowned and finished off his crackers before he said, "If I let you leave, those other idiots will want to leave too." Marcus nodded slowly before he said, "Maybe, but I have an idea that might stop them." Garp stood up as he laughed before he said, "I want to see this." "Right now." Garp picked up Marcus by his shirt collar like he was a kitten as he asked, "Why not?" "Hold on, let me gather up my stuff first," Marcus protested as Garp started to carry him away. Garp glanced back at Marcus's guitar, case, blanket, and other things before he dropped him and said, "Hurry up, I want to see what your idea is." Within an hour, Marcus had gathered everyone who sailed on his ship and brought them to their training area. He didn't explain anything, but he had them bring their weapons. Once everyone arrived, Marcus glanced over them for a few moments before he focused on his brothers and said, "I want to make a bet with you three." Ace stepped forward with a slight frown as he asked, "What kind of bet?" "About when we leave East Blue and truly go out to sea." Luffy smiled happily as he said, "Let's just go now, then I can go find Shanks." Marcus shook his head as he said, "You guys are still too weak, but I'm not." You're only better with your sword, if not I can easily beat you in a fight, Ace said as he leaned on his training naginata, and Sabo slowly nodded in agreement. Marcus smiled as he said, and yet I didn't bring my sword for this. Ace frowned as he asked, and what exactly is this? A bet, if I can beat all of you without a sword, I can leave East Blue whenever I choose, Marcus said before he pointed at his brothers as he added, and you three can't follow me until you're at least 17. His brothers frowned and Luffy was about to speak up when Ace clamped a hand over his face and asked, and if you lose? I'm not going to lose, Marcus said with a smirk. And if you do? Ace asked with narrowed eyes. I'll stay here till I'm 17 too, Marcus said with a helpless shrug. We don't get anything if we win. Marcus glanced at Sabo as he asked, do you want anything? After a few moments of thought, Sabo shook his head, but a moment later Luffy broke free from Ace's grip as he yelled, I want meat. Marcus shook his head before he glanced at Ace as he asked, and you, what do you want? I don't really need anything. Marcus smiled before he reached down and picked up a rock as he said, we start whenever this hits the ground. You're gonna fight all of us without your sword? Kuina asked with a frown. Marcus tossed the rock high into the air as he said, it's the only way to really show these guys how strong I am. Everyone tensed up as they followed the rock through the air, and right as it hit the ground, an overwhelming force slammed into all of them. They knew what it was since they've felt it every day for months now. But the problem was it was a lot stronger than normal, and people quickly dropped to the ground. After a few seconds, Marcus's concentrated haki faltered, and only a handful of people were still up. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Kuina, Zoro, Zoe, and Zeph were still up, some in worse shape than others, but all of them were on their feet. Before anyone could recover from Marcus's opener, he already disappeared and Zoe crumpled to the ground. Marcus flicked towards Zoro next, and as he raised up his Bakkens to block, Marcus just shattered them before he hit Zoro in the face and sent him flying. Marcus twisted out of the way as another Bakken slashed down at his head from the side, and after it passed, he kicked forward. Kuina barely dodged the blow to her stomach as Ace charged in with his training weapon and swung towards Marcus's legs. As the weapon passed through his legs as they faded from view, Ace sensed something from behind and tilted his head just in time as a fist brushed past his hair. A moment later, everyone heard, "Gum gum, pistol." Ace stumbled forward as he was hit in the back as Luffy said, "Sorry, Marcus dodged my attack." Ace's lower back was numb as he shot a glare at Luffy and said, "Marcus is too fast, don't use telegraphed attacks." As that happened, Kuina flew past them and rolled on the ground a few times before she came to a stop and didn't get back up. A moment later, Marcus appeared next to Luffy, and his haki-coated fist slammed into his head from above. Luffy's whole body hit the ground from the blow before his rubber body bounced him back into the air. Marcus didn't stop with that single punch, though, and he quickly rained down a handful of attacks that almost made it seem like he was dribbling Luffy like a basketball. When Sabo and Ace finally swung around to attack Marcus, he disappeared again, and Luffy made no attempt to rise back up. Sabo was targeted next, and even though he dodged a few blows, Marcus was like a ghost that couldn't be touched. Not even a minute later, Sabo dropped to the ground, and Marcus focused on Ace. Ace gritted his teeth as he said, "You're only winning because you're too fast to hit." Marcus smirked as he said, "Not my fault I mastered sorrow, but to make you happy I won't use it anymore." Marcus confidently strode towards Ace, who took a defensive stance and attacked the moment Marcus was in range. Marcus dodged the attack but was forced to step back at the same time. Without the speed boost from Sorrow, Marcus couldn't close the distance to Ace fast enough and ended up blocked by him repeatedly. After a few minutes of back and forth, Marcus overextended slightly and Ace took advantage. Ace viciously swung an overhead attack towards Marcus, who didn't panic but smirked instead. Ace instantly understood it was a trap and tried to redirect his attack, but Marcus parried the weapon towards the ground. Just before it hit, Marcus stomped on it and buried the tip deep into the ground. Marcus then launched forward off the weapon, and Ace's observation haki helped him dodge a knee to the face. Ace rolled to his feet a few feet from his weapon, and Marcus, who now stood in front of it. Ace attempted to get past Marcus a few times so he could recover his weapon, but Marcus blocked him every time with an attack. Marcus smiled slightly as he forced Ace back again and said, "This brings back memories." Ace smiled slightly as he also remembered back to their first real fight where Marcus didn't hold back before he asked, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Marcus slowly nodded as a grin spread across his face before he said, "It would only be proper to finish it how it started." A moment later, both of them rushed towards each other and ignored their observation hacky as it told them both to dodge. Their fists both slammed into the other person's face a moment later, and it didn't stop as both of them traded blows repeatedly. While Ace was older, Marcus was now stronger than him and already used the 5th level of the training harness. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, on the other hand, were still on the 4th level, and it showed as the fight dragged on. Even though they both traded blows equally at first, Marcus's heavier blows caused more damage to Ace, and it quickly showed as Ace's hits became less frequent. Within 5 minutes, Ace could hardly fight back anymore, and with one final swing, Marcus knocked him to the dirt. Marcus glanced down at his brother and the others for a few moments before he turned to the last person standing. Zeph stood off to the side with his arms crossed over his chest as Marcus focused on him and said, "I'm surprised you waited for us to finish our fight." Zeph studied Marcus, who was bruised and slightly bloody from his fight with Ace but still ready to fight. Zeph shook his head as he said, "Even though I've mostly recovered and you helped me with this leg, I can't beat you." Marcus frowned slightly before Zeph laughed and added, "Besides, I don't feel like getting beaten up." Marcus shook his head slightly before he glanced at Garp and said, "They won't be able to leave now." Garp nodded as he asked, "They better not, but when do you plan to leave? You want to join me?" Marcus stood there for a few moments before he asked, "Could we take the long way through the Grand Line and then you drop me off at Sabyati Archipelago?" Garp nodded slowly as he said, "If we go the long way, I could train you more along the way." Garp frowned slightly before he asked, "But why do you want to go to Sabyati?" "There's someone there I'd like to meet and possibly train with." 98 Marcus is. Garp was right when he said it would take about 3 months before he was found. But during those 3 months, he pushed everyone to the absolute limit and forced them past it. While everyone else had decent growth, Marcus's physical strength exploded as he easily reached the 6th rank of the training harness under Garp's specialized training. Part of it was Garp telling the New World pirate to attack Marcus with the intent to kill. While Marcus doubted Garp would let the man actually land a fatal blow, it didn't stop him from trying. Because of that type of training, Marcus was pushed to his absolute limit and left bedridden each time. Within a couple days, he would be back on his feet, and then Garp pushed him till he collapsed for over a week until he forced Marcus to spar with the New World pirate again. Over that 3-month period, the process was repeated 6 times. And when Kohariko finally arrived at the island to look for Garp, Marcus had just finished the 7th training session and was recovering. Garp was in Marcus's room, having just dropped off food for him when Kohariko knocked on the door. Garp shoved a rice cracker in his mouth before he said, "It's open." Kohariko opened the door dressed in civilian clothing, and as he stepped inside he said, "Sorry, Garp-san. Sengoku-san asked me to find you over a month ago. I put it off as long as I could. I figured he would send that brat Smoker to find me. Aren't you already retired?" Kohariko smiled slightly as he said, "I am, but you know how it is. Once a Marine." "Always a Marine," Garp said as he shook his head slightly. Kohariko held up a den mushi as he said, "Sengoku-san wants you to call him immediately." Garp took it, and as he started to dial a number, Kohariko turned towards Marcus with a frown as he asked, "Do you have any idea of the mess you made when you left?" Marcus paused in his eating as he said, "I didn't leave a mess. Smoker was pissed and wanted to chase after you." Marcus shrugged as he said, "And he would have ended up with another ass whooping in front of his troops." Before Kohariko could respond, a pissed-off voice rang out from the den mushi as it asked, "Where the hell have you been, Garp?" Garp placed the snail down on the table as he started to pick his ear with a finger as he said, "I told you I was taking a vacation." It was approved for 1 month. You've been gone for almost 4. Garp stuffed a rice cracker into his mouth with his free hand before he said, "And I told you I was taking at least 2 months or more." Sengoku let out a frustrated sigh before he said, "I don't have time to argue with you. I need you to head directly to the New World and link up with Aokiji." Garp turned serious as he paused, putting another rice cracker into his mouth before he asked, "What happened?" "Big Mom and Kaido are stirring up trouble, and the Red Hair Pirates have been making some moves. I need you there immediately just in case something big happens." Garp laughed as he said, "I'll leave in a few minutes." "You're just going there too?" Sengoku was cut off as Garp hung up the call and tossed the snail back to Kohariko as he said, "If he calls back, don't answer until I'm gone." The snail started to ring a moment later, and Kohariko glanced at it as Garp stood up and said, "Not until I'm gone." Kohariko slowly nodded his head before Garp turned to Marcus and said, "Looks like I won't be able to drop you off." "It's fine, I was getting a ship made anyways." Garp nodded before he said, "I'll go grab you a few things before I take off." Kohariko left with Garp and didn't come back when Garp returned with a small box. Garp opened the box and showed him the contents as he said, "You should know what these are. A log pose and some eternal poses." Garp smiled slightly as he closed the box and placed it on Marcus's table as he said, "You can use the log pose if you want, but I also gave you eternal poses for Alabasta, Water 7, and Sabyati. If you follow them in order, you can quickly reach your goal." Marcus frowned slightly as he asked, "Isn't it faster to just follow the Sabyati pose?" "In theory, but what about supplies and detours? If you stop at those 2 places along the way, you won't have any detours and can resupply easily because they're both large trade hubs." Marcus nodded in understanding before he said, "Thanks, Grandpa. Just make sure those other idiots stay here for now, and be safe, brat," Garp said as he headed towards the door. Just before he walked through it, Marcus said, "I will, and I'll call you once I reach my goal." After Garp left, Marcus focused on healing and then pushed himself with even more training. He still needed to consolidate his gains from his near-death training with the New World Pirate before he did anything else. So another 2 months quickly passed by, and the year ended as Marcus barely reached the 7th level of the training harness. He could now walk around with it activated, but it would take all of his effort to do. As for his brothers, they were still on the 4th level of the harness and couldn't even walk using the 5th level yet. Marcus thought about helping them the way Garp helped him the last few months, but he quickly gave up on that idea since he didn't want to accidentally kill them. Marcus was positive Garp used his observation haki to help stop the fights at just the right time to get the most impact. And if not? Well, Marcus didn't want to think about it because he really felt like he was gonna die after each fight. He had faith in Garp, but the sword slash across his neck said otherwise. It was mostly healed by now and probably wouldn't leave a scar. But Marcus saw his new life flash before his eyes when it happened, and Garp hadn't so much as blinked at the time. There was also the time the pirate missed his heart by a hair and punctured his lung. Marcus shook his head to clear it as he focused back on his ship and trimmed the sail. Besides training, Marcus spent a lot of his time testing his ship and sending information back to Frank. Actually, he was currently sailing his ship back to Logtown as the others followed on their normal ship. It was something Marcus needed to do so Frank could find any hidden issues with the design after being sea-tested. The plan was to drop the ship off and then go hunt pirates while Frank worked on Marcus's new ship. Since it was a lot smaller than Zeph's and some parts of it were already made, it would easily be done before his next birthday, which meant Marcus would enter the Grand Line before his 10th birthday. As for Zeph, he was brought along since he was their cook, but his ship was left docked at the village. It was slow compared to either of Marcus's ships and wouldn't be needed for hunting pirates. The only issue would be how Smoker would handle it when they showed up in Logtown. The last thing Marcus did in his preparation for leaving was learning how to cook under Zeph. He wasn't doing full training to be a chef or anything, but he wanted more than the basics so he could survive alone at sea. Marcus already knew how to cook somewhat from his memories, but he figured it never hurt to learn more. The trip to Logtown was pretty quick, and Marcus took his ship directly to Frank and his dry dock when they arrived. The other ship headed for the main port to dock and resupply before they took off to hunt pirates. After Marcus talked with Frank about the ship's design and a few minor things, he handed over half of the money for the construction of the ship before he headed to the dock. When he reached there, he found Smoker with a frown on his face as he stood next to his ship. Marcus put on a friendly smile as he asked, "Smoker, long time no see, how have you been?" Smoker's right eye twitched as he bit down on his cigar and took a deep pull from it. After he exhaled a large plume of smoke, he said, "Don't act like we're friends." "Oh, I know, we're acquaintances at best, but that doesn't mean we can't be friendly with each other." "You call knocking me and my men out friendly?" Smoker asked with a frown. "My grandpa knocks me out at least once or twice whenever he visits and we're family," Marcus said with a careless shrug. Smoker shook his head slightly before he said, "Come to the base, I want to spar with you." Marcus smirked slightly before he glanced towards the ship and yelled, "Usopp, tell everyone I'll be back in a little while." Usopp's head barely peeked out from the top of the crow's nest before he said, "Yes, sir." Marcus walked with Smoker to the base in silence, and once there, they headed towards a large training ground. It was currently empty, and after they arrived, Smoker turned towards Marcus and said, "I want you to fight me without your sword and don't use any of the marine powers." Marcus smirked as he asked, "You asked to spar and you want to give me a handicap too?" Smoker bit down on his cigar as he said, "Garp said to train more, but no one here can push me properly." Marcus nodded slightly before he said, "All right, I can do that, but I want you to fight me with your devil fruit powers and don't hold back." "I didn't plan to." Marcus chuckled as he said, "Good." The both separated, and after getting into place, they watched each other for a few moments before they rushed forward. Smoker's right arm shot forward like a rocket powered by his smoke as he said, "White blow." Marcus shifted his head slightly to let it slip past his head as he charged forward and swung his haki-coated fist at Smoker's chest. A moment later, Smoker was blown backwards as he stared at Marcus in disbelief. Smoker rolled across the ground a couple times before he jumped up to his feet and rubbed his chest as he asked, "You know haki?" Marcus just smirked before he charged towards Smoker again, who frowned slightly, but threw another white blow towards the incoming Marcus. Marcus easily dodged the blow, and when close enough, he threw another body blow at Smoker. This time, Smoker elementalized his body and formed a hole that Marcus's arm passed through. Marcus raised an eyebrow slightly as he jumped backwards to not be caught as Smoker attempted to grab him. Over the next hour, Smoker and Marcus went back and forth fighting. While Smoker was mostly on the losing end of the fight, his use of his devil fruit power gave Marcus good experience. Smoker might have been a little weak and relied too much on his devil fruit, but the man learned quickly. Over the fight, he quickly learned to make holes in his body whenever Marcus attacked him. Marcus still landed hits sometimes, but that was only because he was faster and had observation haki. When Smoker finally collapsed to the ground completely out of breath, Marcus wasn't even winded. Marcus smirked slightly as he glanced down at Smoker and said, "You really need to work on your stamina." Smoker, who was bruised all over, slowly sat up as he asked, "How the hell are you so strong?" "I've been training almost non-stop since I could walk, and Gramps always comes up with more crazy ways to train us." Smoker pulled out a new cigar, lit it up, and he took a long pull from it before he said with a frown, "I've been in the Marines longer than you've been alive. You shouldn't be this much stronger than me. You've never pushed yourself properly." Smoker glanced up with narrowed eyes as he said, "I trained under Zephyr and completed the Marine Officer Training Program." Marcus chuckled as he asked, "You trained under old man Zephyr? I met him years ago. You know what he said when he saw how my grandpa trained us?" Smoker shook his head, so Marcus said, "He told Gramps to stay away from his students because they weren't freaks like we are." Marcus broke into a belly laugh as Smoker frowned slightly. When Marcus calmed down, he focused on Smoker as he said, "The funny part is everyone on my ship does the training Zephyr thought was too much for his students, even Tashigi." Marcus offered his hand to Smoker and helped pull him up as he said, You don't need to be special to do Grandpa's training, you just need to work your way up to it, step by step, and push your body past its limits. If you want, I can show you our current training routine before we leave, Marcus said after he let go of Smoker's hand. Smoker slowly nodded, so Marcus said, "All right, I'll write out the whole thing and then show you examples real quick." Almost 2 hours passed before Marcus walked out of the Marine base alone and left a stunned Smoker behind. The list Marcus left was ridiculous, and he didn't believe it was possible for anyone to do in a single day. But Marcus easily finished one of the exercises without much effort just to prove it was possible. And then he dropped the bomb that he normally did that same exercise weighted down. Smoker studied the list in his hand again before he looked back towards Marcus, who was whistling as he walked away. Only one thought flashed through his mind as he watched Marcus disappear from view, and that was he was a little monster like his grandfather. 99. Saying goodbye. The next 3 months were a blur as Marcus and the others hunted pirates and took breaks at Logtown. Originally, Marcus only planned to hunt pirates, but any time he showed up, Smoker would be there to collect the pirates and wanted to spar. So Marcus would give everyone a day off as he went to spar with Smoker. Smoker, for his part, actually put in effort and followed the training list Marcus gave him. He didn't have a training harness, but he did have access to training weights, so he used those instead. Marcus also gave the man a few ideas on how to use his devil fruit powers in more creative ways. It was mostly in ways that he used after the time skip in the manga. As for theories like making people breathe carbon monoxide, Marcus didn't bring those up since he wasn't sure how he could counter them if they ever became true enemies. Probably with Haki, but Marcus didn't feel like taking that chance. About a month before Marcus's 10th birthday, he received a call from Frank who told him his ship was completed. Marcus and the others were already headed back to Logtown with another group of pirates at the time, so Marcus just told him he would be there soon. When they arrived at Logtown, Smoker was there to collect the pirates and asked, "I heard your ship is ready. When do you plan to leave?" "In a few days after a quick shakedown cruise." Smoker glanced towards Zeph, who just walked down the gangplank with Sanji and Jin, as he asked, "And what about your crew?" "Ace is gonna take over as captain, but I am gonna have them focus on physical training after I leave. None of the pirates have been a challenge to them lately," Marcus said as he looked towards the latest batch of captured pirates. Smoker nodded slowly before he asked, "Wanna have another spar before you leave?" "Sure," Marcus said before he started walking towards the Marine base. Their fight lasted over 4 hours since Smoker refused to give up until he collapsed from exhaustion. Once finished, Marcus said farewell and headed to check out his ship. At the dry dock, he met Frank, who eagerly showed him the completed ship as he asked, "What do you think?" Marcus stood on a platform overlooking the ship and studied it for a few moments before he said, "It's perfect. Hopefully it will last me through the Grand Line. I've never been, but I've read about the place, so I reinforced both hulls and the mast." Marcus nodded as he asked, "What are the dimensions?" "Since you wanted it designed to be run by a single person, I made it smaller than a standard caravel. It's just under 30 feet in length with a 15-foot beam width, and the mast is just over 30 feet tall," Frank said with a smile before he waved towards the ship and added, "Let me give you a tour." The ship itself was built a lot like a standard 30-foot catamaran with its two-hull design. Both hulls were as narrow as possible, and while most ships could carry a ton of cargo, Marcus's ship was designed only for speed. The two hulls were connected at the very front by a large beam. From that beam to the bridge was an area covered in a thick canvas stretched tight that acted as a deck. The bridge itself was where the helm was mounted along with the drive train for the hydrofoil system. It wasn't large by any means and only had a few seats, but it could be completely sealed from the elements and also had a place where Marcus could string a hammock if needed. Connected to the bridge were entryways to both hulls. The left hull acted as the galley and had some room for storage that could also be accessed through a cargo hatch on top of the hull. As for the right hull, it was basically the same for storage, except it was designed with a bedroom and bathroom. Behind the bridge itself was a small deck with a boat that could be used when there was no dock. Marcus didn't really need it because he had Jeppo, but it would work if he needed to load in supplies. As for the mast, it was integrated into the bridge but didn't obstruct his view. After the main tour, Frank showed Marcus the hydrofoils and propellers underneath the ship before his men launched it into the water. Besides the ship itself, Frank prepared a couple extra sails, canvas patches, spare parts for the drive train, and a handful of other things that were already stored away. Before Marcus jumped on the ship for the shakedown cruise, Frank stopped him and handed him a thick booklet as he said, "Here are the blueprints for everything we made, in case you need to rebuild something or want to remake the ship." Marcus happily took them as he said, "Thanks, Frank. Don't mention it and remember to call me, and let me know how she handles on the Grand Line." Marcus joined before he jumped over to his ship and waved goodbye as he said, "Don't worry, I will." Marcus didn't take the ship to the dock at first, but opened the sail up and headed out to sea until it was close to dinner time. Since they arrived in the early morning, that gave Marcus almost 6 hours out on the water as he tested out the ship. Over the next few days, he headed out before dawn and didn't return until dinner or later as he pushed the ship as much as he could. Once he was satisfied with it, he transferred his belongings over to the ship and then bought supplies for his trip. The night before he left his brothers and everyone else decided to throw a going-away birthday party for him. It was held inside the galley of his old ship that was now commanded by Ace, who took over his old room. Out of everyone, Luffy was the most emotional as he cried and said, "Why are you leaving? We're supposed to go out to sea together, remember? You're supposed to be my first mate." Marcus punched Luffy with his khaki-coated fist as he said, "I never said I would be your first mate, nor did I say I would go out to sea with you. If anyone should be your first mate, it's Zoro or Kuina." "Huh, why them and not me? Actually, why can't I be the captain?" Usopp asked as he glanced towards Marcus. "Because I'm gonna be king of the pirates, so I have to be the captain," Luffy said with his face surprisingly dry of tears now. Marcus chuckled as Luffy and Usopp started bickering back and forth. The overall party was subdued with everyone wishing Marcus a safe journey. After the party finished, Marcus ended up going onto the deck with Ace, who he wanted to talk with. They stood next to the railing of the ship as they watched the full moon over the dark water of the bay. Marcus broke the silence after a few moments and said, "You guys should head back and focus on training again." "I was thinking the same thing since Sabo, and I need more haki practice." Marcus nodded before he said, "Go back to Kakashi village, and I'll have someone join you guys there to help with training." "Who?" "Someone who owes me a favor or two and can help train you guys in haki. I'll contact him after I set sail," Marcus said with a smile. Ace frowned slightly since Marcus didn't elaborate before he asked, "Fine, you're planning to leave, aren't you?" Marcus smirked as he said, "I've already told everyone goodbye. There's no need for all of you to send me off. Besides, I've had enough of Luffy crying." Ace shook his head as he said, "It's gonna be even worse if you leave and he doesn't get to watch." "That sounds like a you problem," Marcus said with a smirk. Ace punched Marcus in the arm as he said, "Dick." After a few moments, Ace pulled Marcus into a hug as he said, "Be safe, little brother." Marcus returned the hug as he said, "I'll be fine. I'm not a hothead like you who rushes into things without thinking." Ace playfully shoved Marcus away as he said, "Fuck off." They both stood in silence for a few more moments before Marcus said, "All right, I'm heading out. Don't slack off on your training. I expect a decent fight the next time we meet." "Don't worry, you'll have one," Ace said as Marcus clapped him on the shoulder before he headed towards his ship. After Marcus left, Ace headed into the ship and started ringing the alarm bell to get everyone's attention. Within moments, everyone started coming out of their rooms, and once they saw Ace, he yelled, "Marcus is leaving. Let's go see him off." "What?" half the crew asked at the same time. "Is he trying to leave without saying goodbye?" Sabo asked with a frown. Marcus said he already did, so he didn't want us to send him off, but screw that, let's go see him off, Ace said as he waved everyone outside. Everyone rushed out of the ship and down to the dock to find Marcus as he removed the mooring lines for his ship. He was at the last one when Luffy's arms stretched out to grab him before he rocketed into Marcus. Marcus didn't try to dodge, but was forced back by the blow before he glanced down at Luffy, who was a blubbering mess of tears and snot. Marcus hugged Luffy back as he asked, "Why are you crying, idiot? You were gonna leave without saying goodbye." "I already said goodbye at the party," Marcus said as he glanced up at everyone who was now surrounding him. "Jerk, you can't just leave without saying goodbye," Sabo said as he punched Marcus in the arm. Marcus shook his head before he said, "I already did, but whatever." Marcus smacked Luffy over the head as he said, "Let go, you little cry baby. But then you'll leave." "Exactly, now let go, you little monkey," Marcus said as he tried to remove Luffy's arms from around his waist. "No, I don't want you to leave." Marcus finished removing the last line from the dock before he coated his fist in haki and slammed it into Luffy's head. Luffy's grip broke as he slammed into the deck, and Marcus jumped over to his ship as he said, "Someone hold Luffy so he doesn't get any stupid ideas." Ace and Sabo helped Luffy up but held him in place as Marcus waved at everyone and said, "I don't know if I'll come back here, but I'm positive we'll all see each other again someday. Stay safe, you guys." Everyone waved back and said their goodbyes as Marcus raised the sail and his ship started to pull away from the dock. Luffy, who was still crying, yelled out, "You better not join another crew. You're my first mate." "Shut up, Luffy. I'm not gonna be a pirate." Ace covered Luffy's mouth as he said, "Stay safe and don't forget to call us." "I will, and make sure you head back to Kakyashi village in a couple days." "We're going back home?" Nami asked as she watched Marcus pull away from the dock. "Yeah, we're going to be training more with someone Marcus knows." Everyone watched as Marcus's ship disappeared from view before they finally headed inside. Marcus didn't waste any time after he left and skirted around the island before he checked his compass and corrected his course. Once he adjusted everything, Marcus moved the bicycle into place and engaged the drive train. It only took moments for Marcus to generate enough power for the ship to lift out of the water on its hydrofoils. The ship's speed was even more impressive than the smaller test ship, and was easily double what it could reach with the improved design changes Frank made even with it being larger. Through the night, Marcus adjusted the sail and used the bicycle to speed towards the red line. Early the next morning, as the sun kissed the early morning sky, a massive red-colored rock face loomed in the distance. Marcus didn't even pause to take in the view as he focused on where the entrance to the Grand Line was. It was extremely close to the calm belt, and the water around the area was extremely rough from the currents that pulled water up Reverse Mountain. Marcus didn't need to search for long, and he quickly found the iconic entrance. As he approached, he quickly reefed his sail and let the main tidal current pull his ship towards the entrance. With the small width of his ship, he didn't need to worry about anything and just kept a firm grip on the helm as he steered into the middle of the entrance. From there, Marcus let the rushing water do all the work, and as the boat entered into the channel leading upwards. Within moments, the boat picked up speed, but not as fast as a normal monohull ship would. Even so, Marcus started to pedal backwards on the bicycle to fight the current and slow down even more. He knew what was about to happen, and while he trusted his boat, there was no need to damage it if it could be prevented. With that in mind, Marcus used the propellers to help slow the ship down, and by the time it reached the top, it didn't fly through the air. Instead, it reached the peak and gently floated out into the lake. With one of his major concerns for the start of his journey out of the way, Marcus smiled as he turned towards the real entrance to the Grand Line. For how fast the current leading to the top was, the lake at the top was pretty calm. Marcus studied each entrance for a few moments before he turned towards the exit path and steered his ship towards it. Marcus didn't hesitate or waste any time as his ship entered the true entrance to the Grand Line and headed downwards towards adventure. His first stop, Laboon and Crocus. 100 Twin Cape. The main entrance into the Grand Line was almost like a massive water slide for ships, since the current was so strong it kept Marcus's ship completely centered all the way down. Unlike the original story, Marcus didn't run into Laboon, who was blocking the entrance. Instead, he was smoothly shot out of the entrance, and his ship's hydrofoils engaged because of the speed. Marcus used that speed to turn his ship back towards the lighthouse, and after 10 minutes was tied off at a small dock. With his ship secured, Marcus made a quick breakfast before he headed up to meet Crocus. Marcus chose the lighthouse on the left side of the entrance because that was where he remembered Crocus living from the original story. Well, when he wasn't inside of Laboon, that is. As Marcus approached his observation, Hacky didn't pick up anyone, which made him frown slightly. But he still knocked on the door loudly before he waited for someone to answer. After a few minutes and a couple knocks, Marcus gave up because he knew Crocus was most likely inside Laboon. With that thought in mind, Marcus headed back to his ship and then used his observation Hacky to try and find them. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense either of them in the water. Currently, his Hacky wasn't good enough to tell exactly what was in the water. He could definitely sense some massive creatures, but whether or not they were Laboon, Marcus had no way to tell. Marcus thought about leaving but decided to wait a bit and see if Laboon surfaced at some point. Plus, Marcus could use a good nap, so he strung out his hammock and relaxed in it. Within minutes, he was completely out and didn't wake up till well past noon. Marcus took a few minutes to stretch his body before he flared his observation Hacky to look for Crocus again. He didn't find him in his lighthouse. Marcus headed to the galley and made himself a few large sandwiches which he ate on the bridge as he watched the water. Once finished, he pulled out his den mushy and dialed a number. A cheerful woman answered as she asked, "Moshi, Moshi, who is it?" Marcus paused for a moment before he asked, "This is Marcus. I was trying to contact Kuma." "Marcus?" the woman yelled out in excitement. "Yeah, and you ours." "I'm Ginny. Kuma said I would have died if it wasn't for you," Ginny said in a grateful tone of voice. Marcus smiled to himself as he said, "I just gave him some advice. It was other people who saved you." "No way. You were the one who made everything possible that helped save me and Bonnie in the first place. That means you deserve the most credit." Marcus didn't plan to argue with her over him just giving advice, so he changed the subject as he asked in a joking tone, "Speaking of Bonnie, are you and Kuma trying to give her some younger siblings yet?" "Yes," Ginny blurted out and quickly went silent for a few moments before she added, "Well, hopefully. Dr. Cura has said I might not be able to have any more because of what the disease did to my body." "Sorry to hear that. I wish you both the best of luck." "It's fine. Just being alive and able to see Kuma and Bonnie every day is more than enough for me," Ginny said in a voice filled with happiness. "Look, Mama, look," a young girl's voice said excitedly. "Oh, that looks beautiful, sweetheart," Ginny said before she added, "Kuma dear, you're just in time. Someone called for you." A moment later, a man said, "This is Kuma, go ahead." "Kuma, it's Marcus." "Marcus, do you need something? Just ask and I'll do it," Kuma said quickly in a serious tone. "I do need something, but I told you before there's no need to say anything like that." "Why not? I owe you more than I'll ever be able to repay," Kuma said as Ginny swooned in the background. Marcus chuckled before he said, "Kuma, I helped you, Ginny, and Bonnie because it was the right thing to do, so don't think about it like some kind of debt you need to repay." "No way. If we can help you with something, we'll gladly do it," Ginny chimed in before Kuma added, "You might not consider there's a debt, but we do." Marcus stared out at the sea for a few moments before he said, "I was planning to ask for a little favor, but I guess if you do this for me, I want you to consider your debt cleared." "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to move to Kakyashi village in the Konomi Islands of East Blue for a while and train my brothers and some friends in Haki," Marcus said as he leaned back in his chair. "You're not with them?" Ginny asked instead of Kuma. "My grandpa gave me permission to head out to sea. I just entered the Grand Line this morning, and I'm currently at Twin Cape lighthouses waiting for Crocus to show up." "Do they already know about Haki?" "Grandpa started training us in it almost a year ago. I'm the most advanced out of everyone, which is why I was allowed to leave early," Marcus said in a proud tone of voice. "You don't want me to come train you in Haki instead?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "I'm actually on a journey to go meet someone for Haki and sword training. That's why I want your help with training my brothers and friends." Don't worry, Marcus. Between me and Kuma, they'll all be masters in no time, Ginny said cheerfully. Thanks, they should be leaving Logtown today or tomorrow, so they won't be back to the island for at least a week, so you don't have to be in a rush to get there, Marcus said after a moment of thought. All right, how long do you plan to stay at Twin Cape, and where are you going afterwards? I'll stay here for a day or two. After that I'm headed towards Sabyati for training, Marcus said as he glanced towards the box Garp gave him. I can give you an eternal pose for a revolutionary base hidden in Sabyati if you want. Marcus smiled as he said, My grandpa already gave me everything I need, but thank you. I appreciate the offer. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, we're gonna start packing. Nope, just that, and thanks again, Kuma, Marcus said as he hung up his den mushy. On the other side of the call, Ginny glanced at the snail as she asked, Did he just hang up? Kuma chuckled softly as he said, He's a lot like his father. Ginny started to laugh before she asked, Should we go now? Of course, Kuma said as he put the snail away and stood up. As Kuma and Ginny went to pack, Marcus glanced over the sea for a while and tried to think of a way to find Laboon and Crocus. He doubted they left the area for supplies, but he figured Laboon should have come up for air by now. Maybe he missed it when he took his nap, but he should have noticed something like that since he was a light sleeper unless he was completely exhausted. With nothing else to do, Marcus grabbed his acoustic guitar from his room and started to practice. He played different songs for almost an hour before he glanced down at his guitar and had an idea that the more he thought about made perfect sense. Within an hour, Marcus had his electric guitar hooked up and the main speaker box suspended over the water angled downwards. It was held in place by ropes and connected to the mast so it wouldn't fall in. Once it was secure, Marcus moved the microphone and stand he recently purchased from Jasmine into place. He played a few test chords and tuned his guitar while he also warmed up his voice before he started to play a song he was sure every One Piece fan knew. Marcus turned up the volume on the amplifier before he strummed a slow melody and sang into the microphone. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. As he started the song, nothing happened, but Marcus wasn't disappointed. He figured it might not work in the first place as he sang, Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Bink's brew. See wind blows to where, who knows, the waves will be our guide. The water a good distance from his ship started to bubble as Marcus continued. O'er across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. The birds, they sing of cheerful things in circles passing by. The water churned as a massive silhouette appeared under the water as Marcus smiled slightly before he sang. Bid farewell to Weaver's town. Say so long to port renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver waves, Changan into water sprays, sailing out on our journey to the ends of the sea. The massive scared head of an island whale broke the surface of the water as sea water sprayed into the air. Even though Laboon finally arrived, Marcus didn't stop singing as he continued. Gather up all of the crew. Time to ship out Bink's brew. Pirates we will divide and conquer all the seas. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our bed. Hoisted high up on the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Laboon turned slightly so his eye could focus on Marcus, who smiled as he said into the microphone, Come on, Laboon, you should know the words. Marcus continued playing his guitar as he sang the next lines. Somewhere in the endless sky, a storm has started common by. Waves are dancing, having fun, it's time to sound the drums. If we let blow winds of fear, then the end of us is near. Even so, tomorrow the sun will rise again. As Marcus finished those lines, Laboon tilted his head back, and as Marcus sang the next chorus, Laboon joined in as his cry shook the whole area. Marcus finished up the song over a minute later with Laboon's help, and once the song was finished, he made a happy sound before he stared at Marcus expectantly with one eye. Marcus smirked at Laboon before he asked, Oh, you want an encore? Laboon nodded his massive head that caused Marcus's boat to bounce on the waves before Marcus said, All right, I'll play you a few more songs. Marcus quickly played with his pedal, and a more modern sound came from the speaker before Marcus started to play Free Bird. At first, Laboon just watched, but as the song continued, his eye crinkled slightly before he raised his head out of the water and let out a joyous sound near the end of the song. As soon as it finished, Marcus clicked a button on his pedal and started playing Misty Mountain Hop. Over the next half an hour, Marcus played almost 10 songs before he finally said, "All right, that's the last one for now, Laboon. I'm gonna take a break and get a snack." Laboon opened his mouth a tiny bit and let out a sound that Marcus took as okay before he placed his guitar down in its stand. He quickly headed inside and made some more sandwiches before he came back out and sat on the edge of his ship. Laboon was still there watching him with one eye, so he asked, "Do you know where Crocus is?" Laboon didn't answer, but an older man's voice came from him as a hatch hidden on Laboon's head opened up as it asked, "I'm right here, and who are you?" Crocus popped out of the hatch a moment later as he stared down at Marcus. Marcus pointed at the left side of his face as he said, "Monkey D. Marcus, my grandpa said you healed me when I was still a baby." Crocus studied Marcus for a few moments before he said, "I remember you, even though you were already healing when you showed up." Crocus closed the match and locked it before he jumped over to Marcus's boat with surprising ease. Once there, he studied Marcus again before he said, "Aren't you a little young? You didn't run away, right? I really don't want to deal with Garp if he shows up." Marcus chuckled for a moment before he said, "No, Gramps gave me permission to leave because I'm strong enough to protect myself in paradise." Crocus wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead as he said, "Good, I hate dealing with that maniac." Marcus offered one of his sandwiches to Crocus as he asked, "You want one?" "Sure," Crocus said as he sat down next to Marcus and took the offered food. They both sat in silence eating for a few minutes before Crocus asked, "So what brought you to Paradise, kid?" "Training. My swordsmanship is at a bottleneck and I need more practice with Haki. I figured old man Rayleigh on Sabyati was my best option." Crocus paused with the sandwich halfway to his mouth as he asked, "Did your grandpa tell you that?" Marcus shook his head as he said, "No, I saw it in a dream." Crocus frowned slightly as he asked, "You're planning to go all the way to Sabyati because you had a dream?" "Kinda, but that's only because my dreams aren't actually dreams. They are either visions of the future or sometimes glances of the past," Marcus said as he gestured to Laboon as he said, "That's why I know Laboon likes music so much." Crocus narrowed his eyes as Laboon's large eye looked sad. Marcus watched them both for a moment before he said, "I also know about Laboon's promise with the Rumbar pirates." Instantly, Crocus and Laboon both focused on Marcus, who smiled as he said, "In my dreams, I saw what happened to them, and I know that they never forgot their promise to you." Laboon's eye crinkled up, and Crocus was about to say something when Marcus raised his hand and said, "They all died, but Brook's devil fruit allowed him to come back to life. He's still alive and is trying to find a way back to you. But when I went out to sea, I heard rumors that they tried to escape the Grand Line through the calm belt." Marcus shook his head as he said, "Captain Yorkie and some members of the crew contracted a terrible disease. To not spread it to everyone else, they left the ship and tried to escape to find help." Crocus frowned and Laboons looked about ready to cry when Marcus said, "Brook became the new captain and continued on with their goal being to honor their promise to Laboon. Unfortunately, they fought an enemy who used poison, and while they won, they were all dying from the poison." Laboon lifted his head and let out a mournful cry that shook the water and Marcus's ship for almost a minute. Once finished, it looked like he was about to do it again when Marcus yelled, "They died, but Brook is still alive because of his devil fruit, Laboon." Laboon dropped his head back into the water and looked at Marcus with one eye that was clearly crying, and Crocus asked, "If that's the case, why hasn't he come back?" They were in the Florian Triangle when it happened, and Brook came back as a spirit. The fog and how that place works made it impossible to find his body. I'm not completely sure when he finds it, but even after he does, his ship has a broken rudder, so he is stuck there. Crocus let out a sigh as he studied Marcus for a while before he asked, "All right, say we believe you. You're telling me Brook is currently trapped as some sort of spirit in the Florian Triangle." Marcus nodded as he said, Something like that. Are you going to find him? Marcus shook his head as he said, No, I already dreamed of my brother finding him when he goes out to sea, and Brooke will join his crew as the musician. Marcus turned to focus on Laboon as he asked, You've already waited 40 years. You think you can wait 10 or 15 more for Brooke to return? Laboon studied Marcus for a while before he slowly started to nod his massive head. Marcus smiled wide as he asked, Good. I promise you'll hear about Brooke in the news within the next 8 years or so, but you're not allowed to bang your head against the red line anymore. Got it? Laboon nodded slowly again as Marcus said, Good. But you both also have to do something for me when you meet my brother. 101. Pit stop in Alabasta. After talking with Crocus and Laboon for a while, Marcus kept his promise and played music for Laboon again. He ended up playing for a few hours and then chatted with Crocus for a while about his adventures on Roger's ship until dinner time. Crocus actually invited Marcus inside Laboon and they ate dinner at his house there. After dinner, they talked a bit longer before Marcus called it a night and headed back to his ship. The next morning after breakfast, Marcus played some more songs for Laboon before he said goodbye and set sail for Alabasta. While his dream was to explore the world, he had no plan to do it now since his main concern was gaining strength. Once he had enough strength, then he would worry about chasing his dream. Plus, who wants to explore the world alone? It's better to do it with friends. With that in mind, Marcus headed towards Alabasta at top speed as he used the hydrofoils and drive train to cruise over the water. Within hours of setting out, Marcus ran into a large tropical storm, but the sealed bridge kept him dry as he continued to pedal during the rough water. The storm itself wasn't that bad, and within an hour Marcus passed through it. It wasn't the only weather he ran into, though, as within a few minutes of leaving the storm, he entered a thick fog bank. The fog bank wasn't a problem for Marcus, who focused his observation hacky directly in front of his ship. The fog bank only lasted a few minutes before the sky was covered in clouds again, and it started snowing. The snow turned into hail, which pelted his ship for almost an hour before the sky cleared, and it was blazing hot for half an hour. Marcus, who was inside the bridge, realized that while he was protected from most of the weather, it wasn't insulated very well. So when the temperature changed, he quickly felt it inside the bridge. After the blazing heat, Marcus ran into massive cyclones that towered into the clouds above. Marcus didn't want to mess with them, so he turned the ship to avoid them. It took him slightly off course for an hour, but it was better than possibly losing his ship. The rest of the day was spent dealing with erratic weather patterns, and Marcus only stepped away from the helm a couple times to eat and use the bathroom. Throughout the day, Marcus saw ships and even an island in the distance, but Marcus focused on his goal. Even at night, Marcus didn't stop pedaling and kept his ship running at full speed. With his current strength, it wasn't hard to do, but he still took a few breaks to rest as he just used the sail. The night was thankfully less chaotic than the day, and Marcus only ran into a few weather-related issues. The next day was much the same, with Marcus not sleeping as he considered the whole trip endurance training. While the original journey going island to island took the Straw Hats around 12 days to reach Alabasta, Marcus made it in 3 with no sleep. Not only was his journey mostly a straight line, his ship's top speed was easily 3 times the speed of a normal caravel-sized ship. With those factors, Marcus easily reached the coast of Alabasta a little past sunrise on the 3rd day. It took him another hour or so to reach the port town of Nanohana, where he docked his ship and paid the port fee before he passed out in his bed. Marcus had no idea how much time passed before a cannon blast woke him back up. Still half asleep and grumpy from being woken up, Marcus grabbed his sword and headed above deck. When he exited the bridge of his ship, he spotted a pirate ship that just docked, and pirates were pouring out of it as another cannon blast went off. Marcus narrowed his eyes in annoyance before he disappeared from his ship. A moment later, Marcus appeared where the pirates were clashing with city and port guards and started sending them flying with his fists. Within moments, the wild melee turned into a one-sided massacre as Marcus tore through the pirates like they were paper. After Marcus helped the guards out, he turned towards the pirates that stopped short of the fight. They were all staring in his direction with fear in their eyes before he rocketed towards them and sent them flying like bowling pins. The pirates quickly realized they couldn't win and tried to retreat to their ship, but Marcus didn't give them a chance. He was so fast that the only reason people knew he moved was because another pirate went flying. It took Marcus not even 10 minutes to dismantle the entire crew, along with its captain who didn't even last a single exchange. Once finished, Marcus turned to head back to his ship when he was stopped by the captain of the city guard who arrived. He bowed to Marcus as he said, "Thank you for your help. If you like, we can pay you out for the pirates' bounties and turn them into the Navy instead. We would take a small percentage of the money, though, as a convenience charge." "That's fine. You can do the same thing for their ship and whatever loot you find. Just sell it and add it to the bounty reward. I'll collect it later," Marcus said as he started to walk back to his ship as he let out a yawn. The captain glanced at the ship for a moment before he said, "We normally turn the ships over to the Marines because of the piracy law in place." Marcus glanced over his shoulder as he asked, "Are there any Marines here?" The man shook his head as he said, "No, our kingdom has no Marine presence and we will have to call them for pickup." "Then tell them the ship was sunk during the fight and then get it sold or I'll sink it for real," Marcus said before he headed back to his ship. The captain stared at Marcus as he walked away before he let out a sigh. If there was one thing he learned over his long career, it was to just follow orders as long as it didn't affect the people he was protecting. If someone that strong wanted him to sell the ship and treasure, he wouldn't argue with them since he didn't have the proper strength to do so. With that in mind, he started having his men clear out the pirate ship and went to find a buyer. Marcus, on the other hand, went back to his ship, stripped out of his clothes and took a hot shower before he dried off and went back to sleep. Marcus ended up sleeping through the day this time and woke up around dinner time. After getting dressed, Marcus headed out and after asking around was pointed in the direction of the city guard headquarters. As Marcus walked inside, a woman behind the front desk looked up and asked, "Welcome, what can I help you with?" "I came to collect money from the pirates who attacked this morning." The woman took a second look at Marcus before she said, "Please wait here." She disappeared into the back for a few minutes as a man came out and took her place. The man glanced at Marcus but said nothing as he stood behind the desk with his arms crossed over his chest. When the woman reappeared, the guard captain was behind her, and when he saw Marcus he said, "I was wondering when you would show up." "I figured I would give you time to sell everything," Marcus said with a shrug. The guard captain held up a large bag as he said, "I had everything taken care of by the afternoon. This is just over 100 million. Marcus raised an eyebrow as the woman and the other guard who hadn't left yet both asked, 100 million. The captain was a famous pirate from North Blue and had a bounty over 50 million alone. Marcus nodded in understanding before he took the bag and tossed it carelessly over his shoulder as he said, "Thanks for your hard work." Marcus didn't wait for anything else as he quickly headed out of the building while the woman and other guard asked the captain about Marcus. The captain could only helplessly explain he didn't even know Marcus's name. Marcus, with a bag full of money, decided to go shopping for some supplies first before he went to dinner. While he didn't really need to buy anything, he figured it was better to be safe than sorry about his supplies. After restocking his ship, Marcus asked around for a good restaurant and quickly found one near the port. It had a nice view of the sea, and even though it was now dark, Marcus found the view of the dark water lit by a waning moon beautiful. Dinner itself was great, with Marcus ordering almost half the items on the menu. While he couldn't eat as much as Luffy, Marcus could still pack away a lot of food and had already figured out the basics of life return. At least to the point where his body quickly digested food within minutes. After his meal, Marcus ended up walking around the city for a few hours as he explored the port town. It was definitely a major trade hub with a massive port that seemed to run 24 hours a day. At least that's what it seemed like as ships kept arriving as Marcus headed back to his ship around midnight. Marcus took another shower to relax before he headed to bed for the night. The next day, Marcus woke up well after sunrise and headed into town for breakfast. His plan was to rest for the day and then leave first thing tomorrow morning for Water 7. After breakfast, he walked through a large open-air market and bought a few things for himself. He also searched for high-end alcohol that he bought by the barrel. He mostly focused on stuff that was considered good and hard to find. since if he was gonna ask the Dark King for training, he figured it was best to come with gifts. Buying the alcohol proved to be a bit of a problem at first, since Marcus, even with his scar, still looked like a kid even though he was about 5 feet tall at this point. At the first vendor who refused to sell Marcus alcohol, he just took out the money for the barrels and placed it on the table before he reached over and took them. The vendor quickly raised a big fuss about it, and guards arrived within moments to find out what was going on. When the vendor accused Marcus of stealing, Marcus just pointed at the money still on the table as he said, "That's the money for both barrels." "You're a minor and not allowed to purchase alcohol," the vendor said in response, which caused the guards to nod in agreement with the man. Marcus glanced at the man and 2 guards as a lot of people in the market watched, and he said, "I already paid for these. If he doesn't want to take my money, that's his problem." Marcus narrowed his eyes as he stared at the guards and added, "But if you want to stop me, that's your problem and we can easily settle it." Both guards tensed as one of them said, "Just return the barrels and collect your money, then there won't be any issue." Marcus set the 2 barrels on his shoulders down, and a moment later both guards dropped to the ground as Marcus walked away from them. Everyone around took a step back and said nothing as Marcus picked back up the barrels and walked back to his ship. By the time Marcus returned to the market, he found the guard captain talking to people before someone pointed at Marcus and said, "There he is." Everyone turned to look at Marcus, and the guard captain frowned slightly before he waved everyone off and approached Marcus. Once he was close, the man asked, "Can I ask why you attacked my men and apparently stole alcohol?" "The merchant refused to sell me anything, so I placed the money for it on his counter and took what I needed," Marcus said, as he glanced towards the 2 guards who were mugging him and added, "Your men tried to stop me even though I clearly paid, so I talked it out with them." The guard captain's left eye started to twitch before he let out a sigh and asked, "Look, I appreciate what you did yesterday, but can you please not cause any trouble while you're here?" "Sure, just make sure no one refuses to sell me alcohol, and there won't be any issue." The man stared at Marcus for a few moments before he let out a sigh and waved the 2 guards over. They both approached with smug grins, but those disappeared when the captain said, "Follow him around and make sure he can buy whatever he wants." Marcus smirked as he said, "Perfect. I could use some extra hands to carry things." Both men looked like they were about to refuse when the captain said, "Just do as he asks, and you'll have tomorrow off with pay." "Yes, sir," both men said as they saluted. 102. Who is bullying who? Marcus ended up buying 10 more barrels of rare alcohol before he called it a day and let the guards go. Afterwards, he explored a bit more of the city and ate lunch at a nice restaurant before he headed back to his ship. As Marcus relaxed in his hammock, he pulled out his den mushy and made a call. "Marcus," a cheerful voice said, which made Marcus smile before he asked, "How are you doing, Yuta?" "Sword training sucks." Marcus chuckled as he said, "You've never trained under my grandpa. He can make you rethink your life choices." "Is it really that scary?" Marcus thought back to his recent training where he almost died and said, "Worse than you can imagine, but it shows solid results, so I shouldn't complain." "So besides training, have you done anything else lately?" "Dad's been taking us to a few new islands recently. We also clashed with a few pirate crews and I even beat up a few people," Yuta said in a proud tone. "Oh, how strong are you now?" "I've already reached the 5th level of the training harness and use it every day," Yuta said in a voice that sounded like she wanted to be praised. "Not bad at all. My brothers can barely use the 5th level now." "What about you? Are you on the 5th level too?" Yuta asked in a curious tone which made Marcus smile before he said, "I've reached the 7th level and can walk around with it." "What? How is that possible?" "Grandpa put me into fights against a really strong pirate that almost killed me," Marcus said before Yuta asked in a deathly cold tone, He did what?" "You remember that fight I told you about with that fishman?" Marcus asked as he closed his eyes and relaxed more into his hammock. "Of course I do. How could I forget?" Marcus nodded slightly to himself before he said, "Well, after that fight, I realized my strength quickly increased, and I asked my grandpa about it. He confirmed my theory about life and death battles, and that they can help you grow stronger." "So he let you almost die?" Yuta asked in a dangerous tone. "I'm pretty sure he had everything under control, but I definitely had my life flash before my eyes a few times during those fights." Yuta's voice was tinged with anger as she said, "And you just went along with that shitty old man's ideas? What if you died? I would have become a widow." Marcus glanced at the den mushy that looked like it was about to cry and let out a sigh before he said, "I asked him to do it, but I also trusted him to not let me die." Marcus narrowed his eyes as he added, "And how the hell would you become a widow? We aren't even married." "Because we're already married in my heart." Marcus was speechless as Yuta added, "Also, tell me Grandpa's number. I need to give that shitty old man a piece of my mind." Marcus immediately decided against that because he was positive that would be a terrible idea. Mainly because he knew Garp wouldn't care, but there was also the chance Garp would care, and he would blame Marcus for everything. Marcus shook his head as he said, "Just forget about it. I asked for the training and it made me stronger, so don't make a big deal out of it." But Marcus cut her off as he said, "Did what I asked him to do. If anyone should be blamed, it's me." Yuta huffed before she asked, "Then what do you have to say for yourself? Shouldn't you be apologizing to me?" "For what?" "For making me worried," Yuta said in an annoyed tone. "You didn't even know until I just told Yo." Yuta cut him off as she said, "That makes it worse." "I regret nothing," Marcus said with a laugh. "You jerk, idiot, stupid," Yuta started to say as she went on for almost a minute with different insults. When she finally finished, Marcus smirked to himself as he asked, "Do you feel better?" "No, I want to hit your stupid, handsome face," Yuta said in an annoyed tone as Marcus imagined her puffing out her cheeks. "I'm handsome now. When did that happen?" "Who called you handsome, you idiot?" Yuta asked in a flustered tone. Marcus chuckled as he said, "I'm pretty sure the cute idiot I'm talking to called me handsome." "Cute, you," Yuta started to say before her tone changed back to angry as she said, "Don't bully me, you jerk." "You bullied me first." "Because you made me mad." Yuta said it like it explained everything perfectly. It took a little while, but Marcus calmed Yuta down before they practiced a few songs together. Once Marcus hung up with Yuta, he called Garp and Ace to let them know he was doing all right. The last call he made was to Frank to let him know about the insulation issue on the bridge and the crazy weather he ran into. By the time Marcus was done with everything, it was close to sunset, so he went back to the fancy restaurant with a view to have dinner. After dinner, Marcus called it an early night since he planned to leave first thing in the morning. Much to Marcus's surprise, no one from Baroque Works showed up to talk with him before he left. He noticed one of their ships in the port, but maybe it was because he was basically unknown. It didn't really matter to him, though, since if they approached with an offer to join, he would have told them no. Marcus's next trip was to Water 7, and after following Alabasta's coast for half a day, the needle on the log pose finally pointed towards the open sea, so Marcus steered the ship towards his next destination. The trip started out almost exactly the same as leaving Twin Cape with weird weather popping up randomly once Alabasta disappeared from view. Over the next day and a half, Marcus didn't even run into another ship until just after lunch. While Marcus was cruising at top speed, he noticed two ships slightly to starboard on the horizon. He initially planned to ignore them, but the sound of cannon fire caught his attention, so he changed course to see what was going on. As he approached the ships, he used his spyglass to get a better idea of what was going on. One ship was a merchant vessel flying Alabasta colors, and the other one was a pirate ship that was chasing after them. With a better picture of the situation, Marcus headed to intercept the pirate ship. With his ship, it took less than 15 minutes for him to draw close to both ships and for the pirates to fire on him. With his ship's speed and size, it wasn't hard to dodge a few cannon blasts before he reefed his sail. His ship was only 50 feet from the rear of the pirate ship at this point, so he left the bridge and used Jeppo to land on their deck. Not all of the pirates noticed him, but those who did turned to attack before they were sent flying. As those pirates crashed into other people, the whole deck took notice of Marcus. Marcus glanced over everyone for a moment and cracked his knuckles before he asked, "Do you guys want to do this the easy way or the hard way?" A tall, thin man near the helm pointed at Marcus as he said, "Kill him quickly, we still need to catch our target." "Hard way it is," Marcus said with a smile before he turned into a blur. Pirates started flying all across the deck into each other or the railing, masts, and walls. Marcus was like a ghost as he swept through the entire crew, and within 10 minutes he was the only person still standing. After Marcus reefed the sails, he headed back to his ship and pulled it alongside the pirate ship before he tied it off. By that point, the merchant ship had already pulled away and didn't plan on stopping. Marcus watched them leave and almost thought about chasing them himself since he didn't want to deal with these pirates. If he wanted to turn them in for a bounty, it would just slow him down. With those thoughts in mind, Marcus moved over to the captain who was knocked out and smacked him around a bit to wake him up. When the captain woke up, Marcus tossed him to the deck and said, "Wake up some of your crew and then go collect all your treasure for me if you don't want to be turned over to the Marines." "Fuck you," the pirate captain said before he spit towards Marcus. Marcus disappeared from view before the captain went flying with a handful of his teeth flying from his mouth. Marcus grabbed another pirate who was passed out on the ground and woke him up the same way. He didn't argue and quickly woke up a few more people to help him as they opened the main cargo hatch. A few more people were then woken up before they headed into the hold and started sending up treasure. While they weren't the richest pirates he ever looted, they still had a decent amount of valuables. It took almost an hour to transfer all the gold, jewels, and other luxury items they had that Marcus wanted. They still had a bunch of other stuff, but Marcus wasn't interested in it, so he left it. After he knocked out everyone again, he took the captain and 2 other people with decent bounties. He tied them all together and then placed them on the canvas deck in front of his bridge. Once they were secure and he was sure they wouldn't be able to escape or fall off the ship, he disconnected from the pirate ship and pulled away. After he was a certain distance away, he made some food and ate before he checked his log pose and continued his journey. His 3 prisoners woke up and started struggling against their ropes at some point, but Marcus ignored them and didn't stop pedaling until well into the next day. At that point, he paused to make another meal and take a break from pedaling. As for the pirates, he didn't worry about them. A few days without food wouldn't kill them, and they could easily drink the rain and snow that fell on them. The next 2 days passed quickly as Marcus focused only on speed again and thankfully didn't run into more ships until he was close to Water 7. Most of them were merchant ships, but a few of them were pirates. Even though they were pirates, since they weren't attacking anyone, Marcus left them alone. When he finally reached Water 7 itself and its massive gates loomed over his ship, he took a moment to appreciate its unique design. It was still years before it was seen in the series, and more of the original island was still present. Marcus headed towards one of the first docks he found, and after securing his ship, he found the dock master and asked, "Excuse me, do you happen to know if there's a marine base or bounty station on the island?" The older man shook his head as he said, "No, there isn't, but marine ships stop by about once a week and dock by Gate 1 on the opposite side of the island." Marcus glanced up at the massive gate that led higher into the island with the number 4 on it before he said, "All right, thanks for the information." Marcus handed the man some money before he took his ship and quickly made his way around the island. When he came into view of Gate 1, Marcus spotted another dock and 5 marine ships currently docked there. The Marines were in the process of loading supplies when Marcus reached the dock and tied off his ship. After he unstrapped his cargo from the canvas deck, he forced them to stand and marched them towards the Marines. Some of them glanced towards him, but continued working as he led the 3 pirates towards the largest ship. Once there, he called out to one of the Marines and asked, "Who do I talk to about turning in bounties?" One of the Marines who was directing the others stepped forward and said, "The captain handles bounty claims. I'll go grab them." The Marine quickly headed into the ship, and a few minutes later returned with a couple of other people. Leading them was a woman Marcus was very familiar with even though they've never met in person. And behind her was someone Marcus knew who paused for a moment before they asked, "Marcus?" What are you doing in the Grand Line? 103. A familiar face in a distant place. Nicholas, with his short-cut purple hair that matched his father's, was an imposing young man who stood almost 9 feet tall and towered over the pink-haired woman who wore a captain's jacket in front of him. The woman wore a purple-colored dress suit and had a cigarette hanging from the corner of her mouth as she glanced from Nicholas towards Marcus, who smiled at the man as he said, "Hey, Nicholas, good to see you again." "You know each other?" the woman asked as she studied Marcus, who was about a foot shorter than her. Nicholas nodded as he said, "Yes, Captain Hina. This is Marcus, and he's one of Garp's grandsons." Hina's eyes widened slightly as she took another look at Marcus before she focused on the 3 pirates behind him and asked, "You captured these pirates?" "Yup, and I came to turn them in for their bounties." Hina looked over the 3 men for a few moments before she said, "Hina impressed." Another Marine with a large stack of bounty posters in a book quickly found the 3 people as he said, "That's Captain Slug of the Slughorn Pirates and his 2 lieutenants. They have a combined bounty of 110 million belly." Marcus smacked the captain on the back as he said, "Thanks for your hard work." The captain stumbled forward as he shot a glare at Marcus, who smiled as he handed them over to another Marine. Before they could be taken away, Hina stuck out her arm and used her powers to shackle each pirate. Once finished, she said, "Take them away and bring Hina the voucher book." As the pirates were taken away, Nicholas approached closer to Marcus and stuck out his hand as he asked, "So what are you doing here, and where are your brothers?" Marcus shook his hand as he said, "They're still in East Blue and won't be leaving for a few more years. As for me, Gramps let me leave after I showed him my strength." "Oh yeah, you want to spar?" Nicholas asked with a friendly smile. Marcus wore a cocky grin as he asked, "You couldn't beat me the last time we fought, and you're already eager for another beatdown." "That was before. I've spent years fighting pirates on the Grand Line. I'm sure you'll be surprised by how strong I am now." Hina watched their interaction before she said, "You want to fight? Go for it." Hina interested. Nicholas pointed over to an empty area of land away from the docks as he said, "Let's go over there." As they walked, Hina joined them and asked, "So are you planning to join the Marines, Marcus?" Marcus chuckled as he said, "No, I don't want to be someone else's dog on a leash, but I plan to be a bounty hunter to earn money, though." Hina disappointed. Nicholas shook his head as he said, "I still think it's stupid none of you want to follow after your grandfather and help people." Marcus shrugged as he said, "You don't need to be a Marine to help people. Besides, I don't want to be bossed around and follow a bunch of stupid rules. Once you reach a certain rank, you can do almost whatever you want, like Vice Admiral Garp." Marcus rolled his eyes as he said, "Yeah, no thanks. I would rather be free to do what I want now." Once they reached a surprising flat and empty area, both of them moved away from each other until they were about 10 feet apart. Hina stood off to the side to watch, and just before Marcus was gonna ask for sparring rules, cannon blasts roared from the upper level of the city. Marcus shared a look with Nicholas as he asked, "Wanna go check it out?" "Yeah," Nicholas said before he took off running for the lift leading to the upper city as more cannon blasts went off. Hina frowned at Nicholas taking off and was about to say something to Marcus when he faded from view. Hina's eyes widened as she caught sight of him kicking off the air, rushing into the sky before she stomped one foot and said, Hina ignored. A moment later, Hina took off after Nicholas and barely caught up to him before the lift closed. Nicholas glanced around, and when he didn't see Marcus, he asked, "Marcus didn't follow?" Hina straightened her uniform and said, "Marcus knows Jeppo and Saru." Hina impressed again. "Damn it, he mastered those already," Nicholas said as he clenched his fists. Hina nodded as she said, "He's so young but already knows those skills." Hina upset. As Nicholas and Hina rode the lift up to the city, Marcus already landed on the city wall and saw fire in the distance of the upper city. Marcus took off in a blur, and instead of using Jeppo, he ran across the roofs as he used Saru, which was a lot faster. Within 5 minutes, Marcus reached an area where gunfire, fighting, and cannon blasts were raging. He found a bunch of pirates fighting with city guards and what looked like dock workers near a finished ship that was still in a dry dock. Marcus didn't waste much time figuring out what was going on before he shot from the roof like an arrow. He used Hacky to coat his fist and his legs before he slammed into the ground near the biggest group of pirates. The Hacky-infused attack exploded the ground and made a 6-foot-deep crater that launched all of those pirates into the air. The entire battlefield froze as Marcus jumped out of the crater, and as he glanced around for a couple of seconds, someone yelled, "Die!" A cannon blast from the ship went off, and a moment later Marcus caught the cannonball with his right hand. His lips curled up slightly as he extended his arm back before he hurled the cannonball back at the ship. Marcus's aim wasn't great since he never practiced throwing cannonballs before, but he had a pretty large target. The cannonball blew through the middle of the ship, and a moment later Marcus followed behind it in a blur. Everyone outside the ship blinked, and Marcus was already gone before people inside the ship started screaming. Within a minute, Marcus appeared through a new hole he created in the ship, and at that point, some of the pirates had already surrendered. The captain and a few others were still fighting, but Marcus quickly knocked them out before he glanced around as he looked for another fight. Unfortunately, at that point, all of the pirates finally gave up as they looked at Marcus with fear in their eyes. Marcus was disappointed the fight ended so quickly and let out a sigh as he was approached by a blue-haired man in a suit. He smiled at Marcus as he said, "Enma, thanks for your help, young man." Marcus waved it off as he said, "Don't worry about it, I mostly did it to collect the bounty." The man chuckled slightly before he said, "Feel free to take them all then." Marcus glanced over the damage to the street and the ship before he said, "I'll leave you one to cover the damage I did." "If that's what you want, I won't complain, Enma," the man said before he extended his hand towards Marcus and added, "I'm Iceberg, Chief Shipwright of Dock 1. Marcus shook his hand as he said, "Marcus, part-time bounty hunter, explorer, and musician." "Enma, Marcus, it's nice to meet you. What brought you to Water 7, looking for a new ship?" Marcus chuckled as he said, "I just had a custom one finished about 2 weeks ago before I left East Blue." Iceberg raised an eyebrow as he asked, "You made it all the way here in 2 weeks?" "Travel time is closer to a week if you don't count the times I stopped to relax." "Did you pass through the calm belt?" Iceberg asked in a surprised voice. "No, I entered through Reverse Mountain and Twin Cape. Then I headed to Alabasta before I reached here using eternal poses." "How?" Iceberg asked in a confused tone. Marcus smirked as he said, "A custom ship I designed for speed over everything else. I can take you out on it if you like." Iceberg nodded, and before he could reply, someone yelled, "Marcus." Marcus and Iceberg turned towards the voice to see Nicholas and Hina quickly approaching. Marcus waved as he said, "Yo, you guys are slow." "No, you're just too fast. You also used something my dad said would take me another year or 2 before I'm strong enough to even learn." Marcus shook his head as he said, "It's because you don't push yourself enough in training. You would have already mastered it if you started training properly when we first met." "How old are you?" Hina asked as she looked over Marcus again. "I turned 10 in a few months." Iceberg and Hina stared at Marcus in shock, while Nicholas let out a sigh before he said, "You're a monster just like your grandfather." "Hina inferior," Hina said with a pout. Marcus shrugged as he said, "You just need to push yourself past your limits each time you train. That's the quickest way to increase your strength. I'm surprised your dad didn't train you that way." "He thinks Garp's training will lead to injuries." Marcus nodded before he said, "Oh, it will, but you just eat more meat and push through it. After a while, you just get used to it and your body adapts." "That doesn't really sound safe or logical," Iceberg said as he scratched the back of his head. Hina nodded in agreement before Marcus added, "I've taught all my friends and even Captain Smoker of Logton the training routine, and within a month or so, all of them had no issues doing it." Hina's eyes focused on Marcus as she asked, "Smoker is doing Garpsan's training?" "Essentially, I've modified it a little bit over time to make it a little more friendly to beginners, and it quickly ramps up to what my grandpa taught me and then passes it," Marcus said before he turned to Nicholas and asked, Wanna go back and spar now? Nicholas started to nod before he said, actually, we should help take care of this mess first. All right, just come find me at my ship when you're ready. Nicholas glanced back at Marcus along with Hina as he asked, you're not gonna help? Marcus chuckled as he said, I'm not a Marine. Besides, I already did the hard work. Just make sure you pay out Iceberg for the captain's bounty and not me. Iceberg shook his head as he said, I don't need that much. The damage isn't worth that much, Enma. Marcus patted Iceberg on the back as he said, it's fine, I don't really need the money, but if you know where I can get some high-end alcohol, that would be appreciated. You're a minor, you shouldn't be drinking, Hina disappointed. Hina said with her hands on her waist as she looked at Marcus. Marcus waved it off as he said, it's not for me, it's a gift for my sparing partner. Who? Marcus smirked as he said, he's someone my grandpa knows really well and has a taste for rare alcohol. As Nicholas and Hina tried to figure out who that was, Marcus said, let's go, Iceberg, I'll show you my ship. Marcus and Iceberg quickly left as Hina started handcuffing pirates with her powers as Nicholas helped keep them in line. After leaving, Iceberg led Marcus to a small dock by the waterways and said, let's take a Yagara bull to save time. The Yagara was indeed fast, and they quickly reached the lift area in just a few minutes. The lift itself only took another couple minutes, and in less than 10 minutes they reached his ship. Iceberg stared at the ship for a few minutes before he said, a dual hull configuration. I call it a catamaran, and it's focused on speed. This is the first test model designed for solo travel. Iceberg slowly walked around the ship and studied it as he nodded his head. After a minute or so, he said, with those narrow hulls and size, it's definitely fast, but to travel here from the start of the Grand Line in a week. Marcus smirked as he said, it has a secret hidden under the hulls that you can't see right now. Iceberg's eyes lit up as he asked, your ship has some type of engine. Marcus shook his head and led Iceberg onto the bridge before he pulled down a stowaway table and said, I'll grab the blueprints for you. Within a minute, Marcus came back with the blueprints and handed them to Iceberg as he asked, want some fresh fruit juice? Enma, sure, Iceberg said, already busy looking through the blueprints. Marcus came back a few minutes later while Iceberg was intently studying the hydrofoils and the connecting drive train. When Marcus set the glass down next to Iceberg, he looked up as he asked, who came up with this? I did, but it was refined with help from a few different people in Logtown. It was also adjusted after trial runs on a small 10-foot test ship found some issues. Iceberg turned back to the designs as he nodded slowly and said, this is brilliant if you had a proper power source instead of that pedal bike. Marcus took a sip from his glass as he said, I haven't figured out a good power source yet. I've thought about using a steam engine, but that would require fuel, and that would weigh down the ship. Iceberg nodded in understanding as he said, which would negate any speed increase it gave. Exactly, I've thought about collecting and using flame dials for a steam engine power source. But that would require testing, and I don't have time for that right now. Flame dial? It's a type of shell that can store elements inside themselves. They're normally found on Sky Islands, Marcus said with a shrug before Iceberg looked up with widened eyes as he asked, wait, Sky Islands are real. 104. Marcus's secret to his strength. Marcus talked with Iceberg about his ship and a few other things for over an hour before Nicholas and Hina showed up. Hina came to hand over the bounty claim vouchers to Marcus and Iceberg, while Nicholas came for a spar. Hina also wanted to watch Marcus and Nicholas spar, but when they arrived, Marcus was about to take Iceberg out on his ship, so he invited them along too. Nicholas, with his height, had a slight issue entering the bridge, and that caused Marcus to plan for some adjustments on the next ship. Once they pulled away from the dock and got up to speed, Marcus engaged the drive train into place as Nicholas asked, what does that thing do anyways? Marcus got on the bike, adjusted the sails slightly and started pedaling as he said, unlocks my ship's full potential. Within minutes, everyone felt the ship slowly rise up out of the water as it picked up speed. Iceberg was the first to react as he left the bridge and headed towards the canvas deck so he could peek below it. Hina and Nicholas followed along, curious to see what was going on, and found Iceberg as he mumbled to himself. A moment later, they noticed what he was looking at, and under the rushing wind glanced back at Marcus on the bridge, who waved at them. After a few minutes, they all returned before Iceberg asked, "That's incredible. Would you mind letting me examine your ship in my dry dock? I want to look at the hydrofoils in more detail." Marcus steered the ship around Water 7 as he said, "Sure, I don't mind. I plan to rest here for a day or two anyway, since I haven't slept in a few days." Everyone stared at Marcus, who smiled back as he said, "I'm the only person on the ship, so it's kinda hard to sleep while traveling. We can spar after you rest properly if you want. I've barely been active, besides pedaling on this ship. I can easily do this for another day or two before I really need sleep. A spar with you will probably be a nice warm-up for me." Nicholas frowned slightly as he said, "Fine, we'll spar as soon as we get back." "Sounds good to me." Marcus took them completely around Water 7 as he talked with them and answered Iceberg's questions about his ship. Once they were back and the ship was docked, Hina and Iceberg followed after Nicholas and Marcus to watch them spar, but for different reasons. Hina to gauge Marcus's strength, and Iceberg because Marcus was going with him afterwards to take his ship to dock 1's dry dock. As Marcus faced off against Nicholas, he asked, "Rules. Don't use the 6 styles since I don't know them." "What about Hacky?" Marcus asked, which caused Nicholas and Hina's eyes to widen. "You already know Hacky?" Nicholas asked as Iceberg frowned slightly, not knowing what they were talking about. Marcus twisted his hand slightly in front of himself as he said, "I have a basic grasp of it. No Hacky since I can use that either." Marcus started to loosen up his arms while he stretched and said, "Man, you really need to train harder." Nicholas frowned but nodded slightly as he started stretching himself. After a minute or so, they shared a glance, and after they nodded slightly to each other, they charged forward. Marcus, with his height disadvantage, was still faster and passed the halfway point as he swung at Nicholas, who blocked the punch with his own fist. The clash caused a small explosion of air that blew dirt everywhere, but neither of them stopped as they clashed again. Fist against fist smashed together repeatedly and almost sounded like mini cannon blasts. As they clashed again, Marcus smiled as he asked, "You're stronger than I thought, but you're also slow. You've been skipping leg day, huh?" Their fists slammed together again as Nicholas said, "I've been following the workout routine my father used to reach admiral rank. So that's why you're so far behind me in strength and can't even use Jeppo or Sorrow yet." Nicholas gritted his teeth as he was pushed back by the next blow and the blow after that. With each punch, Marcus stepped forward and slowly pushed Nicholas back as they clashed. The next punch by Marcus, he stepped forward into it and Nicholas stumbled backward from the blow. Nicholas looked down at Marcus in shock as he asked, "How the hell are you so strong?" Marcus threw another punch at Nicholas as he said, "Because out of all the training I've done, I've kept one thing consistent the entire time." Nicholas blocked the blow with his own fist as he asked, "And what's that?" "I never stopped pushing to improve myself," Marcus said as he utilized his whole body for his next punch and sent Nicholas skidding backwards about 10 feet. Nicholas rushed back towards Marcus and they clashed, but he was overpowered again as Marcus said, "When my grandpa first trained us, I thought I would die. But each day it got a little easier until we could complete his workout routine without issue. I wasn't satisfied, though. I pushed myself each time," Marcus said as he pulled back on his strength to match Nicholas. "If I did 100 push-ups one day, then I would push myself to do 110 the next day in the same amount of time." Marcus pulled Nicholas into his rhythm as he said, "When my brothers relaxed at night, I kept training to the point of collapse where I could barely walk most of the time." Marcus increased the pressure on Nicholas as he started to push him again while he said, "Doing that every day, year after year, is what helped me get this strong." Marcus pushed Nicholas harder as he said, "You, on the other hand, are following after your dad, and that's why you're behind. Sure, you'll reach his level one day." Marcus dodged a punch, then rushed closer and threw an upper as he jumped forward and said, "But with a mindset like that, you'll never surpass him or me." Nicholas's eyes widened slightly at that comment before Marcus's fist hit his chin and sent him flying. After Nicholas landed on the ground, he laid there in a daze as Marcus approached. When Marcus stood over him and blocked out the sun, he asked with his hand outstretched, "Are you satisfied with that?" Nicholas focused on Marcus for a moment before he clasped his hand as he said, "No." After he helped Nicholas up, he said, "Good." People started to clap before Iceberg said, "That was impressive." Hina nodded as she said, "I wish to spar with you too." Marcus smiled as he said, "Sure, I'd love to test myself against your devil fruit power." Hina pleased. Within minutes, Hina was faced off against Marcus, and after they shared a glance, Hina thrust out her arms and said, "Owace Bayori." Black cage bars shoot out from her sleeves and surrounded Marcus, who jumped up as Hina brought her hands together. The cages slammed together but missed Marcus, who landed on top of it and then rushed towards Hina. She was forced to let go of the cage as Marcus's foot swung towards her face a moment later. Marcus turned that kick into a back flip off the cage, and as he landed on the ground, he charged forward with a punch. Hina raised her arm to block and used her power to create a bar along her forearm. Marcus's punch slammed into the bar, and it sounded like a hammer striking an anvil. Hina winced as she stepped backwards while Marcus just grinned and stepped forward with another punch. Hina was basically on the defensive the entire fight, and while she used her devil fruit in a few creative ways, Marcus overpowered her in every single aspect. Once he knocked her to the ground, Marcus stopped the fight and helped her up. Hina dusted herself off before she said, "I can't believe you're 9, Hina depressed." Nicholas nodded as he said, "I thought I've improved since last time, but you easily proved me wrong." "It's never too late to change yourself." Nicholas nodded as he asked, "You're staying for a couple days, right? Wanna train together tomorrow?" "Sure, sounds good to me," Marcus said before he turned towards Iceberg and asked, "When do you want to take my ship back to your dry dock?" "Now is fine with me, Enma." Marcus nodded before he turned back to Nicholas as he said, "I'll let you both get back to work, but come find me later and we can chat over dinner. It would be nice to catch up." As Nicholas nodded, Marcus turned to Hina and said, "It was nice to meet you, Captain Hina, and the dinner invitation is open to you as well if you're free." "It was nice to meet you too, Marcus." Hina and Nicholas went back to work as Iceberg and Marcus took his boat to the Gate 1 boat lock. The process to get it into the upper city wasn't hard, it just took time as the lock slowly filled with water. Once inside the upper city, Iceberg guided Marcus to his dry dock, where the ship was lifted out of the water. Marcus told Iceberg to have fun as he decided to take a nap for a few hours. While Marcus was asleep, Iceberg and some of his workers studied Marcus's ship and the hydrofoils in detail as they made copies of his blueprints. A few hours later, Marcus woke up when Nicholas and Hina came to find him for dinner. Marcus invited Iceberg along too, and they ended up going to a restaurant Iceberg recommended. It wasn't super fancy, but Iceberg promised it had some of the best food in Water 7. As they ate, Marcus swapped stories with everyone at the table, and long after dinner was finished. At some point, Hina asked why Marcus had a sword but never used it. At least from her perspective, he hadn't touched it once today when fighting the pirates or during their spars. Marcus smiled slightly as he said, "Fighting weak people with my sword is like using a cannon to hunt a rabbit." Hina narrowed her eyes slightly as she said, "You can't be serious." Marcus shrugged as he said, "I wouldn't mind a decent duel if you know a powerful swordsman, but they would have to be above your rank to even be a challenge probably." "Hina knows someone." Nicholas frowned slightly as he tried to think of who it might be before Hina said, "I'll call them, and they can probably be here tomorrow afternoon." "Sounds good to me. It's been a couple months since I've had a proper spar." They hung out and chatted for a while longer before they all called it a night. Marcus headed back to his ship and slept on it in the dry dock for the night. Early the next morning, he woke up before dawn and stretched before he went to find Nicholas. When he arrived at the ship, a handful of Marines were awake on watch, So Marcus approached them and asked, "Nicholas said he wanted to train with me today. Do you know if he's up yet?" The Marines shared a glance with each other before one of them said, "The lieutenant normally gets up in a couple hours for breakfast. Would one of you mind getting him for me? Just tell him Marcus is here to train." Both of them shared another glance before the lower-ranked Marine let out a sigh and headed off into the ship. Within a few minutes, he returned with a half-asleep Nicholas in tow. Marcus took one look at him and asked, "You good, or do you still need your beauty sleep princess?" The guards started to chuckle, but a glare from Nicholas caused them to shut up as they quickly snapped to attention. Nicholas rubbed the sleep from his eyes and yawned before he said, "I forgot you like to wake up before dawn." "Yup, now let's get started and see if you can keep up with me," Marcus said with a challenging smirk. "You're on." About an hour after sunrise, Marcus finally said, "Nice job. Let's go eat breakfast and we can start the real workout." "That wasn't the workout." Marcus raised an eyebrow as he said, "Don't you remember the training camp? That was just the pre-breakfast warm-up." Nicholas, who was feeling pretty good about keeping up with Marcus for the past 2 hours, had a flashback to the camp. His back was instantly covered in a cold sweat as he remembered the crazy things he witnessed Marcus and his brothers doing. Then he remembered what Marcus said yesterday, and a fire lit in his eyes with new determination to keep up with Marcus during training today. Nicholas nodded as he said, "Yeah, I remember." "Good, we do something even more intense now, but you should be able to keep up," Marcus said, and Nicholas instantly started having second thoughts. 105. Never give up. Nicholas brought Marcus to his ship for breakfast, and they ate together in the galley with Hina and some other Marines. Once they were finished and preparing to go train more, Hina asked, "You mind if I join you too with the rest of my crew?" Marcus shrugged as he said, "Doesn't matter to me, but this isn't a normal workout. I doubt even Nicholas will be able to finish it." Hina nodded as she said, "That's fine," Hina curious more than anything. Within 10 minutes, Hina had all of her troops from her fleet lined up and ready for training on the large open area next to the docks. Once everyone was there, Marcus just dove into his warm-up routine, but without his training harness on. Technically, he would be doing more advanced stuff, but that wasn't gonna happen with almost 500 people. So Marcus decided to do his warm-up routine again, since that would clear the field of almost everyone in an hour or two. Within half an hour, people already started to drop from the pace of the workout that they couldn't even match. At the 1 hour mark, over half were forced to drop out, and by the time they finished, only 10 people remained standing. Besides Nicholas and Hina, a few more higher-ranked Marines and a couple seamen were left standing. Marcus glanced over all of them, and while most were winded, they still looked fine, so he smiled and said, "Great job, you passed the warm-up." "Warm-up?" Hina asked with a frown. Nicholas nodded as he said, "Marcus had me do this before we ate breakfast. I wanted to weed out the weak ones before we started the real workout. Now follow me." Marcus led them over to a large junk pile of broken ships and other trash. He let them rest for 10 minutes while he dug through everything and found 10 large logs about 7 feet long and about 3 feet thick. He used his hands coated in haki to carve out holes in each piece to make it easier to hold before he placed them in front of everyone. Once he was finished, he picked up the largest one himself as he said, "Pick that up and follow me." A few struggled to lift their piece, but still managed to do it and followed at a slower pace. Marcus took them